countries admired. One, a trap of low capacity for growth, another of high inequality, low social mobility, and weak social cohesion, and a third of low institutional capacity and ineffective governance. With regard to the low growth trap, the data speaks for itself. From 2014 to 2023, the region's average growth was only 0.8% per annum, less than half of the 2% at which the region grew on average in the last decade of the 1980s. This has resulted in a second lost decade with a GDP per capita growth of only 0.1% per year. And that is why we're arguing that the region urgently needs to intensify growth efforts, especially through productive development policies, to induce a major productive transformation that achieves greater technological sophistication, greater diversification, and productivity gains. With respect to the second trap, reality is also eloquent. Latin America and the Caribbean continues to be the most unequal region in the world, and this inequality is rooted in a number of fundamental causes: heterogeneity in productivity levels across sectors and regions, regressive tax systems, deficiencies in education and vocational training, gender inequalities, low job creation dynamics, significant weaknesses in social policies and social protection. Working on one or two or even three of these factors individually, as most countries have been doing so far, will not move the needles of inequality and social mobility. Only an integrated approach that works on all of them will make a significant difference. And the third trap is one that lies at the root of numerous other gaps and challenges facing our countries. That is, low institutional capacities and weak and ineffective governance. To successfully manage the necessary transformations, it's necessary to move towards more effective governance and strengthen what we're calling the top capacities: technical, operational, political, and prospective capacities of institutions. Statistical capacity is one of the most fundamental top capacities of institutions. Accurate, timely, and comprehensive data are crucial to measure development gaps and traps, assessing policies to close gaps and exit traps. Today, more than ever, we face significant challenges in the production of official statistics, but we also face valuable opportunities to strengthen this production. One of the most promising developments in official statistics is the use of administrative records as a source of information. These records, originating from various national government agencies, they offer the potential to provide timely data, often at a lower cost comparison to surveys or censuses. The region has made significant progress in harnessing this information to complement traditional data sources, thereby improving the quality and coverage of statistical products. The rapid development of new sources of information is a topic that also presents opportunities and challenges. Data obtained through satellite imagery, mobile phones, and online business transactions are examples of the vast possibilities available to us. Another important aspect is balancing access to data with strict confidentiality protections. Ensuring data privacy and security is crucial in today's world if what we want is to expand the production of official measures to include state as well as non-state actors and civil society and the private sector. Personal data must be meticulously safeguarded to prevent misuse and maintain public confidence in our statistical institutions. Harnessing non-traditional data sources presents challenges related to institutional arrangements, technological development, and data interoperability. This underlies the urgent need for national data governance systems that go beyond the traditional activities of national statistical offices.
However, the challenges for the National Statistics Office is to be able to take on this leadership role in the national system are not minor. It's important to update the regulatory frameworks in order to strengthen these authorities and offer them technical tools, economic, and all the necessary support in order to lead the transformation in statistical production. Another activity would be to support them in making them more inclusive and including more and different perspectives and needs. These national statistics cannot only come from the statistics offices. The commitment must be taken on at the highest level. The discussions on public policies must continue, and this is the way we will be able to base all our efforts on solid evidence and make them effective.
La labor y los aportes de la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas ha progresado de manera notable en diversas líneas de acción. Y es nuestro deseo
This
que estos
task
avances
has progressed significantly, and it is important to maintain it and strengthen it. We aspire to collaborative work between our countries in the framework of this country, that it continue to be a pillar to strengthen statistical production and public policies. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to know the innovations implemented in the 2020 census round and the lessons learned in order to guide the preparation of the 2030 round. These exchanges are of the utmost importance to strengthen the capacity of the statistics offices, strengthening the learnings and improving the quality of the work that has been done while we prepare for future challenges. Today, at this executive meeting of the Xxiii, we have a valuable opportunity to assess the future challenges in the elaboration of the future plan for the 2026 plan. We will address three different areas for this. First, the organization and management of these offices, legislation, statistics, and the collaboration of other institutions that produce data, as well as the optimization of human and technological resources to address the coming challenges. Second, the technical and methodological capacities that are of the utmost importance to address the new and traditional systems, and we will discuss international cooperation in order for our conference to be a catalyst to strengthen these relationships. I trust that these conversations will help us establish a solid base so that in the future, these relationships will be better aligned to address the emerging challenges. This meeting is extremely important to receive all the suggestions that will continue to help us advance towards the biennium 2024-2025, and the forum will allow us to supplement and strengthen the statistical activities of the CARICOM Secretariat, whose presence pleases us enormously. The collaboration with the member countries of ECLAC continues to be essential for the success of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, as well as for the relevance of agreements and results thereof. We aspire to have this cooperation grow with the countries in Latin America, with the countries of the Caribbean. We would like the Caribbean to feel that this conference is their own and that it will help strengthen the efforts of CARICOM. I wish you every success in these working days, with the certainty that your contributions will be fundamental for the future of statistics in our region. Thank you very much. We thank the Executive Secretary for his remarks, and we will continue with the chairwoman of the conference, Miosotis Rios. Thank you very much. Good morning, all. We would like to sincerely thank Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinax, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Stefan Sveinses, Director of the Statistical Division of the UN, Mr. Yanez, also from ECLAC, Rolando Campo, Director of the Statistics Division at ECLAC, and every single one of the representatives of the National Statistics Office and central banks that are with us today. We would also like to greet all the organizations and agencies of the UN system that are present today and that are joining us in this conference and its activities. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, and members of the statistics community, we would like to welcome you to this 23rd meeting of the Executive Committee of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, where we will be drawing the guidelines for the new strategic plan. The countries that form this committee, and in my case specifically as chairwoman of the group, our next plan should not be considered a mere document, but a roadmap that will guide our countries towards a more productive development model, sustainable and inclusive, building, Mr. Secretary, to building and rethinking, reimagining all the transformations that we need for this development model and that here at ECLAC you are promoting, and where the Statistics Office can contribute to the region, to these transformation processes, something that from the Statistics Conference of the Americas has been the core of our work from the beginning in order to further understand all the challenges and new scenarios that we face, as well as trying to better understand the role that we need to take on to fully contribute to our main purpose, which is to guarantee the quality of data produced in our countries, generating trust in society and disseminating information that will guarantee people's rights. To set an example, yesterday we met in the same room to learn about the success or challenges of the 2020 round, and it has served to collect primary data of people and households. We are aware that this constantly changing world that so quickly develops invites us to reflect and discuss the challenges, the emerging challenges that we address, such as big data, artificial intelligence, among others, in statistics, official statistics. These are topics that have found a place in our agenda and that require our commitment and collaboration. We must continue to reflect on this, considering different topics from the statistical point of view, but also ethical perspective, which is so important for all statistical exercises. The biennial program for international and national activities has been of the utmost importance in generating new tools, instruments, resources that have become a standard for our work. Today, we will get to know the advances and the new initiatives that were presented and approved at the 22nd Statistical Conference of the Americas. In this sense, we thank the leadership of the conference for the support offered to the group. We must continue to strengthen and make visible the role of national statistical offices. This is essential to further the quality and development of our statistical efforts in obtaining data that are aligned with official data and with the regional code of good practices, which we have updated within the framework of our conference. Other regulatory elements that follow this effort as well. all these decentralized statistical efforts, the normative role of the ONES and INES, the National Institutes of Statistics, will continue to allow those who produce data to further obtain them. As chair and within the executive committee, we have worked strenuously to increase visibility and positioning of the conference in the international arena. Just 3 words have accompanied us: leadership, inclusion, and communication. And that is why we have participated in different efforts and initiatives that have allowed us to make our voices heard, stressing certain aspects that are so important for statistical development in the region. In terms of leadership, I would like to mention our participation in the 25th Statistical Conference in the UN. We have held several debates and have accompanied the negotiations for the resolution of a statistical conference that is inclusive and representative, so no one is left behind. It was approved by the Economic and Social Council last month, and where the positions of the countries, especially of CARICOM, had a significant and fundamental role in what we have today as a resolution. This reflects our commitment to inclusion, but also recognizes the need to expand the number of members of our commission, moving from 24 to 54. This change will be progressive in 3 stages and is extremely important to make sure that all voices be heard and represented in our decisions. This must also be modified in order to have a close relationship with the GRULEC and trace this plan that will be represented in the Commission. It's important for us to support the women leaders, diversity in leadership, not only in terms of wealth and perspective, is important in gender. Communicating, well, I'd like to share, Mr. Secretary, that in a conversation I had with you when I took on the chairmanship and in coordination with the DANE in Colombia, the gender division in ECLAC and UN Women, we have launched in July a pilot podcast called Descifrando, Deciphering. The idea is to discuss statistical culture, putting it at everyone's disposition in an innovative format that will allow deciphering what is behind every single piece of information and statistical information in order to better inform citizens and to strengthen democracies with a human rights perspective for equality. It is our idea to present this initiative to the next conference and that it may be adopted. I cannot conclude without congratulating you for the 30th anniversary of the Declaration of the Fundamental Principles of the Statistics Conference. These have served as a guiding light to our statistics, contributing to generate trust in statistical systems. This is a moment to reflect on the advances we've achieved and to reaffirm our commitment with integrity and quality of data we produce. Furthermore, these principles can respond to an ecosystem of data in an increasingly uncertain and changing world. I'd like to express our thanks to ECLAC for their support and to the Statistics Division for their role as technical secretariat of the conference. Their collaboration has been invaluable in our path towards improving our statistical practices. Finally, we must take on a proactive role in the creation of the follow-up of implementation of these fundamental principles. It is our responsibility to guarantee that it be carried out effectively, and I am convinced that together we can achieve this. Thank you for your attention, for your commitment to inclusive and representative statistics. Let's continue to work without leaving anyone behind. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Chair. Now, the Director of the Statistics Division of the United Nations, Stefan Scheinfest, you have the floor. Thank you, dear Executive Secretary, Mr. Salazar Sirignac. Dear colleague, the president or chair of this session, Miosotes, my dear colleague and statistical brother, Rolando. I am greeting you from New York. I would have liked to be with you in this Raúl Prebisch room. I know so well since the first conference, since the first statistical conference of the Americas in the year 2001. But the financial crisis and preparations for a very active month of September in New York prevent me from going to share with you. But hopefully, I will see many of you soon, either in Mexico for our high-level forum for geoinformation in October, or World Data Forum in Colombia in November. You are a very active region. I always love to be connected with you.
My apologies to the interpreters, but you already know me. When I talk a little bit more about the technical stuff, I switch to English. If you allow me, I would like to perhaps put your very important meeting of the executive committee in the global context a little bit from where I'm sitting, and I will do so by zooming in a little bit from the political context to the data and digital context to the statistical context. So in terms of the political context, we have had an important UN conference, the Xxiii conference, just a few weeks ago in your region, in Antigua and Barbuda. And of course, the six countries of the region, Caribbeans, have been very active and are still very active in following up on this conference, which is the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for six countries, and also the work on the multidimensional vulnerability index, which is particularly relevant for our community. Another political context is our Summit of the Future that will take place here in New York in a couple of weeks. And one of the topics that is particularly relevant for our community is the likely approval of a mandate for a high-level expert group on GDP and beyond. We will also, at the Summit of the Future, talk about the power of data, which is a program that was launched last year at the SDG Summit here in New York. Another important event on the horizon is the Financing for Development Conference next year at the United Nations in Spain. And we are already launching an initiative to reflect the importance of investing in data and information and statistics so that it will be recognized as part of the outcome of the financing for development, because we are deeply convinced that the work we are doing on data and statistics is not only there for monitoring, it is really there to enable a sustainable development agenda. And the last element of the political context I want to mention is the social summit that will happen next year, later in the year. And I think as a statistical community, we are trying to position ourselves with the work on the Friends of the Chair on Social Statistics, where Mexico, of course, also from the region here, is playing a leading role. The geopolitics in the UN is very difficult these days. I mean, there are lots of very complex political discussions happening here in New York, but I'm always very proud of our more technical communities like in statistics and geospatial information, because we still talk and work together according to the principles of the United Nations across the whole world. When we look a little bit in the future and the political agenda, and that is a vision now a little bit further down the road, we will have the development agenda after 2030. Those discussions will start soon. Whilst we are still committed to realize our current agenda, we all know the world will not stop in 2030. And I'm always making a passionate plea to our statistical and data and information community to be ready for the post-2030 agenda. And being ready for me means working on integrated information and data systems. And when I say integrated, I mean integrated across the topics. I mean between economic, social, and environment. And we are doing work, for instance, on economic and environmental accounting. And I think these integrations are very important for politicians to better understand also the connections between the various dimensions of the development agenda. Integration also refers to the different types of information. We have statistics, we have geoinformation, we have big data, and this region is leading in bringing these various types of information together. And I hope that the discussion on GDP and beyond will be a good preparatory ground for the future work on indicators after the 2030 agenda. If we zoom a little bit in on the data context, we have the Digital Compact that is also being negotiated right now here in New York. That talks a lot about our cooperation with stakeholders, the impact, as the President Miosotis already mentioned, of IT and artificial intelligence have on our work, and that leads to the important discussion on data governance. I think we will talk a little bit more about that in one of the panels this morning. I would also like to mention, in the context of our work as statisticians, that we just had the Commission on Global Geospatial Information Management here in New York, and I can assure you that community is equally active and dynamic, just like our statistics community. We will have a new secretariat because we got additional resources, which is very difficult in the current situation. But I think GGIM, as we call it, is currently a bit of a growth industry, and I will not want to miss this opportunity to encourage all of you to work together with your partners in your country that are representing geospatial information in the United Nations. In the area of statistics, we have many exciting and interesting global developments. We have the new enlarged Statistical Commission that Miosotis mentioned. We have the fundamental principles, the 30-year celebration this year. We will launch next year a new census round. We have the new system of national accounts, in the context of which we also want to discuss the GDP and beyond. We have an SDG indicator review. We have climate change indicators. And we have all the discussion on data governance with the central role of national statistical offices. So this is just a panoramic flight. I understand we will talk in panel one a little bit more about all of these issues, so I will not go into the details. Your region is part of the global community, and our global community is characterized by our standards that are our global common language, so that we can agree from east to west, from north to south. And I wanted to thank you, all of you, to not only work hard inside your region, but being very active members of the global community in various bodies, working groups, and in the Statistical Commission. And I wanted to thank ECLAC, and in particular, Rolando, who is currently also having the role of the chief coordinator among all the regional commissions in the statistical work. So it is a privilege, and I'm always proud to be part of this global professional community. And if I may use 30 seconds for advertisement, I would really like to invite all of you to the World Data Forum in Colombia in November. Colombia is putting a fantastic program together with special focus on youth, on indigenous people, on gender. And of course, we have 3 fantastic women in the region with whom I have the privilege to work. Your chair, Miosotis. We have Piedad in Colombia, who's preparing the World Data Forum, and Graciela from Mexico, who is, of course, part of my bureau at the Global Statistical Commission. So thank you for all of that support. I wish you all the best, and I'm looking forward to being part of your discussions this morning. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Stefan.
Thank you, Stefan. Now we'll have a short break for 20 minutes. But the heads of delegations, please stay in the room. We'll take a group photo there where at the back with the flags, the heads of delegations, and the rest can go and have coffee.
Bueno, vamos a
Very well, we will now resume the work of the Executive Committee. An announcement by the Secretariat is to inform delegates that you have on the table what, in the view of the presidency of this Executive Committee, could be the agreements to be adopted tomorrow at this meeting. The suggestion by the chair and the secretariat is that you may read them, and if any delegation has contributions or comments regarding the language or content, we will allow time today for you to approach Rolando or me or Jimena or the secretariat with a specific text to clarify what has been distributed. So therefore, the idea is to do that today, so tomorrow we can facilitate the adoption by consensus, as is tradition at the Executive Committee. And so, having said this, I will now hand over to the President.
Si lo necesita por correo, se lo mandamos.
If you need it by email, we can send it to you. Yes. So we will not send it to you by email, so you don't change it. Yes. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with the agenda, and so now I would like to submit for approval of delegates in the room the provisional agenda of the meeting, which was distributed by email by the Secretariat. And so therefore, you have before you the document LC/CE.23/1 and drafted by the Secretariat in line with the provisions contained in Chapter 2 of the ECLAC rules, the provisional agenda, and where I'll put this to you for your consideration. If there are no comments, it is approved, and I ask you to seal this moment with a round of applause. According to this agenda, we will now present the work being done with a view to a new strategic plan for the conference. As you know, the conference has had two strategic plans organized by 10-year periods, the first from 2015 to 2025. For the new plan, the Secretariat has a process with successive stages in 2024 and 2025, of which the space for dialogue of this meeting, the Executive Committee, is a key part. And this will allow us to have a new strategic plan for the 2026-2035 period to be adopted at the 13th meeting of the conference to be held in 2025. And so we will now begin the work with the first theme, Organization and Management of National Statistical Offices in the New Data Ecosystem, for which I would like to begin greeting Mariana Vanserva, the Director, Mariana Kotseva, Director General of Eurostat. Mariana, the floor is yours. No, I apologize. Before Mariana, we have an intervention by Rolando Ocampo. So, Rolando, please, the floor is yours. Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. The presentation, as a preamble to this first theme, has to do with talking about the process for the drafting of the 2026-2035 strategic plan. To begin with, I would like to comment that the Executive Committee determined a process to draft the 2026-2035 strategic plan divided into 3 stages. The first, an evaluation of the 2015-2025 strategic plan and a regional diagnosis that was carried out and is being worked on right now this year. A second stage, definition of the mission, vision, values, and objectives for the 2025-2035 decade, and that will be worked on during the first part of the next year, and subsequently we will begin drafting the 2026-2035 strategic plan to be presented within the framework of the Statistical Conference of the Americas next year and submitted to your consideration. The first stage, which was evaluation and regional assessment, the general objective. What was proposed by the Executive Committee was to evaluate the 2015-2025 strategic plan and obtain contextual elements as inputs to determine the priority axes. The methodology used, well, we held some in-depth interviews with national statistical offices, former SCA chairs in previous periods, and also members of the current Executive Committee and regional statistical experts, and who have been engaged in the conference of the SCA. And also a questionnaire was sent out to all countries, and there's been a review of the literature, the various themes and processes and sessions of the SCA.
También se definió a través de una convocatoria regional
through a regional meeting. There was a process to determine an advisor for the strategic plan, providing experience. This was a general consultation. Several joined in and were proposed as members of the advisory group. And also, we will be presenting an output at the end of this stage, the main outcomes of the interviews on this questionnaire and the literature review at the end of 2024. However, we will later on present some things that we can already report. The second stage, the aim will be to determine the overall structural axes for the 2026-2035 strategic plan, clearly outlining objectives, values, mission, and vision. And this will be done during the first quarter, when we will draft have a first draft of the strategic plan, and this will be shared with all of you for review and approval by you in order to follow up on this. I do not know if we'll be in time to draft it during January and February, because as you all know, in the Southern Hemisphere, there is vacations in that time, and those born in the Northern Hemisphere leave earlier. But it would have been a good, to review it at our session in New York. But I believe that we will not have sufficient time, and if not, we will have an online meeting in order to review it. And the third stage has to do with drafting of the SCA final strategic plan, including the comments and suggestions made by you to the draft. And this draft will be up to the technical secretariat of the conference and the executive committee. That is, we will support as technical secretariat, and the review will be among the members of the executive committee, so that once finalized, it will be distributed regionally prior to the 13th SCA meeting.
Algunos resultados preliminares
Some
como lo
preliminary
comenté,
outcomes, as I mentioned, the implementation of this first stage. 14 in-depth interviews were conducted from June to July. 5 NSOs held the presidency of the SCA took part. 6 members of the executive committee also took part, as well as 3 experts from international or regional agencies. And also, there was a questionnaire sent to all member countries of the SCA from the 4th of July to August 16th. We received responses from 24 NSOs, and there is a literature review of what was seen in the various SCAs. The evaluation of the strategic plan for 2015 through 2025, certain outcomes that we will be sharing. And here there is, in general, a very good appraisal of the activities carried out in the last 10 years. Of course, there's room for improvement, especially in the case of the Caribbean, where more challenges were identified in terms of the alignment of country agendas and the activities of the SCA. So what we asked for here was the relevance of the activities of the conference, and 53% said very good, good 40%, and 7% said fair. This was for the countries of Latin America, but if we see it for the Caribbean countries, 71% said good and 29% said fair. As you see, there's a significant difference, and this for us is a challenge as the SCA to see how to close that gap.
Same thing happens with the assessment and the following instances in terms of the working groups, the seminars of meetings of the executive committee and the statistical conference, as well as the use of the network, a network of knowledge transfer. So in this sense, in the Caribbean, we have, with the knowledge transfer network, we have an area of opportunity, and this has to do with the webinars. This implies a challenge from the technical secretariat, because they are resources that the secretariat would have to look for in order to make the translation to English and Spanish. So in general, we see a positive assessment, and In Latin America, we see that there's a similar positive evaluation observed and areas for improvement. Well, we talked about the greater challenges that we see for working groups and the knowledge transfer network. On the performance of the activities of the conference during the last 10 years, and in terms of the objectives that have been set, we have the organization and management practice in terms of methodology and activities of coordination and cooperation. We see good evaluations in general in terms of the challenges and opportunities for the Caribbean and the coordination and cooperation between member countries and international organizations. These are country numbers, the ones that we see in color. They're replying.
Sobre la disponibilidad de recursos que posee la institución, es decir, la Oficina Nacional de Estadística para la realización de las actividades relacionadas
How do
con la
these
Conferencia
statistical
Estadística de las Américas,
conferences
tanto en América Latina como en el Caribe,
obtain resources, or what
admite la existencia de
resources,
recursos económicos
how do you
humanos
evaluate the resources that
limitados
availability of
para llevar a cabo
resources
las
for
actividades
the
de los grupos
conference
de trabajo?
activities?
No obstante, se reconoce la importancia de
Because
participar
we
en
know that these are
diversidad de
limited.
actividad. Es decir,
However,
todo este
there
proceso
is
que ayer se discutió mucho
an
sobre la
existence of
disponibilidad de
limited, well,
recursos,
there's limited
sobre
resources for
la
the working groups, but we
importancia de lo
recognize the
que
importance
mencionamos mucho sobre
of
la importancia
giving them
de los
continuity. This
principios
is
fundamentales de estadística para poder tener
recognized
esa
in
parte de
the working groups.
independencia
It's important for them to
y autonomía
be
estadística,
independent, to
poder
have
contar con
autonomy,
recursos
to be able
suficientes
to
para
count
la
on
consecución y el
sufficient
desarrollo de las
resources to
actividades estadísticas en nuestros
continue
países,
and
pues
maintain
está
these
reflejada en esto
statistical
como
activities in our countries because it is
como un tema
reflected as
importante y que seguramente será
important
reflejo dentro del plan de trabajo
and will be
2035,
part of the 2030,
2635.
2635
¿Cuáles los
period.
productos que mayormente
What are the
han sido
products
valorados
that
por los
have
países?
been most
Pues primero
valued
el
by the
Código
countries?
Regional de
Well,
Buenas
first, the
Prácticas en
Regional Code of
Estadísticas
Good
y su
Practices in
actualización,
Statistics and its
el
update,
documento sobre
the
buenas
document
prácticas
on
para
good
la
practices
adopción
for the
de
adoption
las
of new
nuevas normas
international
internacionales,
standards of
en
the
particular de la
ILO
Organización
specifically,
Internacional del Trabajo, el documento metodológico
the
para el
methodological
aprovechamiento
document
estadístico de
for
registros
statistical use of
administrativos,
economic administrative
económicos,
records,
y también la guía
and a
metodológica
methodological
sobre las
guide
mediciones
on
del uso
time
del tiempo
use
en
measurements in Latin
América
America
Latina.
and
Es decir,
the Caribbean.
tenemos envuelto todo un
We
proceso
have a whole
de
process
temas de buenas prácticas, pero también
for good
con
practices and
documentos técnicos que tienen que
technical
ver con temas
documents that have to
las
do
encuestas en
with
hogares, como puede ser las de
household
empleo de la
surveys,
OIT, o
employment
las de uso de tiempo,
at the
o las
ILO,
de
and
establecimientos económicos
economic
en los aspectos
establishment.
administrativos económicos. Creo que
I
hay
feel
documentos que han
there
sido
are documents
muy
that have
valorados
been
en este
extremely
proceso y
valuable in this
que
process,
aplaudimos de verdad
and we applaud them.
el uso de
We applaud the use of these
documentos en los
documents
países.
in all our
Eh,
countries.
Un diagnóstico del contexto actual
Here's
de
a
las
diagnosis
oficinas
of the
de
context of the
estadística en nuestra
statistical
región.
offices in our region.
En relación a la capacidad estadística de la
In relation
institución, lo
to
que
your
preguntamos,
institution's statistical
¿cuál
capacity
es
to
la
carry out
capacidad de
routine
la
activities, we
institución
asked
de la
how
oficina
how
estadística
would you
para
assess the
llevar a
current
cabo las
situation
actividades
of these
actuales y cómo
dimensions?
evalúan
How do you carry
la
out these
situación
activities? How do you
actual
assess
de cada una de
what is
estas
happening
actividades
in
en
each
particular?
of these specific activities?
Disponibilidad de recursos humanos y
Availability of human and
económicos,
financial resources,
disponibilidad de
availability
recursos
of technological
tecnológicos y
and
de
infrastructure
infraestructura,
resources,
normas institucionales y estandarización de procesos,
institutional regulatory frameworks
metodologías
and
de producción
standardization of
estadística,
processes, statistical
mecanismos de
production
difusión de las
methodologies, mechanisms
estadísticas,
for disseminating
relevancia
statistics,
en los productos
relevance of
estadísticos
statistical outcomes
elaborados.
that
Si
are
vemos las
developed.
principales áreas
So
de oportunidad, tanto en la América Latina
it's
como
an
en el
opportunity
Caribe,
both for Latin
tienen que
America
ver
and the
con
Caribbean, and it
recursos
has to
humanos
do with
económicos,
human and
con recursos
economic resources,
tecnológicos y de
technological
infraestructura
resources, and
fundamentalmente, que es,
infrastructure.
y las
The institutional frameworks and standardization of these processes also in the third place, but it mostly has to do with capacities of human and financial resources. Also technological. This is a reflection of the situation both in the Caribbean and Latin America. We've all been mentioning it.
Ya voy terminando. ¿Cuáles los principales
I'm almost done.
hallazgos que encontramos? Pues bueno, una
What are the
necesidad
findings?
para actualizar los marcos
Well,
normativos
there's a need
de
to
manera
update
que
regulatory
permita a las
frameworks in order
oficinas
to allow the
nacionales de
national
estadística
statistical
acceder a otras
offices
fuentes de datos,
to access other data
especialmente
sources,
los
especially
registros
administrative
administrativos.
records.
Como podemos ver, y ayer también se comentó, pues vamos perfilando los temas en los que
So, as was
debieran
mentioned
ser los
yesterday,
elementos en
we
los que
are
vamos a tener
delving
que
into the
trabajar los
topics that we're
próximos
going to
10 años,
work on in
ya
the
con
next
las
10
nuevas
years with the
tecnologías.
new
Hace 10 años era el
technologies.
tema
10 years
Big
ago,
Data,
it
y
was
bueno,
big
pues
data.
ahora
So
estamos
now
trabajando
it's more
cómo poder
about how
allegarnos más al
we
uso y
can
administración de estos registros administrativos que se
come
producen en
closer
nuestros
to these
países,
administrative
tanto en
processes
las oficinas
produced in our
gubernamentales
countries,
como
in
por
governmental
parte
offices, as well
de la
as
iniciativa privada.
the private
La adaptación
initiative.
de las normativas
The
para la
adaptation
protección de
of
datos
frameworks for
personales y la
personal data
mejora de
processing
la
and the improvement
interoperabilidad
of
entre los recursos
interoperability
administrativos y
in
estadísticos, que son un
these
tema
resources,
fundamental,
which
como
is
lo fuimos
extremely
comentando.
important.
También la necesidad de una mayor capacidad
The need
para
for
retener al personal y evitar que una vez que
the
se
need to
forman
retain
y
staff and to
adquieran
prevent them from
experiencia,
migrating, because once
migren
they
al sector
obtain
privado o a
experience,
otras
they tend to
instituciones
migrate to the private
de
sector or
gobierno
other government
que
institutions
tienen mejores sueldos.
which have better
Que esa es una
salaries.
realidad
That
que
is
lo
the
vivimos nosotros en todas
reality
nuestras oficinas
of what
estadísticas,
we experience in our
en que
statistical
pues, el
offices.
nivel
The
de
level,
ingresos, el
the
escalafón,
income level
digamos, de ingresos, pues es distinto
is different
al de otras
to
instituciones
that of
de
other
gobierno,
government
por
institutions.
ejemplo, los bancos
For
centrales
example, central
o las
banks
instituciones financieras
or
o lo que
financial
fueran, donde
institutions
no somos competitivos. Y una vez que
where
se
we're not
aprende
competitive.
esta capacidad
So once
técnica,
you
pues, bueno,
learn
nos
these technical
piratean, como se
capacities,
dice vulgarmente, a estos colegas, ¿no?
they
También las restricciones presupuestarias que
sweep
impactan
they
en la
take our
capacidad
colleagues,
para producir
and also
los datos.
budget constraints impact the ability to produce data.
También es la necesidad de incorporar las
There's
tecnologías
also
e
the need to
innovaciones
incorporate
en la producción
technologies
de
and
estadísticas oficiales
innovation in the
sin
production of
perder,
official
por un lado,
statistics
de
without
vista que se
losing
trata de
track
un
of
medio
the fact
y
that it
no
is
un fin.
a means,
Y
not
también
an end.
requerimos un proceso
It
de
requires a
adaptación
process of
a la
adaptation and
implementación de las nuevas
implementation of these new
tecnologías
technologies
en las que se están
in which
incorporando. Ayer también hablamos mucho de la
more things are
inteligencia
being included.
artificial,
Yesterday, we talked about
de
artificial
cómo la
intelligence,
nube, que
about
también la
how
tuvimos
the
en la
cloud,
convención
which
en la
we had
CEA
in
pasada,
the
las
last
nuevas
statistical
tecnologías,
conference,
los nuevos
we
softwares
saw
que
new
también están
technologies,
por
new
ahí, la
softwares,
información geoespacial que también está
the
incorporando y cómo poder hacer
spatial
esa migración.
geographic
Los
aspects as
países
well.
de ingreso medio tienen
The
buenas
middle-income
capacidades, un
countries
espíritu innovador,
have a good
pero la falta
capacity,
de
they have
recursos
an innovative
limita
spirit, but
su
their lack of
avance más allá de
resources
las etapas
restricts their
iniciales
progress
y los países que tienen
once they pass the initial stages.
escasos
And the low-income
posibilidades
countries
enfrentan desafíos
face
fundamentales y
huge
deben
challenges, and they
priorizar
must prioritize
sistemas
basic
básicos de encuestas y
survey
censos
systems,
antes
census
de
systems before
considerar
considering any
innovaciones
advanced
avanzadas.
innovations.
Aquí hay un tema fundamental en cómo pues buscar los fundamentales, asegurar los
So we need to
fundamentales antes de
guarantee
innovar
the
nuevas
fundamental
técnicas
things
y
before
metodologías.
innovating.
Principales desafíos a futuro, pues, como lo
Main
comentamos,
challenges
aprovechar el uso de los registros
for
administrativos.
the future of these national statistical
Recorrer
offices?
esto
Well,
implica
the
recorrer
use
un camino de
of economic
implementación
administrative
tecnológica,
records. This
además de cambios
requires
normativos
taking
institucionales,
a
pero también
technological
coordinarnos con
implementation
las diferentes
in
organismos que
addition to
producen estos
regulatory and
registros
institutional
administrativos
changes
para
that will
poder
produce
llevar a
those
cabo esa
administrative
adecuación
records. This is important in order for them to meet the statistical objectives so that we can use these statistics in a way that we can include them to our needs. Improving an effective communication of statistical outputs produced by the NSOs is extremely important. There's many examples. We need to adapt to new technologies and guarantee the security of information, training staff in accordance with the professional profiles that we'll need in the medium term, and also finding ways to retain them through incentives and growth opportunities. All these things, which unfortunately, when regulatory and administrative aspects kick in, it prevents us from working on these processes. It's something that we can take to the sessions period where all the countries are represented, and we can share and mention the needs, the importance of counting on statistical information for decision making, for the fundamental principles, respecting fundamental principles in statistics. So, of course, the establishment of best practices for the responsible use of artificial intelligence and other advanced technologies. And this is, again, another term that we will find in our work program. All these new technologies that are so necessary for geospatial information, etc. I'll conclude my remarks with this brief summary of what you sent to us, we compiled, and are bringing back to you, including information that you've presented. Thank you very much, and I'll leave the floor to the chairman.
Thank you, Rolando. Congratulations for the excellent work, how you have summarized all conclusions and how we have reached out with our voices to you in this process. We hadn't considered to offer the floor, but you have 8 minutes left, Rolando, so we have 8 minutes now. If any of the delegations would like to discuss or comment or this process in particular, this is the time. I see Argentina and then UN Women. CARICOM and CARICOM. Yes, we have the three. Thank you. A simple comment. We are part of the consultative process of ECLAC. They have been highly productive. It has been very useful for us in our statistical process so as to order priorities looking on forward, not only for a working plan, but each working plan that needs to be incorporated in each country. A clarification, I think it's important for this new work plan, and that is, it should be one practical, well implemented. If not, we'll remain in major methodological macro discussions. We need to land it down in practice. So, good work plan with all the deep discussion, but then how do we land it down in concrete steps as a statistical commission? Thank you very much, Argentina. Now, Cuba and then Ecuador from CARICOM and then UN Women. Cuba, you have the floor. Also, good morning. We participated in the consultative process, and we wanted to highlight the transmission of knowledge for countries of the Caribbean. Because of translations, it's complex, so we need to focus on that because of financing issues. For example, yesterday we saw in the exchange of views how new meetings are taking place about what is coming into the future. And so to prepare ourselves through this network, this is something that needs to be planned, programmed with time, sufficient time, and and it would be most beneficial if through those networks we have a specific plan that will allow us to monitor, follow up all the problems we will be facing, so that this be a source in order to implement the preparation. Thank you, Delegate of Cuba, Ecuador now.
Buenos días con todos y
Good
todas.
morning, everyone.
Primero, agradecer
First,
muy buena lectura, Rolando, de tu parte.
To thank a very good reading, Rolando, on your side. I think the majority, or we feel very much reflected with this evaluation. I would put it into two aspects. There are some exogenous issues that we won't be able to solve, like turnover of the staff or budgetary issues. But if we link this to yesterday's meeting, given the evaluation and quantitative elements expressed in the survey, it's very clear that all of statistical heads here, representatives, we are telling UN very strongly, technological innovation, process modernization, with its counterpart in the updating of manuals and standards. So here I join Marco to be very mature for coming years, so as to have 2-3 projects, truly ambitious ones, of technological modernization for information production. And given that will experience more aggressive changes in a short period of time, the demand for information will grow strongly and the users will demand more information. So being very optimistic and referring also to the economic context of the region, we need to think very well, where are we going to focus in the strategic plan? And once we have the draft version, to have the maturity of prioritizing cross-sectional mainstreaming subjects. Thank you. CARICOM, Eileen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning to everyone. And thank you.
Can you
for...
close?
Oh, sorry. Good morning to everyone. And thank you, Rolando, for that comprehensive presentation. And also thank you for including the CARICOM Secretariat as part of the advisory committee for the new strategy. I want to suggest or remind this committee that of the existence of the CARICOM Regional Strategy for the Development of Statistics, and incorporating this in the drafting of this new strategy would ensure that there's alignment with the work of CARICOM. And so our regional strategy for the development, the RSTS as we call it, is a direct response to the needs of the broader CARICOM strategic agenda. And it is also a direct response to the challenges within the CARICOM NSOs and the wider NSS. And although the strategy is from 2019 to 2030, and the strategic document was approved by and endorsed by all CARICOM heads of government, the challenges at that time are still relevant today, right? And the challenges mainly speak to the declining resources, human and financial, in light of the increasing demand for data. And these limited resources limit our ability to capitalize on the opportunity of improvement in technology. Also, the plan focuses on modernization and transformation. So we also see innovation even though we're unable to do certain fulfill certain requirements, we also see innovation as the answer for the issue of our decline in resources. So this needs to be explored in that context. Our situation therefore calls for creativity and we need to create this enabling environment to foster that foster innovation and creativity. Right? I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you, Halim. Andrea, una mujer, por favor, es la palabra.
Muchísimas gracias.
Women now.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. From UN Women, we would like to highlight the coordinated work that we've had in the working group of Latin American and the Caribbean. And in terms of the results that Rolando has presented, we would like to underscore a good practice that we have incorporated from this year in the biennial program is that we have included simultaneous interpretation for all the monthly meetings we have with the working group, so as to have joint reflection between Latin America and the Caribbean, contributing to the discussion of guidelines or regional documents that will be addressing the specific needs of the working group. Also, the recommendations have been included, and we will try to continue including terms of in knowledge networks. And also, I would like to applaud that the use of time and the guide be one of the documents detailed within the presentation. And of course, promote that work within the framework of all the regional documents so that they can be landed down in each one of the countries. Thank you very much. Now I'll give the floor to Rolando to answer a few questions. Yes, just to say very fast what you have reported. It's very important to focus 2 or 3 topics where we would need to address in the next 10 years. I coincide, I agree with what you're saying, Marco, Roberto, also Juana, Ana Maria, about the idea of how to align these processes and how to look for these modernization technical elements. And given that a good part of the answer came from Caribbean countries, it's so good that we are aligned along those terms with the needs and flaws or deficits that we have. As to knowledge transmission network, it's a great pleasure that the Secretary of the Commission is here present, so that by acclamation, may we request him to have more resources for simultaneous interpretation in the different conferences in this knowledge transmission network, and thus be able to incorporate all the friends of the Caribbean. And yes, this is an issue that it's always impacting us, because every 15 days we are holding a webinar, and so there are many the events, and for some we do have resources through the development projects, but for others, no. So, if we are going to address the topic of employment, for example, to ask our colleague Marcela to help us with the financing for translation, or some subjects, for example, if it is health or FAO that are here, Yeah, the UNFPA, please don't turn back. Thank you, everyone. And also the team of the division that worked precisely in this process of compilation. Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you very much, Javier. And the colleagues that participated in this. It is a joint work of the whole team of the statistical division of all my colleagues here present. Daniel, Claudia, Georgina, present here, the whole team. Thanks. Thank you, Rolando. And with this, we finish the first part of this conference with a couple of words, innovation and creativity to make our strategic plan more operational. So now we go to presentation of subject number 1 on organization and management of the National Statistical Offices of the new data ecosystem. So Mariana Kotseva has the floor. You are with us virtually. Mariana, please move ahead with this presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chair. Good morning. It's good morning with you. With me, it's quite good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation, and it's my pleasure for me to contribute to your discussions on how the statistical offices should thrive in the national data ecosystems which are emerging. So I would like kindly ask the colleagues to put the presentation. So I will speak and I will ask you to change the slides to be on the safe side that the presentation will be on the screen. Is this okay? So I'm waiting for the presentation. Hello?
Sí, estamos esperando, tenemos la presentación.
Yes, we have the presentation here in the room.
So
Please,
I could
colleagues
start
upstairs.
speaking. Yes?
Well,
Okay, because I don't see it on my screen. Okay, thank you very much.
Now it is.
Now is? Okay. Let me then, okay, we could go straight forward, colleagues, to the next slide. So, yes, please go to the next slide. So, yes, I would like to share a couple of thoughts from our experience in European context, which could be useful for your discussions. Let me first start with saying that we are really living in a fast-changing world in Europe as well. And recently, in the last several years, there have been several trends which has changed the context in which we are operating. To mention quickly then, the COVID-19 pandemic has put again an emphasis on the importance of data, on statistics, on value added of the statistical information. At the same time, we are living in a fast-changing world of technological developments, and this means more technologies, but also more data, which is good news for us as statisticians, because if we have more input data, we could produce more and timelier statistics, and we could have better dissemination opportunities. In Europe, what we have been seeing in the last years, it's a greater use of data across the public service. So there was really a political attempt in all the states, in all the countries, to use the data in order to provide better services to the citizens. And finally, there was a coordinated political agreement among the EU countries which is called European Strategy for Data. And this is very important because all these developments have implications for official statistics, and I'll come back to that, so we could move to the next slides. But my first message until the slide arrives, next slide, please, yes, is thank you, is to say that it's really important that we observe what is going on around us. And we use the wave which is around us for the favor of official statistics. I am not going to present you in the details all the European initiatives at political level. This is not the purpose of this presentation, but they are important because all these initiatives push first the public sector to use the data. Second, they push the private sector to use more the data. And third, stimulate the cooperation between businesses and public sector to use the data. As a result, everybody is more actively seeking for data. There is more data sharing. There are more data players in the landscape. And all this is around official statistics. So we really live in this changing world where there is demand for data. There are players, both producers and users of data. There are new requirements. The data are in the debate, in the center of the debate. And the question is, what are the opportunities for us, for official statisticians? So let's go to the next slide, straightforward to our part, which is official statistics. Could we go to the next slide, please? So in this slide, I tried to summarize for you the basic or the main possible implications for official statistics of all these data initiatives which are taking place. The first question, which is very tricky question, I would say, but it's also an opportunity, is whether official statistics could go beyond its traditional mission to produce statistics, whether we should assume new roles and new tasks in the changing data landscape. We are debating this in Europe. Just for your information, a similar conference to yours we are going to have in October, and there the topic will be exactly this: what the official statistical offices could do beyond traditional compilation of statistics. I will come back in the next slide with more details. So the first possibility is to assume new roles. The second possibility, as a result of this data enthusiasm, if I may call this like this in Europe, in each country, national bodies started to emerge, which are called data governance boards, digital boards, innovation boards, which are national kind of boards or committees, commissions, which combine around the table different players and that are setting the policies, that are setting the roles in the country. So what is important is that the statistical offices should be part of these data governance boards, because this is the way that we are heard, that we could shape the agenda and that we could play an active role to not to be forgotten, if you want, or to say what we could contribute to the developments. The next implication or possibility, of course, when you have more data, when you have more sharing of data, this is good for us, because if we access this data and if we forge partnerships with the data holders, we could have a richer input to the official statistics. Next possibility, all this debate about using data and push to using and sharing data in Europe raise a number of questions about data privacy, data ethics. So the talk become, I would say, widespread. And this reflects also on our work, because people, organizations, media, they started to pay more attention on those guys like us who are working on data, whether we are following certain ethical principles, where we protect the data, how we treat the data, whether we are transparent. So let's say the ethical issues and principle questions, values questions, are becoming more important also in our work, because we are part of this general data landscape. And also in Europe, something typical European, a new initiative, are the so-called common European data spaces. So there was a political push, a legislation which allows the data holders, being public or private, to put their data as assets together if they wish, a little bit like cooperation, a little bit like cooperatives. If you have a land or you have another kind of assets, you could put them together, you could share them, you could use them based on certain rules. And now this idea of these cooperatives of certain assets is implemented to the data in the European Union. I'll come back to that a little bit with more details in the next slides. So this is a one slide on which you could see different possibilities for official statistics to be involved in various data activities. If we go to the next slide, I will go to be more specific in order to be useful, to give you an example of new roles that the national statistical offices have taken in Europe as an example. So it's up to every statistical office, of course, to do it. So, for example, in Europe, there was a decision that in each country, there should be a competent authority, which should be like an entry point, like a coordination point for all the data which are held by the public sector, what is called single information point. So each country could either create a new institution to be the single information point, or could hire or assign this role to an existing institution. And then the question is whether a statistical office could play such kind of role. This means that the statistical office should coordinate all the data assets, all the data, which are held by different ministries, by different registers, etc. So it's a kind of their steward role. Immediately, I wanted to share with you that in Europe, there is, I would say, only one country for the moment. This is Lithuania, where the National Statistical Office becomes such a single information point. Actually, the Statistical Office has been transformed in a data agency, which in addition to the classical statistical production, is also responsible for so-called data lake, for doing the IT support, the IT management, the data management of all the assets, all the data assets of the government. Another possibility, so I will skip the first bullet because it's very specific. Then another possibility is, of course, that statistical office integrate data from different data sources, which are held by certain ministries or agencies. And on the basis of this integration, new statistics or new insights can be derived. So let's say here we are more in traditional role of producing statistics. The difference is that we are not collecting the data ourselves, but we are doing secondary use. We are using data which are in the administrative registers. You have talked, I was following a little bit of your conversation in the last minutes. So you are talking also about administrative data. So now we are pushing that statistical offices have a real access to all possible data held by the government, and that we could combine these different sources in order to produce new statistics. Our next possibility, again, it's rather in an existing kind of mandate, but now there is a push to extend it, to provide microdata and services for research and statistical analysis. The difference with the current practice is that for many years we have been providing such access to microdata, but collected by statistical office. Now, with pushing the data sharing among the public services, statistical offices receive some tasks to provide access not only to its own data, but to provide access to data held by the other public services. So we have such case, Austria, which is called a microdata hub for research purposes. where they are receiving data from the other ministries and they combine data. They provide afterwards the Austrian colleagues this data for research and analytical purposes. Then final way is that we contribute with our expertise to establish quality frameworks or standards for the data which are in circulation in the public service, or also that we could contribute with our expertise to data protection, for example, with data control, algorithms, anonymization of data, etc. So these are kind of new roles which statistical offices in the European Union in practice have assumed. Not all of them, again, it's a starting process, so each statistical office is very careful whether to embark on a journey or not. And of course, you have to see in the context of Americas whether these examples are relevant. If we move to the next slide, please. These are just specific examples. I mentioned some of them already. If you are interested to go in further details, you could contact my colleagues in the respective statistical offices to see examples of new roles that were accepted in the last few years. Then if we move to the next slide. Next slide also develops a bit or illustrates to you just visually about common European data spaces, these possibilities to cooperate, to put data together. What is important to say to you is that they are thematically organized. So, and they are nosed, you know, that by topics. So, for example, if you look at the picture, you have mobility. Mobility means that all the organizations and all the countries who work in the area of transport and have data could put them together, to share them and to use them together. Statistical offices could join such a common data space or could not. And this process is at very early stage, and we are exploring now to see how these cooperatives will develop and whether it's useful for the statistical offices to join such kind of thematic European data spaces. Then if we move to the next slide, if you need more information or if you need some examples, we are happy to continue our exchange and to share with you some materials after the meeting. Then I want to speak a little bit, there are two slides on what is at stake, because we have these new opportunities, but we also have challenges. So the questions which we were discussing in the European statistical system, based on the experience of individual countries, is the main question is, could we, the statistical offices, maintain the trust as producers of independent, objective, high-quality official statistics if we assume new roles and tasks? If we are involved in all these data initiatives? And for example, could our respondents in the survey started to trust less us because they don't know how our participation in this cooperatives of data, in sharing of data with other public organizations, whether in this process we are still good with statistical confidentiality, whether we still follow the core values of official statistics and we follow the principles. So therefore, a key question and challenge is a good communication. Because if we don't explain well how these new tasks are standing next to the official statistics production, we risk to generate reputational risks. And then, for example, this could reflect in lowering the response rate. Therefore, transparency, what we are doing, transparency of rules, principles, procedures, and especially on data protection and statistical confidentiality are very important. As a manager, I cannot ignore the need for proper resource funding in assuming new services and roles. This has to be well thought in advance, and this is not only a question of quantity, it's a question of quality, of training, of getting the right skills if we assume new services and roles. And it's also a question of having solid legal and institutional background, which is sustainable, not to assume something on the basis of goodwill and then to realize that it's not sustainable. So that we need to plan well in advance. Then I said that I have 2 slides on challenges before I conclude. So my second slide on challenges is I said that there are developments outside us, that there is quite activity in Europe on using data by both public and private sector. And in all this fast evolving environment, we have challenge, and challenges vis-a-vis this environment, because it's really difficult sometimes to understand all these multiple different strands of data legislation, multiple players, who is doing what. The things are developing so fast that you have constantly to follow them in order to be sure that you have up-to-date knowledge. Then what we are experiencing is that the data enthusiasm sometimes, not sometimes, I would say very often, ignores the question about the quality of data. Enthusiastically to look for data and to use them leads to the situation when the role of official statistics or the quality of data in general is not considered equally important to the availability of data. Therefore, we have constantly to be in this talk, in the debates, and to remind we are the ones in the data landscape who know best that the quality of data matters in order, if you'd like to have a solid evidence-based and good decisions. Also, as I mentioned, the concerns about data protection, about where your data are properly used and shared is growing. Therefore, we have to be careful that anyway, we are in the data business, so we have to overcome the public perception that the government is not transparent or not enough transparent how the data are used and shared. And we have to adhere to the core values of official statistics. So that's why it's very important to communicate not only what we could do, but also what we cannot or should not do. So if we go to the next slide, therefore, if I have to put one picture, I would like to put this to summarize, like in this situation of changing information landscape, it's very important that we talk about statistics. We should not take for granted that all the data players know about official statistics. So we have to work on awareness, because this is also to keep the trust in what we are doing, the trust in our organizations, and trust in our products. And in conclusion, please go to the last slide. If I could, let's say, summarize, there are opportunities for new roles of NSOs in the emerging data ecosystems, which are going beyond our traditional role of compiling official statistics. As I mentioned, we could, I mentioned them in previous slides, but also there are reputational and other challenges entailed in assuming new such tasks. Therefore, this is an area where we could benefit from exchanging best practices. We need constantly to follow, because it's changing very fast. We have to decide whether we embark on certain journeys or not. We have to act, and we have to adjust. This is a kind of very easy to say concluding slide, But of course, when you start implementing it, you have practical questions. You learn from the experience of different countries. So on behalf of my European colleagues, I would like to thank you once again for the opportunity to share with you where we are and to welcome any further exchanges in different forms that we learn from each other's landscapes and from each other's experience. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer to any questions, of course, if you have them.
Thank you so much, Mariana, for your comprehensive presentation and also for your kindness, sharing with us the experience of the Euro NSF to assume those new roles beyond the traditional compiling of statistics. Ahora voy a pasar vamos a para luego terminar con pasar la palabra con
We will
con
now
Romina
hand
Garrido,
over to
directora
Romina
Global
Garrido,
de Escuela de
Deputy
Gobierno de la
Director of GOB
Universidad
Lab, School of
Adolfo Ibáñez.
Government of the
Romina,
Adolfo Ibáñez
tienes la
University.
palabra.
Romina, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenos días a todos.
Thank you
Muchas
and good
gracias
morning, everyone.
a los miembros
I'd
de la
like to
Conferencia
thank
Estadística por
the
la
members
invitación a
of the
nuestro laboratorio
Statistical
de
Conference
innovación
for this
pública.
invitation
Nosotros
to
somos
our
el laboratorio
laboratory.
que impulsamos el uso de datos en el estado
We
chileno.
further the use of data in Chile.
GovLab forma parte de la Escuela de
Gov
Gobierno
Lab
de
is
la
part of the
Adolfo
School of
Ibáñez, de la
Government of
Universidad
the
Adolfo Ibáñez.
Adolfo
Somos una
Ibáñez
universidad privada
University.
en
This
Chile.
is a private
Nuestro
university in
laboratorio
Chile,
tiene una
and our
un fuerte
laboratory
vocación social.
has a
Trabajamos
major
con
public
funcionarios
vocation.
públicos
We work with public
para
officials
apoyarlos en el
to
uso
support
de
them
los
in the
datos.
use of
Nuestro objetivo
data.
es que
We
los datos
firmly
pueden
believe that
cambiar la
data
calidad de vida
can
de las
change the
personas
quality of life of
y,
people
y- y-
and
y aportar a su bienestar.
contribute to their well-being.
Nuestro trabajo se
Our work
orienta eminentemente en
is
formación en proyectos y líneas
eminently
de trabajo
related to
específicos
training in
como
specific
el
lines
uso
of work, such
responsable
as
de
the
la inteligencia
responsible use
artificial,
of
la
AI
ciencia
and
de datos asociados
data
a
science
registros
projects
y el
linked to
uso
that,
además
and
de
also
recursos
the use
administrativos
of
a través de
administrative
un
records
impulso para que en Chile
by
se
an
cree una
effort to
infraestructura
create in
integrada
Chile
de
an
datos.
integrated data
Estamos
structure.
hoy en día liderando el
Today, we are
posicionamiento de
leading
5
the
universidades,
ELIN consortium
impulsando
of 5
esta política
universities,
pública
furthering
desde
this
largo
public
aliento
policy,
y donde
which
creemos que
it will be
Instituto
long
Nacional
drawn
de
out, and we
Estadística,
believe
el
that
INE,
our
puede jugar
National
una
Statistical
labor
Institute, the INE,
fundamental.
can play an
Tenemos
essential role.
incidencia en
And
distintos
also,
tipos de
this
proyectos de ley
affects
que han sido
different
impuestos, la ley marco de ciberseguridad,
draft
la ley de
bills,
protección de datos
the law
personales,
on
donde trabajamos
security for the
fuertemente
protection of
en las
personal
mesas
data,
en las mesas técnicas que
and
apoyaron
we
a la
work with the
Comisión
technical panels that
de
supported
Constitución en la Cámara de Diputados
the
y la mesa asesora que
Constitutional
también revisó las
Committee in
más
the
de
Chamber
200
of
indicaciones que
Deputies
se presentaron
and the more than
a este
200
proyecto
indications that
de
were
ley y
presented to
aspiramos
the
juntamente
bill,
también
and
poder
very
colaborar
soon we're
con
hoping to
la
collaborate with
reactivación
the
de la
reactivation
legislación
of
que moderniza el
legislation that
marco
modernize
de
the
nuestro
framework
Instituto Nacional
for our
de
National
Estadísticas, el INE,
Statistical
normativa que se
Institute,
viene
the
discutiendo hace
INE,
muchos años
which has been
en
discussed
Chile.
now for many years in Chile.
Yo vengo a
I've
aportar
come to
a
contribute
esta conferencia dentro
to
de
this
la línea
conference
que
within
ya se
this
ha mencionado
line
por
already
Rolando y
mentioned by
también por
Rolando
Mariana,
and also
de la
Mariana
protección de datos personales y la
regarding the
labor
protection of personal
estadística,
data and
que ha
statistical
sido, como les
work,
comentaba también,
which
fruto de
is
nuestro
the
trabajo,
fruit of our
porque la
work
protección de los datos
because
personales está
personal
en el
data
corazón de
protection
la ética
lies
de
at the
los
heart of
datos
the
y debe
ethics
ser
of
parte
data
importante
and
de la
must be a
mirada del
relevant
uso
part of our
de datos por
approach
las
to how
organizaciones
data is being used
públicas,
by
que es donde
public
nosotros orientamos
agencies, which is where
nuestra
we
labor.
direct our work.
El manejo de datos necesita
Data
certezas,
management
necesita certezas para que las
requires
personas que son
certainties so
dueñas
that
o
the people
titulares de su
who
información
own
personal
that
puedan
personal
confiar
data
en el
may
uso que se
trust
le
in
da
the
a esta
use that is
información.
given to the
Pero
information.
también es
But
importante las
also it's
certezas para
important
aquellos que
to
tienen
have
que tratar
certainty
esa información y
with regard
utilizarla.
to those that must work with
Respecto a
that
cuáles son
information
las
as
reglas
to
de
the
uso y
rules
resguardo.
for use and safeguarding.
Nosotros en Chile llevamos una
In
discusión
Chile, we
larga
have an
respecto del marco
ongoing
legal de la
and
protección de
long
datos
discussion
personales,
regarding the
discusión
legal framework for the protection of personal data that ended in August the 26th with a new law on the protection of personal data. This was discussed, well, this is the third draft of the bill, and for many years we have been attempting to regulate this. At least my memory goes back to at least 2008. And so lastly, this is a bill that has to do with the European guidelines on the protection of personal data. After so many years in Congress, it was finally adopted on Monday, and assisted by the laboratory, of course, we have aligned our rules to the new challenges that have to do with the use of AI by public and private entities, and also the use of data for scientific research, for archives and statistical information, which was all part of the rules that we were able to include in the drafting of this bill. One of the most important things for certainty with regard to data use has to do with the regulatory authorities. In our country was one of the first in Latin America to have a data protection law with a very low level of implementation and compliance due to a lack of the guiding body. There lies the efficacy of the laws to protect data, hand in hand with sanction of behaviors that are misaligned with the data protection. Public policies pose several challenges in terms of data use, and often these rules are seen with some distrust, as though they restrict what can or not be done with data, or could limit what people can do in terms of using the data or in the private sector for new business and so on. We who have worked a lot on this legislation believe that there's nothing more distant from reality. We believe that the Chilean law provides certainty regarding data use, which is very relevant. On account of something that was also mentioned by the Eurostat representative, and this has to do with trust. Trust today is an attribute that unfortunately is getting quite lost in terms of the trust the citizens have in public institutions. And this also has to do with transparency, which was also mentioned in the previous presentation. Transparency in the way that the government compiles and uses the data, because the government is a major data user. But this must be, in the good sense of the word, balanced between the use of data and the protection of personal data. Data protection legislation is present around the world. In Latin America, as I was saying, Chile was the first country to have a law for the protection of personal data that has not turned out to be very effective on account of an enforcement agency that may help the regulated area, public and private, to understand how to implement this and to ensure that data is actually used as the law determines that they be used. And so Chile, who wanted to be a pioneer in this regard, has been one of the last to update the law, and even with the adoption of the law on Monday, there is still a further review by the Constitutional Committee. But if we see here on the screen, this is by Professor Nelson Remolina, an outstanding Colombian academic, also the superintendent for data protection at the Superintendence of Industry and Trade in Colombia. And there is legislation for data protection, at least something at constitutional level or regulated in the financial data, which is where this legislation permeates in almost all countries of Latin America with varying degrees of breadth. There are only 2 countries in Latin America that are aligned in full with the EU and that have been recognized as appropriate countries.
This means there's a free flow of data in Europe and in these 2 countries, which are Argentina and Uruguay. There is less bureaucracy there and data can flow. It doesn't mean that there isn't some sort of data treatment of European citizens in the other countries, but these help guarantee the protection. It has to do with the protection of personal data legislation. We have also developed our own standards. There's some work that was done with the Ibero-American Network of Data Protection, and it brings together the personal data protection authorities in an annual conference, and they've been working on the development of these regulations in the region. There has also been the creation of other networks by the regulatory agencies following the European model, because these are led by the Spanish Agency for Personal Data Protection. And then the standards for personal data protection was issued, and it helps countries get on board with this adaptation and work on data protection in their own countries. And there's also transparency, legitimacy, the loyalty, finality, proportionality, quality, responsibilities, security, and confidentiality. This is a supplement to statistical information. In the year 2021, the OAS published its updated principles on privacy and personal data protection. We see that in this document, there are standards for personal data protection that helps countries update their legislations based on the European model for personal data protection. Why, you may ask, the European model? When speaking of fragmentation and other forms of regulating the data, well, basically because Europe is a very important commercial partner for many countries in Latin America, and the trust in digital markets is built with the protection of data. If there is trust that there's going to be regulations, that there will be sanctions if they don't comply, then this principle of adequate protection of data is complied with, is met, and helps further those relationships. In Chile, we have a new legislation fully aligned with the European legislation after very lengthy debates. And finally, there is a legislation that meets the commitments of our country in accordance with the regulatory framework from 2000, which was updated in February this year with the entry of our country to the OECD, and there are other commitments thereof. Beginning with the principles of statistics, which agree with those of personal data protection, which you are experts or have greater expertise than I do. What I can say that we see here in this work with public institutions and the use of data is that there is more and more demand, increasing demand for data, for available data and others. Data of different qualities, and that organizations could be tempted to use. But it's important because statistics office produce official information. There's so much information available that it generates this need for trust. In generating this harmony in laws and legislation on data protection, we find two that are closely related. We could find at least three models. A first model where the data protection laws recognize statistical activity in the treatment of personal data, and that is what the Chilean model is working on with the bill, and other countries have. In Chile, it was submitted on Monday. Then there is the case of data protection laws that recognize the public function and legal competency as a solid base, which makes it licit, and that is sufficient. Many times there needs to be perpetual storage, and there is a need for special considerations for the use of those data. And there is also the case of countries where there is no data protection, or there's no data protection legislation that clearly enables the transfer of information between entities, which is quite difficult. It hinders statistical activity because managing personal data is a valuable asset, but needs to be well protected. So a personal data protection law is of the essence for the successful operation of a statistical system. There is a need for norms and standards that supplement the process with a personal data protection law that needs to serve as a framework that will generate answers where there are no considerations to statistical standards. There needs to be transparency in the treatment of data, the use of algorithms, adequate security measures, and it needs to be well protected by statistical legislation. So how to harmonize? Thinking of the treatment of statistical data, not necessarily thinking about a generic model, more so thinking about when the use of data, when the data will be used for legal functions, for example, and what kind of protections will be requested that certain public legalities be complied with before having use of these data. So there needs to be consent. There needs to be personal data use, that even those that are sensitive for in statistical terms, the adoption of certain safeguards in certain cases, such as those that allow reinforcing the principles of quality and security, especially thinking about the restriction in terms of the safeguarding and limiting their use in time. Statistical entities must also restrict the ARCO rights and need to be anonymous, and also there needs to be thought put into this in thinking of perhaps it may be necessary to restrict citizens from suppressing their personal data or the use of their personal data if it affects the statistical studies. Surrendering data, it should be allowed as long as there are legal possibilities. These can be unilateral, and in our current law, there was only one standard on data treatment in public institutions. Many times this norm was not necessarily used to enable, but to restrict the use of data. I can't give you information because of the personal data protection law. So the data protection law now would enable the use of certain data under certain conditions. Statistical work would have certain exceptions and would be limited in terms of use or temporality, that use in time. And finally, there needs to be a certain treatment of these data under confidentiality and certain reservations. To conclude, I would like to close my remarks by mentioning the regulatory agencies. Sometimes there is a certain degree of lack of coordination or challenges. And the authorities, the data protection authorities, are regulators that transform the data in a regulated market. And rules have been created for the use of data. And of course, there are public organizations that use these data and are left as regulated agencies. So the statistics are left there as regulated agencies, and they are activities that many times would seem to have counterposed interests, especially when many data are requested, and some of these could be part of the private realm of persons. So how do we generate a scenario of trust so that the information can be used but are protected at the same time, because they both have different objectives? One line is the defense of rights, confidentiality, and it is also important to guarantee the fidelity, the production of statistical information, and this independence in the data protection. When you follow regulatory models, you think a lot about control, and that is one of the issues that our law saw. As I mentioned, it was discussed for 7 years in Congress. It went through 3 models until it finally came into the hands of a specialized agency and followed the European model. This European model has to do with external influences of the authority, incompatibilities in their action. So there are authorities that can only be dedicated to the protection of personal data. Rolando also has seen the pain points of this in terms of resources, talent retention, and financial capacities. This is a part of the model and authorities, and these are extremely important things for people. Our data are part of who we are, and it is sought to allow them not to be subject to the administration that is in office, but to make them last in time, more permanent. Finally, the keys for coordination are to establish mechanisms for collaboration and coordination between both authorities to guarantee coherence and efficiency in the application of these regulations. In Chile, we hope to see this soon, to have data protection, personal data protection, and there are authorities. Of course, we would have to create guidelines, joint guidelines, where the personal data protection authorities and the statistical authorities can elaborate joint guidelines to clarify how to apply the norm in specific cases, and in case there's no consent, and finally, if they want to reach a scenario that is safer. And of course, cross consultation mechanisms, they're going to be revolving around the data. The statistical institutions need data, and the authorities will be overseeing that the use of data is aligned.
And promote data protection mechanisms in the production of statistics, evaluations of impact, anonymity mechanisms, security standards, and a right to information strengthened right. People will not be able to deny or refuse their data to be treated, but they need to be informed of how they are used with the adequate transparency. Thank you very much. Thank you, Romina. And what we have decided for the debate in this first subject is to have a panel with the participation of the National Statistical Institutes of Bahamas and Chile, and DANE, and the World Alliance for Data for Sustainable Development. I will raise questions. You will have 3 to 4 minutes. I will be very strict with time for interventions. And the first question is for all speakers, panel members. How can these statistical offices adapt to technological and methodological changes within the legal existing framework? Bahamas, you have the floor. So as to have your first intervention.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A pleasant morning to one and all. And thanks to the organizers of these sessions, and I'm happy to be a part.
Can you? Yes.
Yes. Good morning once again. So to answer this question, I will refer specifically to the Bahamas situation. In July of 2021, the legal framework for our institute changed. We were called the Department of Statistics, but now we're called the Bahamas National Statistical Institute. The main components of the legal framework was to promote, develop, maintain, direct, monitor, and evaluate a national statistical strategy. It also included the fact where we would be autonomous, able to make decisions via a board to hire, to control our finances and budgetary concerns, charge a fee for publications and data sets. The legal framework also spoke to the new organizational structure, where we would feature a new field unit responsible for collecting data for all sections as opposed to just a particular section. Following the passing of this act, we had general elections, so the government changed. And the government saw some aspects of the act that they wanted to review. So currently we are in transition. But notwithstanding that, as we move forward, we are continuing to review and advocate for the necessity of the act being finalized. And the ministry is working along with us, and they ensure us that they are committed to this aspect. So in adapting to these changes, we are implementing new technologies which will improve data collection, processing, and analysis. One of the major concerns for us with the census was the storing of the census data in the cloud. And we checked with our data protection unit and other privacy laws to ensure compatibility with existing legal requirements. Final approval for this was granted by the government. In capacity building, NSOs must continuously invest in training for staff in order to stay current with advances in technology and new methodologies. This can sometimes be very challenging for NSOs due to budget constraints, but we must take advantage of all opportunities for training and learning through webinars, networking, and forums such as these. Stakeholder engagement. This is an aspect we are working on even more so to collaborate with all our stakeholders to inform them of new approaches and obtain feedback. And so by employing these strategies, NSOs can effectively navigate and integrate technological and methodology changes while adhering to legal frameworks. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a Kim Saunders, directora del Censo en el Instituto Nacional.
Thank you very much, Director of the Census of the National Statistics Institute of Bahamas, and now Ricardo Vicuño of the Statistics Institute of Chile. Thank you, Chair. I share the diagnosis presented by Rolando and his team. I think it is a very balanced diagnosis of all the subjects that statistical officers are facing here in the region. And I will use my time just for a few emphases in this good diagnosis. The first one is the need to have a legal framework that adapts to technological and methodological changes. I think it is key that the legal framework adapt to it and thus share the experience of Chile. We have an old framework that is from the 70s, and it is about to be modernized. And this modernization involves making visible the new environment of the work of a statistical office. New environment. The subjects are well known to you, big data, the role of custodians of the statistical offices of major registers, security, cybersecurity, all those subjects, of course, are recent trends and call for it require resources. It's a good opportunity to adapt the legislation in order to obtain these resources. A second point linked to administrative registers. We spoke yesterday about those admin records in order to move towards census of the 2030 round. And there is a win-win there, both for statistical offices as well as for finance offices, because administrative registers work finally reduces costs. And we need to emphasize that in the discussion of the legal framework and conversations we may have with the budget office. We have costs, for example, of $10 per person in a traditional census, and I've heard and read costs of 50 cents per person with admin records or registers. Important to highlight that. Now, apart from legislation, there is an important subject regarding the need to advance towards an innovation culture in our statistical offices. We traditionally are very conservative because of the nature or the work we do needs to be high quality, tested methodologies. So it's a bit hard for us to innovate. An important challenge there in order to instill this culture in our training, train our human resources, the main asset, and provide them with the technological tools to do their job well. And the other point is to improve practices, but based on international experiences, and therefore look for those best practices wherever they may be found. We've had a presentation of Eurostat, and there, that's a good example of where to look at in order not to reinvent the wheel and adapt things that have been tested elsewhere. Now, we have an advantage. It was mentioned in previous presentations as to the knowledge transfer network, a major innovation as a result of the pandemic. And we need to leverage it so as to exchange best practices as to technology, training of our teams. And then finally, governance. To say something very brief, governance with a new legal framework, it tends to have teams of science, data science, data governance, and that's a special. They come with an innovative culture that needs to be incorporated in the structure. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ricardo. Now, Arturo Ordinola, Director of the National Administrative Statistical Department down in Colombia. Thank you. Hopefully, I won't repeat what the colleagues have said. It's very important that we make these investments in technological structure, infrastructure, and not to be lag behind in the investments. We know that technology and data production depend very much on this. And therefore, I share what the Chilean colleague was saying. It's important that we speak with all the offices of finance and budget for them to keep the budget and so that we can meet the standards of technological infrastructure. I want to refer to certain points that have been touched this morning to have methodological guides, best practices, codes, and ethics in general is the foundation for ethics in data is a foundation to continue advancing with or without an updated legal framework. These 3 points are key to have in our national statistical system. Our system of ethics allows us to move forward and manage innovations, technology, so as to keep on responding to the new challenges of every day and will continue to exist. We are with technology and AI with us now to maintain ethical systems within the institutions allow us to advance, although the legal framework is not that updated, as it is the case with technological changes. Another important strategy for us is to have the instruments that will allow to map the dimensions of needs, not only the INES, but the system themselves, like national statistical plans or ruling documents. These national statistical plans allow for interaction with all the other public and private entities, provide us a roadmap ahead and a way forward. Other strategies that have helped us to move in parallel with all the methodological changes is the organization of CEN. In the case of Colombia, to have an entity, either a council of academic partners which are independent from the entity and can always provide us a guide as to improvements needed in any of the areas, either statistical, methodological production, or technological infrastructure. They have been quite useful for the case of DANE to have those discussions reach collegiate agreements have enabled us to move ahead in this specific point. And then finally, I would like to highlight the fact that generating partnerships with alliances, ongoing permanent dialogue with civil society, academia, universities, observatories, with the INES, Statistical National Institutes of other countries, that also will give us a guideline of how to maintain these technological changes within the existing legal restrictions, and thus allowing us to adapt better to the present ongoing changing environment. Thank you, Piedad. Now, Freddy Rodriguez, Regional Manager for Latin America and the Caribbean of the World Alliance on Data on Sustainable Development. Thank you, President, and thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this panel meeting. There are several things that have been mentioned, but also I'd like to recall that in these last 2 years, with the ChatGPT and all that comes with AI, changes have been exceedingly fast.
Tiene unos cambios trascendentales.
Data has experienced some fundamental changes, and it's important to highlight that, and therefore the coordination with other stakeholders that also deal with these issues is important. There are agendas to talk about AI, the digital transformation, and also official statistics, and they should all be in communication or communicated, and that has been mentioned, but not enough is being done in that sense, and that also happens at a national level. Coordination is one of the elements that is reflected very strongly in the previous presentation. What was mentioned was data protection, for example, and in practice, in many cases, statistical laws run counter to some national laws related to data protection, and therefore that coordination and that discussion between data protection agencies and statistical offices must be much much more fluid and much more clear in terms of how to work. It is not a question of one or the other, but rather how they can both be aligned in one single um, discussion. And governance is also something that has been mentioned. That ethical component involved in governance is important, how to begin to collaborate in a much clearer way with different stakeholders, and not only a discussion within governments, but also with society, with academia, and many other sectors that can exert an influence on this decision-making related to data. We also speak of data, and data, of course, comes from people, and therefore that participation of people, when we talk, for example, about new technologies or new aspects that have to be taken into consideration in official statistics, such as data generated by citizens, play an important role when it comes to the generation of official statistics in countries, and that is also related to new innovation formulas. Finally, I'd like to refer to two main issues, which is the culture for the related to the exchange of data. 2 weeks ago, we were in the Dominican Republic talking about private data and how we can work with that and how those aspects are related to the legislation that can enable, facilitate that data exchange, and so that it is not only included in legislation, but that happens in practice. And therefore, the exchange of data is also very important. But for that for that purpose, we need a very important component that I've already mentioned, and that has to do with financing. What resources exist? Because statistics and some AI aspects are also limited in terms of resources, and there is a major effort in terms of AI, and therefore the changes involving machine learning and AI within the statistical community becomes the incorporation of that becomes very important. And another aspect that I've forgotten is to show successful cases, success cases, how we can find or bring to the fore that convergence of different sectors working with legislation where we can obtain data from private sources or from official statistics, but enabling us to show that discussion and that joint work, because that also facilitates the process. Thank you, Freddy. And Piedad, I want to go back to you because in your presentation you mentioned some key aspects, national statistics systems, ethics systems, the dialogue with civil society. And I ask you how statistical offices can establish data governance systems that are flexible and adaptable vis-a-vis the evolution of data ecosystems. Piedad, thank you, Chair. Well, we can think of joint entities or dialogues between statistical offices that can establish this discussion around governance issues and the adoption of guidelines, good practices related to the adequate data management, and considering the changes that have taken place with regards to technology and with regards production is conducted, AI, access to large data volumes, it is worthwhile highlighting that the guidelines that we want to adopt must consider actions in accordance with the guidelines, in accordance with the maturity and quality of official statistics in the subgroup of culture of the United Nations, and where Dana acts as vice chair. It's important to comment the metadates in data, the metadata related to the collection phase, treatment, analysis, and dissemination of data in National Statistics Office, and the use of administrative data and other types of data, and submit policies and the infrastructure for the governance of data to permanent review with both internal and external authorities, and inter-peer reviews at least every 2 years with regards to the enforcement of the best practices. The data governance must respond to the need of users and must especially take into consideration the needs of public policies. We must assess the impact and the risks of the use of AI and the new methods in statistical production, and compare that with its benefits, including ethical considerations. We need to permanently supervise data systems to find possible vulnerabilities, especially when it comes to security issues. And we must also enforce action plans for continuous improvement. Finally, we need to evaluate compliance with the ethical principles in order to guarantee an adequate use of new technologies and new methods in the production of statistics. In addition, I would also like to add 3 points. First of all, to provide information and training to staff in statistical offices in the best practice to adopt this in the new data systems, and to have technological solutions that are scalable, and the deployment of data systems without dismantling existing systems until we achieve a maturity and culture linked to the new technologies. And finally, to receive the support and the maturity within the production system as a whole when it comes to the generation and dissemination and the property of all the data that is produced.
Ken, I want to over to you. You mentioned in your intervention about the legal framework, changing the legal framework, who gave the office a new status of institute, but also new responsibilities. So I want to address the next question to you about how can NSOs ensure the quality and integrity of data obtained from other public or private providers.
Thanks again, Chair. Being responsible for the 2022 Bahamas census, we realized more so in terms of preparing to release the final data, how important the integrity and data we would obtain from providers. That's very important. So one of the things that must be established is that there must be clear standards and guidelines for all aspects in terms of data collection, processing, and dissemination. There must be understanding between all parties involved, and we must encourage the use of international frameworks and ensure that we are using the same international framework. One of the things is data sharing agreements. There have been increased requests for data, micro data, and so there must be an agreement that coincides with the legal framework. In terms of like a memorandum of understanding, they must be clearly defined and communicated to the data providers, and we must understand exactly what's entailed in the memorandum of understanding. I'll also add to the fact of capacity building. We must train not only the staff of the NSO, but also the staff of the providers. We must also engage in that training. Just about a year ago, we collaborated with our Ministry of Health in ensuring that our death codes, we were on the same wavelength in terms of understanding and using the same coding system. And I think finally, I'll just add that there must be ethical considerations. And when we look at the confidentiality and data anonymization, that's something at our institute we do on a very small scale. We just had our staff involved in training in that aspect. And so because there's increased request for this data, we are broadening our base in terms of providing training for data anonymization. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Ricardo, por tu parte.
Thank you, Ricardo. In your reflections, you talked about administrative records, and I would like to ask what are the challenges of statistical offices in their relationship with the providers of these records, and especially and also with central banks, and how you can overcome those issues. Well, in more general terms, the coordination challenges with the central banks will vary enormously, in my opinion, based on the degree of involvement that the central bank has when it comes to statistical production. And therefore, I think we should differentiate from central banks that are only devoted to their own classic functions and coordination with the central bank from a national statistical office should be the traditional with a Chinese war between the production of statistics about consumer price indices, which is the most important variable for central banks, and the data that is finally produced by the NSO. And there is scope for collaboration there because the central bank, since it's the main user, may clearly understand the calculation methodology. There is scope for cooperation there that is possible and that involves a permanent challenge. Now, talking about central banks that also produce statistics, there are many examples in the region. There are banks that are still working with national accounts in our countries via central banks, and in El Salvador, they also conduct censuses even in their central bank. So there is a high level of involvement on their part in that sense. And the recommendation in those cases is that close cooperation and permanent coordination is needed because they are allies in this process. And therefore, for example, there is a need to enter into collaboration agreements, protocols for the exchange of data, certain regulations that will depend on each country and that will establish the degree of access to nominated records in the law that we are promoting in Congress at present. We provide the central bank the possibility to exchange personalized data with the NSO. And that is very important to improve the quality of data because today that movement of data from one institution to the other is done via nameless data, and therefore there is a significant loss of quality there. There is also a need for permanent technical cooperation between the teams in both institutions. There are issues that are very important and that require coordination. For example, agreeing on the base year for the indicators produced by the NSO, by INE, with the base year of national accounts, and also classifiers, economic activity of national accounts versus economic activity related to the classification of the indicators of the National Statistics Institute methodologies to calculate price indices for activities and services. In other words, there is a large number of indicators and technical work that has to be conducted in a coordinated fashion between both institutions and under a high standard of data security, and also involving work protocols that guarantee the exchange of information on a timely basis and in an adequate fashion. And finally, I'd like to mention some important projects that both institutions are developing. In the specific case of Chile, for example, I'd like to mention the single registry of economic entities, which is basically a registry so that subsequently that can be strengthened by a different administrative record so that we can then obtain samples to produce indicators and support statistical production. And that is a program of great interest to the central bank and for our office. And that is a clear example of collaboration that requires regular and collaborative work. So that is basically what I could contribute. Finally, I end up by mentioning that, and this may be just by chance, but you're asking me this question because I worked for many years in the central bank. I am a sort of I moved from the central bank to the statistical office and not the other way round. And that is why I would like to clarify that aspect. Thank you very much, Ricardo. And Freddie, you mentioned the clear word to show successful cases and how an initiative can help us to lay the foundations for a national statistical system that is more efficient and adapted to information requirements and to be able to show those success cases.
Muchas gracias, Miasotis.
Thank you very much, Misotis. The initiative entails the political component. not so much the technical methodological discussions, but rather on how to include the political players that could influence statistical laws, for example, changes in how statistics are seen in the country, and also those players in what who work in AI, digital transformation, and so on. And so the initiative does seek to transform the way of thinking what is understood by data, which in some cases are expenditure as they are interpreted politically, but rather as an investment. And this has been mentioned elsewhere when the initiative began to be forged a few years back. At the time, in those case studies showing that for every dollar investment you obtained in return $32 back, and also how to communicate this to all political players with an influence on national budgets or domestic budgets to invest more in this area. Today, we see that one of the areas most affected by budget cutbacks is statistics, and this is no secret. And so we must show that this is not an expenditure, it's a need, it's an investment that may help making better decisions in the country. It's a different way of communicating. Among other aspects that are also pursued by the initiative and building on cases of success has to do with how you can turn a group of institutions and agencies, UNFPA, UNICEF, World Bank, and all, so the UN Statistical Division and other sectors that are working hand in hand with us, for this to not be seen as isolated work in relation to data, but also that this be seen that there is a network of other players and work can be done far more collaboratively. In the case of the Dominican Republic, we're working and driving forward a new law on statistics to allow for a specific change in the way that certain information is being accessed today, the administrative records, and these cases of success also are good opportunities to show trends and changes within a country, but that may also be replicated in other countries. Thank you. Thank you very much, Federico. And with this, we will conclude this panel. A big round of applause for all panelists. And in order to save a lost time, we will now open up for a round of comments on Romina's presentation. Unfortunately, Mariana had to leave on account of another meeting, but we will ask those delegations that have already raised their tags, and also if there is anyone online who may take the floor. I see now Ecuador, El Salvador. First of all, I recognize Ecuador. Well, thank you very much, Chairman, and I thank the persons or institutions who took part. And specifically, I would like to connect this to what we were talking about yesterday, and I would like to invite you to reflect and not bore my other colleagues regarding personal data protection. Yesterday, in summarizing, we spoke of the relevance of accessing better information, improving census and so on with the use of administrative records, and of course, we spoke of those elements in order to have a greater guidance in terms of access and treatment of personal data. For example, the DNI is a data that, according to personal data protection, must receive specific treatment. Well, it's a shame that Mariana is no longer here. I would have liked to ask her how they propose that the Statistics Office should generate standards for the treatment of personal data for statistical purposes. But simultaneously, in our countries, we also have an agency for the regulation of personal data. So I will leave my question open. And that was, how does the Statistical Office coordinate with the Personal Data Protection Agency? And maybe the director of the office in Spain can shed light on this, because Spain is the European benchmark in terms of personal data protection. Well, since Mariana is not here, my reflection, and maybe Rolando, I put this to the table, my colleagues, if we want to be visionary to have greater access to personal data, these laws are requiring we have greater controls. So concretely, we in Ecuador already have a law for more than 2 years. Romina just mentioned it. Chile is on the verge of a new law, and we right now have two challenges: how to implement the law, how to enforce it on the statistical production. And here I must be honest, we're learning a lot from Spain, but we do not have any benchmarks in the region on how to apply it. And the second has to do with security of information, anonymizing, encrypting, and pseudo-analyze information, going from a UN assessment as a UNFPA and CELADI about census. And then we spoke of security of information with the standards used by banks that are even far more demanding than statistical production, but it seems that we're far from the standard. And so, my question to the table is that it could be extremely interesting within this space to have a bridge with the personal data protection agencies and others who have experience, success cases and others, so that we can implement clear rules in terms of the protection of personal data for statistical purposes. In my country, for example, the law on the protection of personal data has a specific treatment of the information on girls, boys, and adolescents. There cannot be exchanged arbitrarily. Ministries cannot exchange the data because the law does not allow it. But we work hand in hand with the team that drafted the law on personal protection. And we said that there could be a treatment with statistical purposes. And I think that this is a strategic opportunity to leverage and access further data, because there are other ministries that right now, unfortunately, cannot do it. So, concretely, what I'm proposing, and of course, this is not in the agreements of this resolution, of this Xxiii, and I propose that we talk about this over coffees. Is it possible to have a bridge via the SAA ECLAC body to speak concretely in countries that have already implemented procedures and clear rules for the security of information and the treatment of personal data as an approach to statistical production? Thank you. Thank you very much, Roberto. I'd just like to remind you that when the draft resolution or declaration was distributed, we said that this is a good opportunity to send in comments. And now I recognize the delegation of El Salvador. Thank you. Mainly in El Salvador, a rare case, you all know we're the only ones that we are a central bank that also does basic statistics and that took on the role of the National Statistics Office in Ecuador, which has worked very well in El Salvador. And this stemmed from an initiative of President Bukele in order to obtain more data to make better public policy decisions, which at the end of the day is what we do, provide data for decisions to be made. And specifically, our data protection is based specifically on the fact that we had a law that empowered us as the central bank to protect the information and the data. But linked to that, well, of course, that the central bank invests about $12 million a year in cybersecurity to avoid the loss or the extraction of the data, which are extremely confidential. We can have a law, of course, such as in the central bank, where the law on statistics and censuses was passed in December 2023 and gave us far more and obliged us as central bank to have greater data protection. And we could have the latest legal binding, but if we do not have the funds to invest in cybersecurity, a law will not protect us against cyber attacks. And it is very, very important that governments be told that better decisions are made with better data. This is what happened in El Salvador. And a typical case, this is no sin, but rather a sovereign decision up to each country to link the central bank and the National Statistics Office And we've done it in El Salvador. We're in a typical case of success that has been recognized and also by international agencies. And we do not say what is better, but in the case of El Salvador, this has worked and has resulted in great benefits for the country. Thank you. Thank you very much. I thank you, Douglas, for that intervention. And now we recognize the delegation of Spain. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Ortiz. And well, very briefly, the NSOs, I believe that we're very used to data protection and confidentiality. Statistical confidentiality is something that goes back a very long time, even far beyond before certain data protection laws. In the case of Spain, after the adoption of the European standards on data protection, these standards said that there was a need to treat data, for example, in order to meet or to comply with a mission carried out in terms of public interest. And that is what we use to transfer this access to data under our data protection law of 2018, and where we recognize that personal data treatment carried out by the NSO for statistical purposes is subject to specific legislation. First of all, statistical legislation, and then the European rules, the standards, and the organic law. And the exception, as I mentioned before, when the statistics that is produced must be done on account of a European standard or because it is within the statistical production instruments already foreseen. Of course, there is certain voluntary information that may be compiled, but as I say, that is voluntary. And then a last thought that Romina also mentioned regarding the ARCO rights, opposition. In the case of statistics, we could refuse access to these requests because once the administrative data reaches the NSO, it is statistical data. It is no longer administrative, and it is now statistical data subject to all statistical regulations and activities. So there will not be much point in considering them as the subject of depuration or rectifications that could stem, say, from the data of the active population or family budgets. All of this can be done within the data revision of statistical production, or things carried out by the NSO. And that is what I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you very much, Antonio, for your intervention. And I now recognize the delegation of Costa Rica. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to join the comment made by Roberto, because we have been since yesterday saying that we must increase the use of administrative records in order to respond to the various demands for our information received by the NSOs. And in the report, the summary given by Rolando this morning, this is also considered as a challenge, the use of administrative records, and also the protection of personal data was mentioned. But I would mention explicit aspects. Costa Rica, when we drafted our law that was passed in 2019, made explicit within the legal framework the access to administrative records for statistical purposes and the NSO in a irrestricted manner. And with that, it was sufficient. But now, years later, we realize that it is not sufficient. That law, we have the law for the protection of personal data, You have the law for the protection of personal data, and although the law in Costa Rica for personal data has this provision that if the data is to be used for statistical purposes, we may have access. Right now, we have a bill going through the Legislative Assembly to modernize the law on the protection of personal data. So instead of moving ahead and this be, as our colleague was saying, laws that supplement each other or laws that have their specific objectives, each one, rather it is a bill that comes to hinder access to administrative records. And the thing is that the personal data protection law uses data classification as sensitive.
When they're considered sensitive data and the access becomes quite restrictive. I feel it is relevant. It's important because it affects most of us in our countries, and the truth is that there should be something that can help make that conciliation, because both are important for me, but it's not enough.
A las agencias de datos personales, sino que tal vez se requiere de alguna otra intervención, porque
because
a veces
perhaps it requires an intervention. Everyone defends their position, and it's hard to reach that position. It's important to visualize this to the future, to best take advantage of the information. So we need to address this. Thank you. So last intervention, the delegate of CARICOM.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to say that the CARICOM Secretariat is actually currently driving the revision of the 2013 CARICOM Model Statistics Bill, because we are encouraging the harmonization of statistics legislation. And we saw the need to do that to take into account the changes in the data ecosystems. So we have discussed this, and there were agreed changes to the model bill agreed by the member states of CARICOM. We are also working closely with the National Statistics Office of Grenada, who's currently in the process of reviewing the statistics legislation under the OECS World Bank Data for Decision Making project. And because we want them to include the provisions that was recommended by CARICOM. The legal consultant on the project, who is a legal drafter, who actually drafted the 2013 CARICOM Model Statistics Bill, is also advising on the recommended provisions. And he also advised that that in light of everything that has happened, in light of the fundamental principles and the various models of statistics legislation under the UN ECLAC, that we need to do a comprehensive review of the Model Statistics Bill. Now, the context of most of our CARICOM countries is that we're under the common law jurisdiction, and it means that the laws are not allowed to change frequently. So it should be drafted in a very general way that would allow for any immediate changes in the near future. And for example, changes as it relates to the technology, the NSS, and also the schedule or the statistical activities. It also gives rise, that is the common law, to the inclusion of regulations, which in the context of common law can be changed with greater frequency. So any changes that we foresee that may be realized, that it is recommended for this to be included in legislation. So in terms of the coordination of the in terms of the expanded role of the NSO, for example, the coordination of the NSS, the law would state something like the minister would advise on the advice of the institute, the minister may make regulations to effect the national statistics system. Now, within the recommended bill, the NSS is not limited to the production of official statistics. So within the recommended Grenada statistics bill. So that's one of the developments there. So which speaks to the an expanded role. And also the statistics is also not let me change that. Statistics is not limited to official statistics, and the NSS is not limited to the producers of official statistics. So that speaks already to making provisions for this expanded role. So we hope that that we can pursue this this revision with the help of, we're already in conversation with the sub-regional ECLAC office for support so that we can conduct this comprehensive review of the CARICOM model bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Halim. Y bueno, para finalizar, Romina.
Thank you, Halim. And to conclude, Romina, 2 minutes.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
Bueno, solamente comentar
I just want to
lo
say
importante que me parece que
how
las
important
autoridades de protección
it
de datos
is
que
that
existen en la
the
mayoría de los
data
países
protection
de
authorities in
Latinoamérica
most countries in Latin
puedan
America
trabajar en estándares
be
conjuntos,
able
sobre todo
to
en
work
aquellos
together on
en
these
aquellos
standards,
países
especially in
donde
those
la
countries
estadística tiene sistemas
where statistics
descentralizados
have
como
decentralized
es en
systems,
Chile, donde tenemos producción
such
estadística
as is the case in
oficial
Chile. We
de
have
esas organizaciones
official
públicas y la
statistics in
necesidad
several
de tener estándares
organizations
conjuntos
and
y
having
coordinación
joint
entre las autoridades que
standards and
son parte
coordination, the
de las
authorities.
sugerencias que quise compartir con ustedes en la presentación
It's
en
what I
cuanto a la
shared with you in the
coordinación institucional y
presentation, the
generación
institutional coordination, the
de
generation
estándares
of
conjuntos
joint
y, por
standards,
cierto, con sus
and of
mecanismos de
course, with
consulta
sub
cruzada.
mechanisms for
Para nosotros, en la tramitación legislativa del proyecto de
consultations.
ley de datos
And of course,
personales,
this
si es que sirve la
personal
experiencia en
data
Costa Rica, hubo muchísima participación del sector
protection.
público,
Well, in
del
Costa
sector
Rica, we
privado,
had
de
a
los
lot
gremios,
of
de la
participation by the
academia,
public
justamente
sector, by
por
the
lograr
private sector,
una ley
by academia,
equilibrada que
so that we
pudiera
could achieve a balanced
no
law
entrampar y no servir
and
más de
that it
excusa
not
para el
get
compartir
caught or
datos,
serve
sobre
as an
todo en sede
excuse
administrativa.
to share or not
Así que
share.
bueno, muchísimas gracias por la
So thank you
invitación
very much for the
y por
invitation
permitirme
and
poder compartir estas
for
reflexiones
allowing
con
me to
ustedes
share
esta
these
mañana.
reflections with you this morning.
Bueno, nuevamente muchísimas gracias.
Once again, thank you very
Mariana,
much,
a las
Romina and
delegaciones
Mariana, and the
que estuvieron con sus
delegations
intervenciones.
that
Y
made their
pasamos a el
presentations.
tema
And we
2
will
sobre
now move on
capacidades
to
técnicas y
topic
metodológicas
2,
en un contexto rápido
technical
de desarrollo
and
tecnológico.
methodological
A
capacities
continuación, quiero
in
invitar
a
a Rolando
context of
Ocampo,
rapid
director de la
technological
Dirección de
development. I'd
Estadísticas
like to
de la CEPAL,
offer the
a
floor to
moderar
Rolando
este
Ocampo, who will
tema.
moderate this topic.
Muchas gracias, Miosotis.
Thank you, Miosotis.
Buenos días a todos. Nuevamente
Good morning,
vamos a
all.
tener,
We're going to,
a todos. Vamos a
well,
tener
and good afternoon, everyone. We're going to have two presentations in this first stage before we break for the side event that some of you will be attending. Others will be having lunch.
Con la
And then
continuación
we'll come back with the continuation of the panel. In this first stage, and as part of the reflections that we're seeing for the construction of this strategic plan. We have two panelists, our friend Stefan Schwanfest, that you all know, and
de la División de Estadística de la Comisión Económica
of course, In-Yoon Choi from the Statistical Division of the Economic Commission for Europe. Stefan, are you connected? And are you ready for the presentation? I'd like to offer you the floor.
Thank you, Rolando. And yes, I'm connected. I was listening to a very interesting discussion so far. So congratulations for putting such an interesting program together. Makes my life a little bit easier. I may be able to go faster on some of the points that you have already touched upon. So I understand that my role is to help you provide a little bit of context from the global methodological work for your new strategic plan, 26 to 35. I will not so much touch on the technological aspects. I understand that my colleague from Xxiii will be in a much better position to do that. So I had 6 topics that I quickly wanted to touch upon to give you an update what's happening globally, so that can guide where you position yourself at the region, which I think is a very strategic approach. First, I wanted to talk a bit about data governance. Then I talk a little bit about the economic package, as I call it, SNA review and beyond GDP. Then I wanted to talk a bit about the human package, which is census and social statistics. And then a few words on where we are with our geospatial program. Then update you on a special project that we have that is called UN Data. And finally, a few reflections on the global architecture. So let's start with the data governance topic. And you've been discussing this basically already in the first round. Just an update, what's happening on our side and how you can be very helpful, not only to talk about what is happening in your region, but also make important contributions to the global level. We had this seminar on Friday in the Statistical Commission, and the outcome was basically that we, the UN Statistics Division, together with the Swiss Bureau of Statistics, who are the chair of the commission, are working on a background note for the next Statistical Commission on the topic of data governance. And we want to help with three questions. The first question is, we are statisticians, help to clarify a bit the terminology, because everybody means something slightly different when they say data or when they say governance or even data governance. So we want to make a contribution by proposing clearer terminology. The second thing is we want to offer a stock taking, because there is a lot going on globally in certain countries, in certain regions, in certain organizations, in academia, in other agencies, on the topic of stock taking, and I think we statisticians are good at that. We want to make a short description of what is going on everywhere, so that whatever we do in the future, we can build on that. And then the third question is perhaps the most difficult one, is namely, what is the role of statisticians in this broader data governance discussion? Because we know we have to be a very important part of it, but we are not in it alone. You had already discussed this morning that we have to work together with a lot of other agencies and partners. So we want to make a little bit of a reflection on what is the role of the statistical offices in countries and what is the role of the Statistical Commission in the global context. That leads me to making a very important distinction. We want to make in the paper a distinction between national data governance and global data governance. You have been talking a lot this morning, I believe, about national data governance. And in that context, we also have work going on. There is our handbook on statistical organization and management. There's our work on statistical legislation, big data, innovative data sources, data stewardship, data ecosystems. There's a whole set of work streams in my office and under the Statistical Commission that belong under that umbrella. But there's also a separate work consideration to be given to global data governance. I mean, how Are we working together at the global level between different countries? How are data exchanged? The Commissions for Science is having a work program on that. We have the digital envoy of the United Nations who is also working on that. And there are questions, for instance, on how do we get access to private sector data at the global level from transnational corporations? How do we get satellite images that only are in the hands of a few countries, but that are valuable for a lot of countries? This is a very tricky area because obviously we all know it's going to get highly political very quickly. I have learned that in the geoinformation business world, because obviously a lot of the geoinformation also has a security and military background. So these will have to be very careful negotiations of how we get data that is needed for the global common good from those who have that information. In that context, I just also want to mention our fundamental principles. Of course, you all know them. They have been the business card of the statistical community in a way from 1994. They have stood the test of time, as we like to say, and I'm honestly always personally moved when I walk in an office at a very different part of the planet and in a small developing country office, and I see the fundamental principles of on the wall. I think that is our joint common professional code and our business card. And there we have actually defined the importance of privacy and quality of information. And even though the word is not explicitly mentioned, it's all about trust in official data. We have taken it to the General Assembly in 2014. So the fundamental principles, and I like to repeat that all the time, are not only a commitment of the statistical community, they have become a commitment of the global community at the highest level. But I think we have not done a good job in the last 10 years as statisticians to hold our governments accountable. We have that trump card in our hands. The governments of this world have in the General Assembly endorsed the fundamental principles, and I think we need to make more use of that. The fundamental principles, in my view, and they have accompanied me almost my entire career of 30 years, had a bit of a flaw that they are a noble declaration, but we in the UN did not have an implementation mechanism. When there was a problem or any issue related to the fundamental principles, I had no mechanism, or we as a global community had no mechanism to follow up or even implement them and help countries. That's when this idea of an advisory board was born. And I wanted to really thank this region, because Latin America was particularly interested and supportive of this. We are in the process of, as you know, revising the terms of reference and the composition of the board. I was hoping that I could send this out to all of you by the time that you're having your meeting. I may still be able to do it today because we have a draft here on my table, and then you may be able to take this into consideration when you have your discussions, because this is important. In this context, I like to say the perfect is the enemy of the good. We have to start hopefully somewhere and then refine it over time. I think for me, the most important outcome of this discussion is that if there is a country, and I have 194 countries for which we are all responsible around the world, that has an issue with the fundamental principles, they have currently no one to turn to at the global level. And I would hope that with the composition of an advisory board, that would change. So my second topic, and this was the longest, I think now it's going to be a bit faster, is the package on economic statistics. You know, we have the new SNA on the table. It's in the last round of review. I think there will be a few minor changes, adjustments, improvements as a result of the global consultation that is currently going on. I think it is good to remember that the two most important elements of the SNA review was to better capture the globalized economy. Globalization was a new phenomenon, important phenomenon since 2008, the last SNA, and digitalization. I think those were the two important job descriptions for the new SNA. And once it is adopted, hopefully in the Commission session 2025, we will enter, of course, an implementation phase. And I'm already reaching out to my partners in the Intersecretariat Working Group, World Bank, IMF, European Union, OECD, to start and launch immediately an implementation program for the new SNA, which will be with us. All previous SNAs have been there for at least 15 years, sometimes longer. So I would assume this will be also a major investment for all of us. I'm very happy that the GDP and beyond discussion did not take off majorly before the SNA was done. I've always said, let's get the GDP done and anchored, and then we can have a beyond discussion. I think we are in a good space now. We can now ask the question, because the new SNA will be actually go a long way to address some of the issues that people were concerned with in the beyond discussion, namely well-being and sustainability. There are chapters in the new system of national accounts on this, and I see those two chapters as the connection with the environmental universe, the sustainability, and the social universe, which is the well-being aspect. So I think we are, now that we have the SNA, we will have the SNA behind us, hopefully. We are better prepared for the GDP and beyond discussion. We expect that the Summit of the Future next month will give the mandate to form a high-level advisory expert board on GDP and beyond that would, in my view, probably work for about a year or two. And the objective, as proposed by the Secretary General, is to come up with an indicator dashboard of not more than 20 indicators that would capture the GDP and beyond dimension. A few words on that topic. Number one, I have always insisted that this dashboard has to be country owned. It would not be calculated like the Human Development Index or other perhaps comparable attempts to capture dimensions of the beyond GDP by an institution. I have always insisted that if we come up with a dashboard, it has to be country owned, and the Secretary General has accepted that argument. It's also not supposed to be an index. We had a long discussion on that, the pros and cons, but rather a so-called dashboard. That is already the guidance that has been given. And I believe there will have to be for this to be successful, that over the next 2 years, there will have to be what I call a kind of ping pong game between the users and the producers. The high-level advisory board will be probably more on the user side, high-level users, academia, also politicians, that will formulate what they want and what they need. And then there will have to be a dialogue with us as the producer of data, information, statistics. What can be done? What do we already have? And so on. So I think this back and forth would be most useful. I see an active role of the Statistical Commission in that. And also we have our network of economic statistics, which is well placed and has already done some scoping of what's out there in terms of well-being analysis, etc. So I think we are well prepared. And my hope is also that this discussion on GDP and beyond will position the whole statistical community much better for whatever discussion comes after that on the new development agenda. So if I may dream that in about 2 or 3 years, we have a dashboard of 20 indicators that majorly capture what we understand to be the complex dimensions of progress, sustainability, and well-being, I think we have laid the foundation, or we will have laid the foundation for the post-30 agenda. Okay, a few additional remarks on the human dimension, census and social statistics. You have discussed this extensively yesterday. You know where we are. We have a new census round that will be declared by the next Statistical Commission from 2025 to 2034. And that will result, is proposed to result, as with all previous census rounds, in an ECOSOC resolution that should help countries also to mobilize the resources with their own governments. We are at this moment doing two pieces of work. One, looking backwards, documenting the experiences, the good and the bad. And there was a lot of bad, of course, because of COVID, you all know that. And then formulate the recommendations for the next census round. And there is, I believe also, there is currently a global consultation on initial draft of the census recommendations going on. So I would invite you to participate actively in that, because that will become the framework for our future work. And I mean, I say our, I mean all of our future work, not only my office. And related to that is, of course, social statistics. We have a very fascinating group at this moment going on, led by Mexico and Lithuania. You heard about Lithuania's very advanced position in champion on data stewardship and pulling in all kinds of data from the country and having a mandate to do so. And so we all know social statistics is critically important, but right now it's very fragmented. We have education statistics, health statistics, many elements of migration statistics, and we need to have a better understanding of what would be a system of social statistics where this is all better connected. Just as we have, of course, a national accounting system is a little bit easier because we have a common denominator. We have now also an economic environmental information systems and environmental accounting. Can we have something like social accounting? The opinions are divided, but I think it is an important discussion to have. And for those who are interested in that discussion, so please also reach out to us and participate in this at the global level. A few remarks on our geospatial program. We have now the Geospatial Committee, which is my second committee after the Statistical Commission, has now adopted what we call the Integrated Geospatial Information Framework, which is sort of an action blueprint for every country to develop their geospatial information systems. It is a little bit like what we used to call the National Statistical Development Strategy. It touches on legislative aspects, on human, on institutional, on technical aspects. So I think we have a very good blueprint. I'm still encouraging always all countries to work closer together between the statistical and the geographical information community. In some countries, of course, this is fully integrated, especially in your region. But with the census and the climate change debates, and this is critically important that we have a better integration between geospatial and statistics. So I would hope that that also finds its way into your strategic priorities for the next 10 years, because also we are jointly, we have the same interests. I think the geospatial community also wants to participate in the data governance and needs to participate in the data governance discussions, because I mentioned satellite images earlier on. And also, if we all want to make a strong pitch, let's say in the UN financing summit for a better investment in data and information, then that's a joint interest that the statisticians and the geospatial information community have. So almost final point, I just wanted to mention our UN data project, which is a project to bring all of our UN data resources better together. We have a lot of data in the UN system, the UN specialized agencies UNESCO, WHO. We have extensive data in my office in the statistics division on census and national accounts, but it is a little bit fragmented, and in that sense the UN system almost, and that's why I mention it here, has the same problem that you may have sometimes at the country level, where you have databases sitting in the statistical office and then in line ministries or other parts of the government. And we want to bring those resources together, and we have been fortunate to secure support from Google that provides us the technological support with connecting our UN databases to make them more visible and usable. And ECLAC has been a pioneer partner in that, and I didn't want to omit thanking Rolando and ECLAC for that. And I hope if we get it right at the global level, that we can bring all of our global databases better together. And then this could also become a tool that would help ultimately to do the same at the country level. Now, my last remark is on the global architecture. You already know, and it was mentioned before, that the Statistical Commission has been enlarged from 24 to 54, but that will be a process over the next 3 years. So that will make the Statistical Commission more inclusive. I'm very happy that this will give the financial means to all kinds of countries, big ones and small ones, to sit at the table when we make decisions in the Statistical Commission. We also have one thing that we call the Bureau of the Statistical Commission, which is 5 elected representatives from all the 5 major regions of the world, has now accepted to use the 5+5 formula. So in the future, the Bureau of the Statistical Commission will meet together with the 5 chairs of the regional statistical conferences. So Mio Sotis has already been invited in her capacity as your chair to come to the next meeting of the Statistical Commission Bureau, where Graciela right now sits as the elected vice chair of the Global Statistical Commission. So we are doubling up on regional representation, and I'm very strongly convinced that this is a good thing in the geospatial community. We have been doing this for 10 years, and it has worked very, very well. So I want to conclude my intervention. I hope it gives a little bit of a frame and can be helpful in your discussions on the methodological priorities and substantive priorities for the 10 years and next 10 years in the region. I have perhaps 3 asks to all of you. Number 1 is, first of all, thank you for your strong regional coordination. Stay engaged in the global processes. I know you are very good at being in touch with each other, also thanks to ECLAC's secretariat leadership. But I mean, all of your voices are also important at the global level. So be engaged in the Commission and in all of our working groups, because everything I mentioned above is governed by global working groups, where the voices from the Americas are very important to make our community strong. The second ask that I have, please reach out to your geospatial partners, information partners in your countries, so that the global integration can be based on the integration at the national and the regional level. These 2 technical communities, professional communities, do have to work together even more than what they have been doing. So the integration of geospatial information and statistical information is a very dear topic to my heart. And my last ask to you is stay in touch with your permanent missions also in New York. You know how important it is to be politically connected. We could only be successful all together to get the Statistical Commission strengthened and have now 54 members in the future, by reaching out to the political partners in New York. And they are fighting this now through ECOSOC and the Finance Committee, and it will be done by the end of this year. But then comes the realization part, because there will be elections for members of the Statistical Commission every year in May. And you have to be in touch. If you are interested to become a member of the Statistical Commission, And we will now be able to significantly increase the number from each region to double it, basically. So there will be more countries that are member of the Statistical Commission. But to achieve that, you have to be in touch with your permanent mission in New York and put down your interest. And they will have to be at the ECOSOC sessions in May, where the elections for all the functional bodies of the United Nations take place. So thank you for giving me that opportunity, and I hope I could provide some helpful background information.
Muchas gracias, Stefan.
Thank you, Stefan, for your very quick comments that you make about what is happening in the world, and especially about the data, the elements that you mentioned about governance issues, the review of national accounts, the beyond GDP, the high-level group that is being created, the social statistics that are being organized for the census round. I would like to mention that yesterday we spent a whole day talking about what happened during the 2020 round and the priorities for the census rounds, and we are working along those lines, and also with regards geospatial information, the GIF, and global data, the UN Data Hub. All these elements that will be very useful for the construction that we're making and aligns us globally in the construction of our 2635 strategic plan. That is one of the main issues that it's brought to the fore in the agenda. 10 years ago, we were talking about or focusing on big data, and today we're focusing on AI. And for artificial intelligence in statistical offices, so what are some of the experiences and lessons that have been learned? And for that purpose, we have invited the representative of the high-level group for the modernization of official statistics, who will talk to us about that issue. I am referring to In-Yung Choi from the Statistical Division of the Economic Commission for Europe, the ECE, who is connected online with us. So I would like to ask you to please shorten your presentation to 15 minutes. That would be fantastic, so that we could have time available for a Q&A session. We have consulted with our colleagues, the interpreters, so that they could work with us. And hopefully you can deliver your presentation in 10 minutes In-Yung Choi. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to confirm, do you see my slides okay? Yeah. Okay, so let me...
Es correcto, la vemos.
See it okay, thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for invitation to share the experiences on AI topics. So I will first give a very brief overview of how HLG-MOS work on this topic to provide a context of all the initiatives that will be mentioned later. So HLG-MOS is the high-level group for the modernization of official statistics, which consists of 13 NSOs and international organizations around the world. It was established in 2010 by CS, the Conference of European Statisticians, to drive and steer modernization of official statistics. And we have been working on various topics related to modernization, such as GSBPM, strategic communication, and cloud for official statistics. And one of the major efforts have been around on AI. And the topic of AI started surfacing when we had the big data project about 10 years ago. But this topic only gained a real momentum much later, around 2019. And back then, the focus was on machine learning, which is a subset of AI system that involves the use of algorithm and learning from data. And since the last year, we started working on generative AI, another subset of AI system that is specialized on generating contents such as text and images. And this continuous focus on AI has been in response to the rise of AI in the last few years. And this generative AI is probably most significant recent advancement that sparked a huge interest and investment in AI. And one notable characteristic with this recent development is that AI has become really a household tool, as we could see from the viral adoption of ChatGPT, the application. So before, only experts with a special skill set can work with AI, but now almost anyone with access to internet can utilize it. And this democratization of AI has also significant implications for NSOs. So for example, compared to when we started working on AI like 5-6 years ago, AI can now be used a much broader application area in statistical organization. So going back to the rise of AI, so the AI development, I think it was mentioned earlier in the other conversation that the evolution is very fast. And there was even an open call last year to pause research on AI. And this pause didn't take place in the end, but it is indication of how fast the things evolve in this field. And now we already started seeing some people talking about AI is losing hype. And this phase of initial excitement and then disillusion has actually happened for many new technologies when they first came out, as described in this kind of a general hype cycle for technology. And we indeed had gone through similar phases with the machine learning. And there was a phase of initial excitement and the great anticipation that ML could transform official statistics fundamentally. But then various issues started emerging. There was a resistance from users, developers get frustrated, and so on. But as the best practices started establishing, ML solutions become more stabilized and started creating a real value. So I think this really highlights the importance of focusing on the business value of AI. So treating AI as a tool for the broader context of a modernization objective. And we have seen several ways that AI can support official statistics over the many initiatives. Most notably, as happened with some of the key technology development in our history, AI can enhance the productivity and efficiency in the office and improve the service delivery and the user experiences and also allow us to offer new products. But these benefits don't come without cost. So there are also issues and challenges in adopting this new technology. So in the rest of the presentation, I will cover some specific examples from a National Statistical Office around the world, both machine learning and generative AI, and discuss some challenges associated with them. So where AI can be used in statistical organization. So for machine learning, areas that are shown to be most effective are those with the manual and repetitive tasks. In the production process, there are stages that are crucially important to make official statistics official, but require resource-intensive work that once thought should be done by human, such as this part of data processing. And this area can benefit greatly from automation. So one example is classification. So I think I'm going to skip this part because I think many people are familiar with what is a text classification. And we can build a machine learning model based on the raw data set and the high quality ground truth data, which is a set that is coded by human experts. And based on this data set, we can build a machine learning model and then use it to predict which codes to assign for the new set of a product description. And this is by far the most popular and significant use cases of AI that I've seen in the statistical organization, because the legacy system, which is mostly based on rule-based system or human, is just too resource intensive. And machine learning model is shown to be quite accurate for this type of classification task for short text. So since the machine learning project back in 2019, we have seen many organizations develop ML-based auto-coding models, also with some research on how to validate the result and some safety mechanism and so on. And also recent examples started exploring the use of a large language model for this text classification text. And by the way, given the very limited time and the purpose of this presentation, I'm going through this example very quickly with just screenshots here and there, but there are extensive documentation behind all these studies that I'll be showing. So for more detail, you can follow the link underneath the images. And the benefits of automation is really prominent when it comes to big data. So for example, satellite data have a very high temporal and spatial resolution. So in this example of Mexico, there were 2 million grid cells to classify either as an urban area or non-urban area. But based on only 2% of data done by human experts, AI model could classify remaining 98% of the cells. And manually classifying this amount of data is extremely resource intensive. So AI can be a key to unlock the potential of new data sources, such as a scanner, web scraping, or bank transaction data, and offer new statistical products and services based on these new data sources. There are also other examples in the production process where machine learning is shown potential to help NSOs, such as record matching and editing imputation, and as well as during some collection phase, for example, to identify survey respondents to follow and create a survey framework and so on. Now I'm moving to the example using generative AI, a different type of AI specialized in generating content such as text, images, and video at a level that is almost indistinguishable those from the humans. And this opens a potential for additional application area. And the example to be shown from here are based on this generative AI. The large language model, a type of generative AI that are good at understanding and the meaning of a language, is also good at actually understanding and generating software languages. And according to recent CS survey conducted on generative AI, one of the most popular use cases around the coding and IT development. And this use case actually have a quite significant indirect impact in many other working areas in NSO that require coding, such as software development or data analysis and processing. And this is particularly useful given that many NSOs right now have embarked on open source transition, migrating from proprietary software to open source languages such as R and Python. So National Statistical Office from France and Ireland started using GPT model last year, and they reported that it has been quite effective tool, and with some even positive side effects of introducing standardization in coding practice in the organization. And another important area of application is generative is data dissemination. Provision of statistics is a fundamental role of NSOs, but the users of visual statistics often face difficulties navigating multiple tools and dealing with the technical terminology. And generative AI can be used to develop a natural language-based search engine so that users can just type their query in natural language, and then this can be translated into STMX languages, as seen in this example from IMAP. And this can greatly improve the user experience and the making of visual statistics more accessible to the users. And large language models can also be used for internal information search. As you might know, general purpose models such as GPT is very powerful, but they don't necessarily have access to most up-to-date information or knowledge base that you want your responses to be based on. So instead of entirely relying on general purpose models, we can combine it with existing knowledge base using a method called retrieval augmented generation. So in this example from UN Trade and Development, they built this internal search tool using large language model that generates a text based on specific publication from their agency. So if a staff wants to do some research, they will get responses based on this publication, not just a generic text, or even worse, false or hallucinated results. The last but not the least important example is on communication. With the growing competition with other data providers, there is increasing emphasis on communication tailored to different groups of audience and users. And the ability of generative AI to generate not only text, as you've seen before, but images and even videos is found to be extremely helpful for many communication experts. So in the previous section that I went very fast, I went through the use cases of AI from a statistical organization. But integrating this new technology into statistical organizations' daily work is not without challenges. So there are inherent issues about AI. It is a black box model, so it is difficult to know what is going on inside, and it requires some technical knowledge and specific tools. But these issues are actually compounded for national organizations. First, there are much higher stake for error than in private sector, and the limitation to procure and the recruit as the public agencies. And there are also challenges as an organization compared to, for example, a small group of researchers in academic or research institute, such as the issue of moving experimental solution into production and changing culture and the legacy system. And finally, as a national statistical organization, there is a challenges of ensuring quality standard. So in the rest of this presentation, I will focus more on providing some overview of these challenges, but not from technical point of view, but from a managerial perspective. So NSO have established rigorous quality standards such as the National Quality Assurance Framework. And if AI is to be used for official statistics, it should meet certain quality standards. In the beginning, when we started exploring machine learning about 5 or 6 years ago, it wasn't actually even clear what quality means for machine learning, because the usual measure of accuracy, such as bias or coefficients of variations, are not really suitable for machine learning, which was mainly used for prediction, not estimation or inference. Also, given the black box nature of many machine learning models, being able to understand how the model works is also an important factor to consider. So for this reason, establishing a common understanding on the quality for machine learning was one of the main objectives when we started the project in 2019. And this international efforts results in a set of quality dimensions, accuracy, explainability, reproducibility, timeliness, and cost effectiveness, which is now being used for starting point for quality assurance for machine learning in some organizations. And another big challenge is around moving a prototype AI model into production. Building a good quality AI model is challenging on its own already, but there are many factors to consider to integrate this model into regular business process in an organization. So during the experimental stage, the focus is usually at demonstrating the value of AI solution. So development team is usually small and they are agile and quick at testing, and data set is relatively small as well. But AI solution in production in the organization requires much stronger quality control. They usually involve a much bigger group of people, such as users and IT managers. And this issue around the moving AI solution from experiment into production was relatively unknown in the beginning. But now there are some new compilation of several lessons learned and best practices on this aspect, such as what are the key steps to move AI solution into production, how the work distribution should look like, and so on. So you are invited to find more details on these common lessons learned from these outputs. And last challenge I will touch on is about recruitment and retention of key talents. And currently, people with the AI skill are in a very high demand, not just in NSO and public sector, almost everywhere in all sectors. So when NSOs have to find AI skill in job market, they have to compete with the private sector that offers much higher salary with the fancy packages, while being constrained with the limitation that public agency has, such as a fixed salary and promotion scheme. And this might be an area that we have a least developed common solution, because the situation varies a lot by countries. Some NSO pay data scientists at a higher pay grade, like how they pay a higher salary for IT experts, but this is not applicable for many other organizations. So one way that many offices used is upskilling. So at least compared to other public agencies, NSO have a big pool of experts in statistics, which is already quite closely related to machine learning. So it provides a great starting point. And emphasis on what NSO can offer, such as access to unique high quality data and being able to contribute to a greater public good, was something that data scientists themselves and the leaders of data science division said helpful. And also forming a partnership, either a project base or longer term with the academia or other public agency was shown to be effective. So the last slide is about just the final remarks, but this is basically summary of all I said. So I will skip this part and just to share the last slide about all the resources that I mentioned, which is captured on this five website and publication. So with that, I will stop share and conclude.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Xxiii, for your words.
Tanto Stefan como
Stefan,
son
as well as you, are colleagues from the UN system, and we all know that we're running very much behind time, and we must also now break for lunch for the interpreters, and unfortunately, we will not have time to open up to Q&A. Stefan as well as Xxiii. So we apologize up front. And we thank you both very much for your efforts, but we will now adjourn. It is 1:10. And if you agree, we will return at 2:45 to be on time to end at 6. Although you have been very generous with us, our colleagues from the interpretation booth, it is important to mention that at 6, yes, we will end the day and continue on the following day, whatever is unfinished. So we ask you to please return on time. Thank you very much, and we will continue the next session after the lunch break. Thank you. Just to remind you that the parallel meeting of the community of leader women will be in the Z407 on floor 1.
Bueno, vamos a continuar, si les parece. Y empezaríamos, tenemos dos.
We will now resume. We have two presentations, and after that we will be holding a panel discussion.
La siguiente
The
presentación
next
está a
presentation
cargo
will be
de,
delivered
del
by the IBG, by Marcio Pochmann, who is president of the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics, the IBGE. And so you have up to 20 minutes for your presentation, no more than that.
Gracias, Orlando.
Thank you.
Bueno, a principios del siglo
At the
XXI,
beginning of the 21st century, statistics have become the means through which governance is conducted throughout the year. But this happens when we are probably evidencing the period in history that has had most data available, and yet when there is the biggest lack of information vis-a-vis lies, fake news, and the post-truth, as is well known. And the Enlightenment was in the old area using official data organized by the National Statistics Office, and its information was absolutely fundamental in order to uphold an idea and an opinion, because it convinced rationally using reality evidence via quantitative arguments in order to guide public policy decision-making. Today, however, some of the data that is used in the social media seem to be distorted, questioning even the truthfulness of official data. Given the enormous technological capability of the major transnational companies in order to capture personal and institutional data, the world of data has become more complex. In accordance with a recent report of the U.S. Association on Statistics entitled "The Nation's Data at Risk, Satisfying the Information the U.S. information needs for the 21st century," the increasing lack of response and of limited public budgets, as well as the fragmentation of the 13 federal statistics offices, face increasing challenges when it comes to the production of relevant, timely, reliable information, objective and precise statistics, and to innovate in order to satisfy information needs that the nation has in the 21st century. Despite all that, statistics are the basis for practically all the decisions that impact the lives and businesses on a day-to-day basis. As from the IBG, and the information that we provide in the meeting, and also considering the announcements made by internet, everything is controlled in one way or another as a result of statistics. Let us remember that the origin of the word statistics comes from the science that studies the state, the numbers that the state would need in order to understand reality and be more efficient in its actions. In that sense, it is that aspect that gives rise to official statistics areas, and that often have an impact on our lives without even knowing how. In the internet era, everything may be found online. Privacy and the confidentiality of information are important aspects that dominate the world. And faced with this, I identify that in the 21st century, there were at least three major challenges faced by national research institutes. The first challenge is the one related to efficiency, the culture that must be increasingly present on a day-to-day basis, with the permanent commitment to improve what we do, to be much speedier and to reduce costs. Tackling this challenge enables identifying opportunities in order to share resources and investments. If we're able to achieve the integration of registries in public and private administrations, eliminating the need to conduct sectorial surveys. The second challenge has to do with communication. The work of national statistics offices is of great quality. However, it increasingly requires how to communicate the results in an accurate manner. Otherwise, we run the risk of not being perceived by citizens. And in consequence, we must incorporate new methodologies and new techniques in order to achieve greater clarity in the communication of statistical results, enabling that a larger number of people may understand them. And in that sense, the fundamental role of the digital literacy and of statistics as a communications means must be directed to the audience that will use that data. A simpler way for the public at large, or more technical for those that use statistics in their own professions. Finally, the third challenge refers to the definition and preparation for the future of national statistics offices, so that they are able to process large quantities of data that, as a result of new technologies, may be collected and analyzed in ways in which it was impossible in the past. Because today we even have private competitors, and statistical data have become a profitable business model. Understanding how to tackle this involves the creation of new mechanisms that then open up the doors to the analysis and to the analysis of large amounts of information in accordance to the needs and interests of different groups. In this sense, what is strategic is sovereignty, security, and the protection of data. That in the digital era is does not appear in the same shape as during the last century. We need to use technology in order to reinvent the ways to protect personal data faced with the increasing speed and amount of information produced by multiple sources, and that compete as if they all responded to the same rigorous criteria. In this world of uncertainty, national statistical offices may be the certifiers of the truthfulness of official data, the curators of the integration of various sources of information. The need for countries to have national statistics institutes derives from the fact that it is fundamental for politicians, private and public sectors, and social stakeholders and others, so that they can comply with their functions and achieve their objectives efficiently and effectively, require appropriate official statistics about the past trends related to the problems that they wish to resolve in the present day. And the present situation must mean that we must have a solid perspective about their evolution in the future. In summary, the role of the major centers of rationality in the process of development and modernization in each country are the national statistics institutes. In fact, in the states that are ruled democratically, there's no other public entity, no other research center must undertake such efforts in order to be independent of both the government and political parties. In other words, during any cycle, that they are able to make sure that during any cycle, what they measure in society is not impacted by considerations other than impartiality, the selection of phenomena, sectors, and activities that need to be quantified and that need to establish a way of measuring them. In states with a rule of law, there is a practice of accountability that is progressive on the part of the authorities with citizens, and that requires a permanent analysis of results achieved via public policies through official statistics that enable us to know the reality, and that enables us to adapt both political practice and discourse. And therefore, the demand for official statistics continues to increase because governments are increasingly in charge of ensuring the well-being of citizens with economic, social, demographic, and environmental provisions that enables them, that forces them to have official statistics in order to base their public policies to execute its implementation and evaluate its effectiveness. And they are, otherwise it will be extremely weakened in terms of their governance capability. Likewise, official statistics are fundamental in order to reinforce national identity and create an informed public opinion that is objective and that thus contributes to the exercise of citizenship and thus to the strengthening and the consolidation of democratic processes. In the society of information in which we live in, everything has a fast and amplified impact, and therefore no information is harmless, and the production of official statistics gain their own dynamics. They circulate around the media and they lead to opinions, but statistics is at the end of a chain of procedures. At the beginning, there is a theory, a concept, a guideline, and after that, a form that establishes the observation scheme and also, to a certain extent, establishes the responses. After that, we outline the technical limitations associated to individual data collection and procedures, and this and subsequently published.
Lastly, election by the media of data that will cause an impact. And the new economic technological paradigm, information is a strategic variable given its crucial role in knowledge. So modern society requires information in the short term and at the speed of technological change and market structures imposes the need for decision-making more quickly as a result of the economic, international, and regional integration, and the need for information for new forms of management. Also, the increasing of the IT power of citizens has implied a greater autonomy of the terms to access networks of communications and ability to process data, and the possibility of using selected information of specific interest, reducing the monopoly of the national statistics offices. So therefore, a greater access to information requires greater transparency, participation in the decision-making that is more efficient, and a greater participation and contribution to the exchange of information necessary to make effective decisions, as well as the legitimization of these decisions. Legitimacy, in turn, implies effective implementation and the effort of participation in the future, being these institutions responsible, transparent, and operating according to the update of the legal framework for statistics that attempt to be fairer. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you, Marcio, for your presentation. And quite right, because the relevance of statistical information and the issue that for a long time we've discussed what social media imply, and sometimes the misinformation that appears in the networks, and when you see comments, data, this is done as though it were a national practice, and based on that, they share opinions. So in terms of efficiency, we need to improve what we should do in terms of saving and using these administrative records, which is also a matter that gains in relevance. Communication. How are we communicating these results? Previously, we're used to, I remember at the start, I apologize, but I will take a minute, and when I just began working as a statistician, the idea of traditional statisticians of 30 years ago, or a little more, was that statisticians, we knew what we needed to ask the people. And so we did surveys, but rather we knew what people needed to know. And based on that, we built the questionnaires and and determine things. That is what it was like before, but now it's all open consultation, review of documents, seeing how to engage the various stakeholders, and also how to communicate all that information. And lastly, well, the definition of, well, the introduction of new technology that with AI and others are becoming essential players in the process. And we who are an essential stakeholder in terms of measurement instruments, but then once the data is published, we need to know how to put things across for this not to be bent by the media, which, well, sometimes it is unavoidable. I apologize for taking up so much time, but now I will hand over to INEGI and Isabel Islas, who is the Director General of Integration Analysis and Research. Well, thank you very much, Rolando. Today, I would like to share with you a little bit of what we have been doing at the Institute. And we prepared this presentation called Science-Driven Innovation for the Production of Statistical and Geographic Information. The aim of this is to review what it is that we've been doing to detect accelerators along the way, but also challenges that we faced, and surely not only us, but many of you as well. And so, I think that the first thing to highlight is that the first steps taken at the Institute go back to 2014, and this first approach occurred with the organization of what we did was an international seminar on big data for official statistics, attempting to see what was being talked about at the time, to see in which direction we should go. This learning, stemming from this seminar, gave rise to creating the first data-associated output, which is the estado de ánimo, or mood on Twitter in Mexico, which is what we use to build statistics and say how Twitter users were feeling regarding the various conditions in the countries. It was until 2018 when, together with Australia, we held the first introduction of the Mexican Open Data Cube, which allowed a tool to use satellite images to foresee possible outputs using this new non-traditional alternative satellite imagery. However, until then, efforts were isolated, and then in 2019, we established the Data Science Lab to organize all efforts made within the Institute linked to data science. And undoubtedly, this was what split the waters, so that today, thanks to others as well, we've seen the progress made in the Institute in this regard. Now, please note that it took us 5 years since the first seminar that we organized until the formation of the Data Science Lab, and only 2 approaches. However, as I said, as of 2020, we can see that including data science to new outputs in the Institute was increased, and in 2020 we published the nowcasting for economic activity based on nowcasting, which was at the time very innovative. But one of the variables included in the models was a mobility indicator making use of Twitter information. That same year, we launched the first output, experimental geospatial product, Landsat, geomedian Landsat, taking all satellite imagery for a specific area, bringing them together, finding the best image to portray reality without too much noise. And by noise, we are thinking of shadows, clouds, and that really shows how the territory is seen. And this allows us in real time detecting changes in water bodies, new localities, and things that I will tell you a little bit more about later on. Until then, well, in 2021, we had a first research product in remote perception and deep learning. Now, not so longer geographically, but how we could use this for socioeconomic data. However, until then, it was evident that our existing infrastructure and the interoperability that we needed to cross traditional sources with non-traditional sources such as satellite imagery meant it necessary to look for solutions to make all this work faster. And so we began working with an experimental data lake within the lab, and this helped us to make more efficient the interaction between our sources of information. And it wasn't until 2023 that we were able to make that leap, leaving the controlled environment of a data science lab to include things in the formal process to produce information. And so in 2023, we presented a prototype with coding for occupation questionnaires or surveys. And then 2024, the Mexican Geospatial Data Cube was no longer a data science lab tool, but was transferred to the geography producing area. Now, that step from a controlled environment to a production process for us was a great challenge because it implied not only transferring the product, but also the knowledge so that this be taken in regularly to institute activities. As I was saying, this speeding up in the generation of research projects was thanks to the inclusion of the data science lab. It was essential for this lab to have very clear objectives and specific. The aim of the lab was to develop capabilities to leverage alternative data sources and modern methods to produce information. So they are there sitting and thinking at all times how we can include things. And this helps because you're not creating stress in producing areas to do what they need to do and also think of how to include these other things. So having a data science lab makes all the difference. The aim was to have new products for statistical and geospatial analysis to make production processes more efficient. That is, within the NSO activities, how can we use new technologies to facilitate the process and has been seen here, how to the outside we can provide better information services to our users. The other major element that was essential for the success of the laboratory and this race towards the use of data science and now AI. That is that the laboratory entails a multidisciplinary team where we have, for example, one lead data scientist that is seeing the overall management of the sort of methodologies to be used, seeing the research priorities or development priorities. We also have an architect, a big data architect, who tells us how to make the most of the information, how to store it, how to process it, and so on. And that works with the infrastructure architect, saying, what do we need in terms of technological infrastructure? What do we need? What sort of servers? What type of GPU cards? And then also we have the group of scientists. We have four scientists, two seniors and two juniors, and 2 data engineers. Now, this, together with the link that we have established with a group of researchers, also of the Institute, allows us to have not only the skills to make the most of data science, but also, thanks to this collaboration with the researchers and Institute production areas, allows us to ask the right questions and obtain the most efficient answers. Lastly, well, not lastly, but another element that has become essential is the implementation of the data lake, as I was telling you. Today, this is an experimental data lake, but has opened up the possibility of having interaction among traditional sources such as surveys, censuses, and geospatial data in the case of Mexico, with other sources of information, not necessarily structured, such as data available on the internet, but also from other user sources, for example, the private sector. And lastly, the issue of technological infrastructure for data science. Several have commented on this. One important thing is the ability to invest in the infrastructure so that the use in production processes become a reality. And that is what we have been doing. How to develop capacities for the use of programming language for data science. Then we use Python and ER that allows us to not only exploit processing capacity of the tools of the software, but as you know, the community in relation to the software.
De manera mucho más eficiente y rápida. La automatización de flujos de datos a través del lago de datos es fundamental porque no cada vez que quieres hacer algo empiezas de cero, sino lo único que necesitas es ir generando estas reglas de ve a consultar esta fuente para generar esta estadística y genérame este producto. Entonces, eso nos eficienta el trabajo. Sin duda, la inversión en cómputo de alto rendimiento y la tecnología de contenedores que nos da esta capacidad de hacer digamos, la infraestructura escalable. Y finalmente, no solo necesitamos una buena base de datos y un software bueno, sino cómo lo comunicamos, y es por eso que es importantísimo también generar herramientas especializadas de visualización. Pues bien, teniendo estos elementos en la mesa es lo que nos ha permitido hoy traerles aquí algunos de los ejemplos de las cosas que hemos venido haciendo, por ejemplo, en la aplicación de
interpretation.
Yes? Can you hear me?
aprendizaje profundo y
No?
percepción remota.
Can you hear me?
Tenemos el ejemplo de análisis de
Can you hear me?
expansión urbana que a través de imágenes satelitales
Sí, sí, se me
se
escucha.
analizan las
So we've been
imágenes para
analyzing
monitorear y
the
mejorar
remote
el
sensing
crecimiento
applications,
urbano, lo cual
urban
proporciona
growth,
información actualizada para la
and that
planificación de las
enables
operativas
having
en
updated
campos o censos.
information for the
El
surveys
monitoreo
and
de tierras
census,
agrícolas,
monitoring of
en el que se
agricultural
identifican áreas
land.
agrícolas nuevas
This
diseñadas para mejorar
identifies
la
new
planeación y gestión de los
agricultural
censos
areas with
agrícolas.
satellite images, and that can
Algunos
improve planning and
ejemplos de
management of
identificación de
agricultural
áreas
censuses. And
desfavorecidas a
finally,
través
the
de
identification of deprived
las
areas,
imágenes
which are
satelitales
identified
que
with
permitan
satellite
acompañar
images,
a la
and then we
formulación de
can
políticas
support the
públicas y la
formulation of
asignación de
specific
recursos para
policies and the
mejores
allocation
inversiones
of
en servicios
resources,
públicos, en infraestructura de
public
caminos,
services,
etcétera.
road infrastructure, etc.
Hemos venido también no solo
We have
aprovechando
also
esto, sino el procesamiento del lenguaje
taken
natural, y
advantage of
representado
this
con un
with the
ejemplo
natural
en la
language
línea de tiempo
processing.
respecto a
There
nuestro
is a
primer acercamiento,
timeline
que fue el monitorear y
where we
medir
had a first
sentimiento público
approach
y
and
detectar las
monitored the
tendencias. Y aquí siempre
sentiment
nos
of
hacían la
the
pregunta, ¿y esto
public and spotting
de qué nos
trends.
sirve? O sea, ¿para qué nos sirve esto como
Then
instituto?
we
Y más
needed to
allá de
think
que era
about
un
what
tema en
use
realidad
this
bastante
is to us
interesante,
as an institute.
ciertamente nos
And
ayudó
finally,
a
it
generar
certainly
las
helped
capacidades para
us
el
generate
procesamiento y para
capacities
saber
for
cómo
processing large
aprovechar el
volumes of
lenguaje natural
information in text
para
format
aprovechar grandes
in order
volúmenes
to
de
take
información e
advantage
integrarlas
of these
a un
large
producto
volumes of
específico.
information and generate a specific product.
Asimismo, como les decía, hoy también tenemos el de codificación
We also
automatizada de
have
textos en
automated
encuestas. Una de
text
las
coding in these
aplicaciones es, por
surveys.
ejemplo,
Some
la
applications, for example,
codificación
have
de las
coding of
actividades económicas. Como ustedes
economic
saben, pues
activities, as you know.
digamos, las personas que responden
The
te dicen
survey responders say very openly what they do. And the rule today is that those answers with a deterministic rule can be classified. We classify 50%, and the other 50% is done through, well, manually with work teams. And one of the things that we're analyzing is whether it's actually 50%, because it is done manually, whether that 50% can be done through automated coding. We are now looking at the potential of large language models, the LLMs, of course, generative AI. And the first things we're be working on, we're carrying out some experiments, but in 2025, we will continue to generate an automated response system for users. One of the things that we have today is that these functionalities must be supervised by the expert technical teams, and we're not there yet. We are unable to directly open it to the public. Another thing we'd like to explore are the personalized data reporting systems, developing capabilities for generating customized reports and visualizations based on user inputs with automated updates. Rolando mentioned that we could decide what to publish, where to publish, with what format, and perhaps we can leave a tool there that is sufficiently flexible so that the user can determine what elements they want in this report. Another thing we want to explore are the interactive data platforms. It's sort of what I just mentioned, generative AI integrated into platforms that would support the dynamic exploration of data and graphs and charts, but also maps and other elements that we would find of interest along the way. We would also like to use inclusive tools for information collection. We're in the process of elaborating an annual research plan, and in the beginning, the proposals were about generating a response in the data collection systems to Nahuatl, which is an indigenous language in Mexico. It turns out that Google has included Nahuatl in its language stock, so to speak. So we need to look at how much of that is useful and how much can benefit the statistics offices. So in January and February this year, we were looking at this, and if you look at Google Translate, you will find it. The way in which this is developing is truly impressive. What do we want to do looking forward? New sources of data, methodologies, advanced technologies to maximize the interoperability and governance in order to foster intensive and extensive use of information, improve and modernize the technological and data infrastructure to process and integrate diverse data sources with capability to leverage AI methods. Until before LLM came about, we thought that the data science labs that we had were sufficient. Not excessive, but sufficient. When the LLM came into the radar, what we had, we realized was not enough, and we saw that we would have to reinvest in order to continue generating these exercises amplifying collaboration by leveraging high-quality data and insights from the private, academic, and social sectors in order to maximize the potential of these alternative data sources. Finally, update the norms and regulations in order to incorporate ethical considerations in the use of big data and AI. Recently in Mexico, we had the week of confidential statistics, and what was said is that if you don't have regulatory frameworks at a regional, local, international level that regulate AI, all we will have is self-regulation and transparency. So I feel that it is where we find ourselves today, and I am at your disposal for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Isabel por su
Thank you to
presentación sobre
Isabel
lo que
for her
es
presentation
lo que
on
tienen en México, en
what
el
they have
INEGI,
in
sobre el
Mexico
Laboratorio
at
de
the
Ciencia de
INEGI,
Datos,
at the Data
cuáles los
Sciences
avances y las
Laboratory,
experimentaciones que han tenido
and
en este
the different
transcurso
experiences
del
they've
tiempo
had,
y cómo ir incorporando, por un lado, la parte
what
estadística
they've
y la
included
parte
in terms
geográfica
of
para generar
statistics
estos ejercicios
and in
y
geographical
habla
terms
al
as well.
final sobre
It all
cuáles
feeds
son
our
estos ejes hacia
exercises. It
dónde
also
tendríamos que movernos
shows us
con temas que
the
ya
direction we should move
se han
in.
discutido.
These are things
Aquí
that have been
tiene que ver con
discussed
temas de
here before:
innovación, interoperabilidad,
innovation,
con
interoperability,
infraestructura
infrastructure,
y
and
modernización,
modernization,
amplificación y consideraciones
and of
éticas a
course,
través de los
the
principios
ethical
fundamentales de la
considerations through
estadística
the
y la
principles
conformación
that
de una
govern
norma
statistics and
que pueda
a norm
dar
that could
camino a la inteligencia
lead the path
artificial o que
to
pueda
artificial
tener
intelligence
un
and
espacio
or
donde,
guide it
donde se
and
pueda
have a space
efectuar este tipo de trabajo.
where this work can
Vamos a
be
pasar ahora,
carried out.
sí.
Yes?
Sí, creo que me faltó una cosita muy
I
importante.
missed one
Hasta este
thing.
momento hemos hablado
Until
de
now,
cómo
we have
incorporar
always
la
talked
inteligencia
about how to
artificial en
include
nuestros
artificial
procesos.
intelligence into
Poco
our
hemos
processes,
hablado de
but we haven't
cómo la
really
vamos
talked
a
about
medir
how are we
como
going to
oficina de
measure it
estadística,
as
que también es una de
statistics
las cosas y
offices.
de los retos
That
que
is
nos
also
vamos
one
a
of the
enfrentar
challenges
hacia
that we're
adelante.
going
Entonces,
to
creo que es muy
face
importante también
looking
irlo
forward. It's
visibilizando.
important
Muchísimas
to
gracias.
Perfecto.
keep that in mind.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Vamos a pasar ahora
So now,
y después haremos comentarios al panel sobre este tipo de cuestiones y
we're going
para
to
tal
continue with the
efecto
panel.
tenemos tres colegas de los institutos
We have four
de
colleagues from the
estadística.
National
Tenemos
Statistics
a Elena Castillo
Institutes
del Instituto de
of
Estadística de Belice.
Belize.
Tenemos a Roberto
We have
Castillo
Roberto
del
Castillo
INEC de
from
Ecuador
INEC in
y
Ecuador and
Diego Agual
Diego
del INE de
Agual
Uruguay.
from INE,
Y yo
Uruguay.
quisiera,
And
preguntar
I would like to ask,
¿qué desafíos
what
se están
challenges
presentando para
are you seeing,
ti, Diana? Quisiera preguntarte, después de lo
Diana,
que hemos
after
estado viendo
what
qué
we've
desafíos se presentan
heard,
al
what
tratar de
challenges
implementar nuevas metodologías en nuestros
will we
institutos
face when
y
trying to
cómo
implement
podemos
methodologies in our institutes?
superarlas
How can
en
we
ese sentido?
overcome these?
Thank you, Rolando. I would say, first of all, that my response will be speaking from the perspective of a very small NSO. The Statistical Institute of Belize strives really to implement new methodologies as much as we can with the resources that we have available. Since 2020, we have introduced a poverty statistics work program that includes an annual MPI. We've introduced annual food insecurity statistics, completed our first supply and use tables, rebased our GDP, transitioned to the 2008 SNA, completed our country's first tourism satellite account, introduced a monthly consumer confidence index, and by the end of this year, we expect to publish the first of what will be an annual measure of monetary poverty. With respect to our census, we also developed our own customized set of census management applications that serve to integrate recruitment with training, with payroll processing, and with quality control processes. However, these improvements have been undertaken within the context of several very real constraints for our agency. And these can be summarized in three: insufficient staff, insufficient funding, insufficient technical expertise. I'm sure that all NSOs, regardless of size, experience these same constraints, but they are particularly pronounced for the small NSOs within the Caribbean, meaning that we have to be very selective and we have to engage in some serious prioritization when seeking to implement new methodologies. With respect to staffing, we're an organization of a total of 45 staff, of which 15 are statisticians. Increasing the permanent staff complement has been extremely difficult for us as it involves an increase in our annual funding from central government. And in the past 2 years, we have, and I think others might have shared the same experience, but we have also experienced a relatively high rate of employee turnover and staff retention, taking with them a lot of institutional knowledge. Within this type of context, it's difficult to adopt new methodologies when our existing manpower is already stretched very thin and when we're losing our key trained persons. To address this, I believe that there is a need to continuously make the case for increased staffing to those who control the funding of the organization, and to continuously seek to ensure the Institute's continued relevance by taking on new projects and introducing these types of new work programs, with increased attention being paid to being more responsive to our user needs. So I think key to getting more human resources is to demonstrate that we are relevant and that we are being responsive to the needs of our data users, particularly government. But this is a part of our long-term strategic plan. In the short to medium term, our best option is to focus on retaining and efficiently deploying our existing human resources. For this, we try to use technology however we can to streamline existing processes and make more efficient use of the manpower that we do have. We also try to provide staff with opportunities for growth and development, training opportunities, exposure, allowing them room to innovate, to take on new projects, to experiment with new methodologies, and where feasible, we also incorporate their innovations into our existing programs. With respect to funding, insufficient funding constrains our ability to engage in a number of things, especially new data collection activities. It also constrains us from being able to offer very competitive compensation to our most trained staff, we are most in danger of losing, and to upgrade our IT infrastructure and our other equipment as needed. Here again, we have to continuously seek funding from all available sources. This includes funding for new projects that specifically address the needs of the Institute and support our strategic objectives. We also have to seek new income streams to supplement our annual budget, including taking on survey consultancies. And finally, with respect to technical capacity, while training is readily available to support all NSOs in adopting and implementing new methodologies, we, as a small organization, are constrained in our ability to absorb all the training that's available and to translate that into tangible improvements in our work. Additionally, we are not where we need to be with respect to the numbers of our staff with advanced degrees. Here, support from our various partners has been key. This has allowed us to provide scholarships for our staff and to be able to take advantage of unfunded training opportunities. We also ensure that wherever possible, external consultants that are contracted to carry out work that the SIB doesn't have the capacity to do also provide hands-on experience and training for our SIB focal points. And finally, we try to ensure the retention of institutional knowledge through the documentation of new methodologies and cross-training among technical staff. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Diana, por tus comentarios.
Thank you, Diana, for your comments on the restraints or restrictions and long and medium-term plans and restrictions that you are facing and how you are seeking solutions in terms of staff, resources, and expertise through the documentation of all the processes that you are carrying out. Diego, I wanted to ask you a question divided into two. In Uruguay, what strategies have been effective in order to integrate new technologies in the existing statistical processes? And how can national statistical offices
ensure
interoperabilidad
the interoperability of systems and data in this technological diverse environment.
Buenas tardes, muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Rolando.
Tal vez un
Perhaps
poco en qué marco
to define
se ha dado el
first
proceso de integración
the
de
framework
tecnología en el
for
caso de
the
INE Uruguay.
integration process of
Es el marco
technology in
de una
INE
visión más
Uruguay.
general del
And the
rol que
framework
cumple la
is
Institución
of a
Estadística.
more general view of the
Bueno,
role
envía
of the in Statistical
productor de
Institute.
estadísticas tradicionales a
First, the
partir de
producer
encuestas,
of
digamos.
traditional
El
statistics
INE ha
based on
asumido
surveys.
un rol
The
que va un
INE
poco más
has
allá.
assumed a
Es un rol
role that
digamos,
goes
de
a
data
step
steward o de gestor o
beyond of
administrador de
data
datos
steward or data manager,
y que trasciende
and that
a la producción de
transcends the
estadísticas
production
con
of
respuestas propias.
statistics with
Esto
their
implica
own
un flujo
surveys.
de
This
información y de
involves a
datos muy
flow of
importante sobre el
information
instituto
and data that's very important for the
y
institute,
implica un
and
cambio,
also a
muy
change
importante en términos
in
de
terms
bueno,
of
la tecnología que tenemos que tener
the
para
technology we need to have in order to
esta
manage
información.
this
Ayer
information.
mencionábamos
Yesterday, we mentioned
en el bloque de censo
in the census
que,
blog
por ejemplo, el registro
that
de población
the
que tiene el
population
INE
register of INE
toma decenas de fuentes de registros administrativos
takes
distintos de diversos organismos públicos
dozens of sources
del país.
of public agencies from
Entonces,
the
esta visión
country.
de gestores y
So
administradores de datos
this role of
ha
managers
pasado
and
a
data
generar nuevas
administrators
demandas.
or data
Antes,
managers and
digamos,
administrators
lo que
has
teníamos era
generated new
la
demands.
producción de
What we had
encuestas.
before was
Esas
production of
encuestas además se
surveys,
gestionaban de forma
and they were managed
compartimentada en
in a
cada división que las producía, con poca comunicación.
compartmentalized way in
Y
each
la
division
lógica ahora es
producing them.
distinta. Es decir,
And
nosotros
the rationale today is
tenemos
different.
en este
That
momento
is,
un data
we have
warehouse
a data warehouse
permite tener una
today,
organización de la
allowing us
información
to organize
que
the
además no
information
solo proviene
that
de
not
encuestas,
only
sino de
comes
registros
from
administrativos
surveys,
de
but
forma coherente
administrative
y
records
que
in a
permite
consistent
la
manner
utilización
and
más fácil
allows for an easier
de la
use
misma con distintos propósitos.
of it
Entre
with
otros,
different purposes.
ayer
Among them,
mencionábamos
we
la
mentioned
posibilidad de
that
generar un
the
censo basado en registros
possibility of
administrativos
generating a census based on
como el
administrative
que tenemos
registers,
ahora en
like the
paralelo
one
con el
we
censo,
have in parallel
tradicional,
with
digamos,
the
¿no?
traditional census.
Pero entonces,
But then,
esto implica
this
implicó la construcción de un data
involved
warehouse,
the construction
implicó,
of a data
tal vez va a ser
warehouse.
una respuesta a la
Also,
pregunta
this is
siguiente,
an answer for the
pero la
next question,
capacitación de
but
recursos
the
humanos
training
para
of
poder
human
gestionar esto,
resources in order to
incluso
manage all of
de
this,
lenguajes distintos para
even
poder
different
hacerlo, ¿sí?
languages to do it.
Entonces, y
So,
bueno, además el INE ha aprovechado
INE
la plataforma de
has
interoperabilidad que
leveraged
existe
the
en el Estado
interoperability
uruguayo
platform
y
existing
que es
in
gestionada por la
the state
Agencia
of Uruguay
de Gobierno
that is
Electrónico del
managed
Uruguay,
by
Xxiii,
electronic Xxiii,
de tal forma de
electronic agency
bueno,
of
que
the
los datos
government.
fluyan de forma
So
automática,
that
digamos,
data
desde los
can
diversos proveedores de
automatically flow
registros
from different
administrativos
providers
del
of
país hacia el
administrative
Instituto
registers
Nacional
throughout the
de
country.
Estadística.
So it's the National Statistical
También
Institute.
luego, en una dimensión distinta,
Also, in a different
digamos, se han
dimension,
mejorado también las formas en que se gestionan
the
o se gestionaban
ways
las encuestas del instituto.
that survey
Por ejemplo, la
were
encuesta
managed
continua de
have been
hogares, que es una
improved.
encuesta
For example,
una de las más
the
importantes del
household
instituto, que
survey is one
permite
of
la
the most
producción
important
de
ones of
indicadores
the
como el
institute,
de empleo, desempleo de
allowing to
forma mensual,
produce
pobreza,
employment,
ingresos, etcétera.
unemployment monthly on a
Se
monthly
establecieron
basis with income and all that.
sistemas informáticos que permiten
IT
la
systems were
trazabilidad desde la
established
toma del dato
allowing
hasta
for traceability from
bueno, la
the
conformación de la base
data
de datos que se va a
capture
explotar. Esto
to
no era
the
así de forma
setup of the
previa, habían
database
sistemas
that will be
fraccionados
used. This
que
was
dificultaban
not
la
like that
gestión
before. There were
las encuestas. Quiero mencionar solo un elemento
disaggregated
más,
systems that
que es
prevented
que también
this.
estamos dando lo dimos en el censo,
We
pero
saw it in
ahora
the
está permeando
census,
las
but now
encuestas,
it is permeating the
empezar
surveys
a utilizar
to start
otras
using
fuentes de recolección
other
de información,
sources of info
sobre todo lo que
collection,
tiene que ver con la recolección de
especially the
información por
collection of
vías
information
web
through
en las
the
encuestas de
web
hogares.
in household surveys.
Nosotros en este momento
At this
estamos
point in time,
comenzando
we are
piloto con
beginning
esta
a
encuesta de
pilot
hogares
program with the household surveys in the follow-up phase with surveys via the web page. The idea is to implement this starting 2025 in a general way for the survey. But given the excellent response we had in the census with 60% via the web, this is permeating to new forms of data capture in the surveys. In the business ones, yes, but not in the household ones. So that means or involves, as the census director said yesterday, having IT appropriate systems. The success for the web response or e-response is based on a good communication. In this case, it's easier because you know who you will address. You have the telephone number of that person. Therefore, the communication is directed and also adequate IT systems. Therefore, there are developments, and especially we are adapting things we have learned from the census. I would stay here.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you,
Diego,
Diego,
por tus comentarios y
for your
fundamentalmente
comments.
el nuevo rol que el INE de Uruguay
And to
está
say the new
llevando a cabo
role
en términos de
that
ser el
the NSI
socio
of
administrador de los
Uruguay is
datos
the
de
data
todo este sistema
manager of the whole
de
system
información,
now
aprovechando
of
las buenas prácticas que el
information,
gobierno de
taking
Uruguay tiene a
advantage
través
of
de
the
la
best
interoperabilidad
practices that the Uruguayan
y las
government has
facilidades
through
para poder hacer la
interoperability
capacitación
and
a
facilities in
a
order
los
to
miembros
train
del INE para poder adaptar y
the
utilizar
NSI members
nuevas
and thus
tecnologías, ¿no?
use new
Y como
technologies.
comentaste, pues
And
cómo
as
ir
you said,
moviendo en el tema de las
how
encuestas
to
de hogares
move in the
para
household
utilizar
surveys
estas
and thus use
tecnologías como las
these
encuestas vía web
technologies
para
like
poderlo
via
hacer.
web in web
Funcionaron en el
page
censo de población y veamos
surveys.
cómo va
They did work in
avanzando
the population census,
este
and let us
proceso.
see how this process is
Roberto
moving forward.
del
Roberto
INEC
from
Ecuador,
NSI of
quería
Ecuador.
hacerte una pregunta.
I wanted to raise a question to you.
¿Qué medidas de seguridad
What security
consideras o
measures
fueron
do you
son
think
esenciales para
are
proteger los datos
essential to
estadísticos
protect the
en este
statistical data
contexto de nuevas
in this
tecnologías?
context of
Tenemos la
new
nube, tenemos la
technologies? We
inteligencia
have the
artificial,
cloud,
tenemos el
AI,
big
big
data,
data,
como la información
so
geoespacial.
geospatial information.
¿Qué están haciendo
What are you
ustedes en ese
doing
sentido y qué
along those
experiencia nos
lines,
puedes
and what
compartir?
experience can you share
Gracias,
with us?
Rolando. Sobre
Thank you,
este en
Rolando.
particular,
On
hay dos
this
elementos, ¿no? El
specific
primero
point, there are
tiene
two
que ver
elements.
con
The first
nuestra
one is
apuesta
about our
en formar nuevas capacidades en los
uh,
equipos para protección
mission
de
of
datos
training
personales,
new
que ya lo había
capacities
comentado
for the
en
teams on
paneles
personal
previos.
data.
Y eso lo estamos trabajando
And we are
con
working that
expertos legales
with
primero en
legal
protección de
experts
datos
first
personales,
for
que
personal
tiene un
data
tratamiento
protection
distinto
that has a
a lo que
different
muchas personas
treatment
de nuestro
from what
equipo,
many
tanto legal
people of
como
our
técnico,
team, legal and
entienden por la
technical,
protección
understand by
del secreto
protection
estadístico.
of
No son lo
statistical
mismo
secret.
y hay que
It's not the
evidentemente
same
generar
thing,
nuevas
and
capacidades. Uno.
evidently new
Dos,
capacities need to
tenemos
be
una
generated.
grata,
Number two, we
digamos,
have
experiencia con
a
UNFPA y
good
CELADE en la
experience with
evaluación del censo
UNFPA
de
and
población,
CELADE
porque
in the
evaluamos el componente
population
tecnológico.
census
Lo
evaluation
hicimos
because
con
we
un estándar
evaluated the
internacional que lo
technological
aplican, como
component.
lo mencioné,
We
los
did it
bancos a
with
nivel
an
internacional.
international
Y
standard
allí
applied
tenemos
by
una
banks,
hoja de
and there
ruta
we have
bastante
a
clara
clear roadmap
para mejorar
to improve
aspectos de protección de
aspects
datos.
of data
Concretamente,
protection.
podría comentarles el
Concretely
cifrado de datos,
speaking, the
que es
data
proteger datos en
ciphering,
tránsito y en
that is
reposo,
to protect
que son
data in
técnicas de
transit
anonimización y
data and at rest,
pseudonimización. Uno.
that
Hay otro
are
elemento que se llama
they
la
need
autoidentificación
anonymity.
multifactor,
And the other one
que es
is
justamente un poco lo que
multi-factor,
mencionaba Diego de Uruguay, que
mentioned
son
by
sistemas de
Diego, the
autoidentificación para
systems
acceder a
of
datos con perfiles de acceso en
self-identification
distintos
to
niveles de
access data with
confidencialidad.
access
Sobre
profiles
todo,
at
esto
different
es
levels of
importante en el tema de la interoperabilidad.
confidentiality. This is
Tenemos que,
important
por
for
ejemplo, trabajar fuerte en el
interoperability.
control de acceso, o sea,
We need to
utilizar
work
sistemas
on
de
access control,
identificación y autorización para limitar el acceso a datos
self-identification
sensibles. ¿Qué quiero decir? Tenemos,
means
usted
must be
sabe, tenemos
used to
equipos que
identify sensitive
manejan
data.
estadísticas de
There
seguridad
are
ciudadana, pueden
teams
conocer
that
el
manage,
hecho de un delito,
for
pueden conocer
example,
elementos de
citizen
homicidios, de
safety. They know
asesinatos.
about
A la interna
crime,
del INEC estamos
homicides, or
justamente en esta
murder.
misión
So
de emular
in
mucho las buenas prácticas de los países
NSI, we
europeos
are trying to
para tener muy
emulate the
claro
best
los
practices of
controles de
European
acceso y
countries
una
to have a
trazabilidad
clear
del tratamiento
idea of controls of access and treatment of personal data that are sensitive vis-a-vis this phenomenon. We are just beginning the first step, giving the first steps here, and you will feel identified with what I mentioned, training in cybersecurity. We need to improve their capacities, needs capacity building, needs budget. And we see as a good practice, although it is complex, painful for the teams, the evaluations and audits on cybersecurity. At the end, the results of these evaluations place us in a budget that is not reachable at this point, except for El Salvador. We'll see how they can support us. But there, that is the challenge. We need to take care of budgets. Basically, that is what I can say. So in sum, first, strengthen our legal teams statistical processes with this new demand of the personal data protection law and strengthen cybersecurity and all that is involved in data protection when we handle large volumes of information. As the colleague of Eurostat was saying, if we want to have new roles, we need to guarantee our users who deposit their trust in the statistical office to access information that we are prepared for that challenge, and that evidently it needs generating capacities, new technological infrastructure, and strategic partnerships with other countries or agencies that we can work in this roadmap. That's it, dear Rolando. Thank you very much for your answer, Roberto. In terms of the new capacities that statistical offices to incorporate insofar as personal data protection, the technological IT components, the self-identification, and all the process involved, and how to establish legal structures in order to have that link, as we have commented and discussed by the colleague from the Adolfo Ibáñez colleague on the law of data protection.
I would like to ask a general question to all of you. And after that, I'll offer the floor to Javiana, Diego, and then Roberto about training and development strategies. Which training and development strategies do you believe are essential for the training of colleagues, of the staff, of national statistical offices in the future? And trying and dealing with the financial part, how is it that we can attract and retain talent within such a competitive environment and so technologically advanced, so that we may maintain that human resource in our offices, regardless, of course, of our budgets. If we had more resources, we could increase their salaries. But if that cannot be done, we would have to find ways, novel ways to achieve this objective. Diana, you have the floor.
I believe that preparing our employees entails some of the same measures that I had mentioned previously, particularly those that are related to things like staff retention and staff development. But in addition to these, I believe also that attention needs to be given to things such as succession planning for the organization and career planning for our staff. Training plans need to be aligned with the needs and the long-term objectives of the organization. This is especially true for key positions, and we at the Institute have learned this the hard way, as we have suffered the loss of some of our most experienced and well-trained staff over the past 2 years. There's a need to ensure that for these key positions, especially, the next successor is identified and sufficiently trained and prepared to assume higher responsibilities. This is not just limited to technical training, although this is certainly critical, but also to supervisory and managerial and project management training. And we need to be proactive about sourcing training that aligns with our strategic objectives. We also need to be open to allowing staff to take on leadership roles by coordinating new projects under the guidance and mentorship of senior management. We perpetuate our own challenges by not providing our staff the opportunity to grow in these ways. And yes, we need to provide them with the opportunity to fail sometimes and learn from those experiences. Attracting and retaining talent, I believe, involves a combination of both providing adequate compensation packages and creating an organization where people like to work and where people want to work. I note here that we will never be in a position to offer the most competitive compensation, but adequate compensation is the starting point. We also need to ensure that we provide our employees with the tools, knowledge, and resources that they need to be able to do their jobs well. We need to continuously ensure that we are providing new learning and professional development opportunities, exposure to the experiences of their counterparts in other organizations and other countries, and the chance to actively participate in the organization's new projects. Additionally, we need to provide forums for employee feedback. We need to be open to receiving that feedback and use it to address the issues that impact on our staff's ability to perform and improve the working environment. Finally, I'm a firm believer in this. We need to recognize the importance of promoting employee well-being, and we need to consciously promote an organizational environment that supports this. At the Statistical Institute of Belize, we try to achieve this through initiatives such as our employee support programs, by developing and implementing policies that are family-friendly and support work-life balance, and simply respecting our employees' personal time as much as possible. This doesn't mean that we never ask our employees to work longer hours or go the extra mile, but that when we do ask it of them, they are much more likely to do it willingly. There is a school of thought that promoting well-being is inherently at odds with promoting productivity, but our experience has been the opposite. In fact, it has been a vital part of what has allowed us to implement our new work programs that we have introduced in the past 4 years. I think we need to accept the reality that the labor market we face now is not the same one that we faced 10 years ago, and our organizations should respond accordingly. But aside from that, it's also an investment that generates real returns to the organization, including increased productivity and improved ability to attract and retain the types of employees that we need.
Muchas gracias, Diana.
Diego. Thank you, Diana. Diego.
Gracias.
Thank you.
En el caso de Uruguay,
in the case of Uruguay, as mentioned during my previous comments, adopting a stronger emphasis in around alternative data sources, especially moving towards administrative records in a massive fashion, implies the need to have a different profile of staff in our organizations, and this implies a change towards an institute that has a wide-ranging basis, which is basically the enumerators. This is a pyramid with a very large base, and towards the top, when it comes to analytical capabilities, with a relatively small number of staff members, and become a structure that is much more rectangular in shape, where the part that involves data analysts must grow at a very significant level. Now, this is achieved on the one hand by attracting new staff members, but at the same time providing training capacities for the staff that we already have in the institution. In that sense, we have developed certain initiatives, some types of courses that are necessary in order to manage that data. For example, courses on Python data sciences, courses on AI with Python, courses to view data with Tableau and Superset. And something that we also did some years ago was to change the analysis software that was being used traditionally in the institute, which was SPCS, and now we're using R. That, of course, implied a transition period, but also a decision to say, well, on the 31st of December, that change will be absolute. So please benefit from the training opportunities and so on, because people always want to maintain that for a little longer, and therefore training in R was massive within the institute. And yet the moment came when we switched the old system off. Those are some of the things that we have implemented and that bring to the fore the need to advance towards these more powerful data analytical capabilities. Thank you. Thank you, Roberto. The question is, the question is complex and the solution is also complex. Yes, that is normally what the type of questions that we ask here in ECLAC. Yes, this is something that we were discussing with Douglas. Now, a reality check shows that we're not going to retain staff members. And as we have discussed with some colleagues, let us think about the national statistical system. If they're going to steal the staff from us to go to the Ministry of Health, the Interior, or whatever, we have already trained statisticians that will become our colleagues and our counterparts in other ministries. INEGI is the school, that is where they graduate, so to speak, and then they can go to other ministries. And if they go to the private sector, they would again remain as friends, because we also have a close relationship with the private sector. So the philosophy or the reflection is that the people that we train along this way share the main principles of statistics, benefiting from records, the good practices when it comes to data, and that will have a positive impact on the system as a whole. That is how we view it. At the end of the day, we're public officials, and what we must seek is to create better information for the country. If we say that we're going to retain and have long-term career plans, well, that is conditioned to resources, and therefore competing with the private sector is impossible. These professionals, especially the new data scientists, are highly demanded by the financial sector, for example, and therefore I believe that the strategy will be how to enter into alliances with these private sectors in order to protect the country's sensitive information. The knowledge network, and a lot has been spoken about this, will, I think, continue to be the mechanisms to generate new capabilities. And the issue of funds, as mentioned by Diego, well, we are increasingly taking important steps. Free software, open code has made our lives easier in order to process and generate studies. That is evident. And therefore, Orlando, there is no solution, but rather the reflection is, how is it that we are able to generate a good data scientist community? The courses and the training will be there, of course. And as Diego mentioned in the office, we established a deadline to migrate to new technologies. And hopefully here we can also establish a deadline for administrative record-based censuses. And I am sure that in view of the need, we will be successful in that effort. Thank you, Roberto. The truth of the matter is that now I would like to open up the floor for comments, if someone wishes to share a comment. Colombia. Thank you. I think that what is very important when it comes to this discussion for us to think that within that reality check, we must also take into consideration investment in technological infrastructure. When I arrived in DANE, we were only 20 years behind. We used hardware with Windows 7, and therefore, despite the capability, despite the human resources, without a technological infrastructure, it's impossible. Now, since I arrived, that was my priority. Now, we have made enormous investments, but that could not have happened. So, and Colombia, I don't think is the only one in this situation, because many of our countries face enormous budget restrictions. And again, technology is advancing at an incredible pace, not only science, but also technology as such. So I believe that an important part is that we may also cooperate with each other. And I think the EU has a tremendous advantage in that sense. They have a political framework, which means that they already have Eurostat, where many things can be produced by Eurostat, and the entities don't have to do that work, and that is tremendously helpful. I believe that perhaps we could have something similar, or at least to begin to think in that direction. We have a research center that deals with these types of issues. INEGI, for example, has also conducted work, and we also have work that is underway and that could feed into something similar. I wouldn't want to call it a research center, but perhaps something that can be of support to us, because this transition, simply by moving from paid softwares to free softwares, will free up a lot of resources, but it also involves tremendous implications for each one of us, for all of us. And I mentioned an example, the company Nielsen, that big company Nielsen, took 7 years to make that transition, and it was a private company, so it's neither as easy nor as simple. We all want to do that, but if we could receive that support of someone that could guide us, saying, well, this is a progress as from science, as from techniques, as from technology, that could be a contribution to us, would be very helpful, because we're all practically doing the same thing, or practically the same thing. And if we had that type of center, perhaps it would be easier to achieve those objectives.
So maybe instead of thinking of censuses based on records, which I'm not saying no, but this is going so fast, that could we even think of another methodology for the next round of censuses? And maybe it could be important that we have centers that we could use as support and contribute to what we're doing, and that then everyone could benefit from this. Another short example. We mentioned this yesterday. In the case of Colombia, we are being supported in the generation of the change towards the use of the administrative records in South Korea. And they too, they suffered for 20 years in this process of going from the generation of statistics through censuses and administrative records. And they said, don't do this, don't do this, don't do that. And we've done that, and it's not necessary. So have a center such as that one, no matter what it's called, that will help us to say, look, skip all these steps and take the leap to this next one. And so everything will be far more efficient. Thank you for your comments. So we could have two offices. Maybe the IDB being here may help us to contribute to the formation of this. Jose Antonio Mejia is here. Yes, Argentina. For IDB, let's not leave the other agencies out. They can also contribute. The World Bank and several others there. It doesn't always have to be poor Jose Antonio that needs to take out his wallet. Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate everyone for the participations, which I thought were very good. I've discovered that, Marcia, you are a poet of the statistics. Your presentation was very good, and also your thoughts on the post-truth in statistics. And if you could share that presentation, that would be very good. Very interesting, really. Well, several topics. AI that has appeared in the various presentations, the previous ones as well as now, especially Isabel also mentioned this. I think that, well, AI, we must address this, if you like, in 3 or 4 different paths, of which maybe 3 we can address, and 1, I think there's still a long way to go. The first has to be with more administrative topics, HR, where we could use AI to have it as an additional tool to manage different zones. There's a lot of work to be done, and a lot of headway can be made in that way. As we said yesterday, same thing for communication. There are tools with the necessary care and reservations, but I think that there are matters there in communication where we could also move ahead quickly with AI. The other one, already with a greater risk and greater care regarding the, I believe he said, coding, and knowing that 50% is already automated and how they're looking for new models to follow. I think there's a lot of experience and headway can be made quickly there as well. Also, we must be more careful in saying that we're going to use AI to draft statistics that are official statistics. I think that there, yes, we must still need to develop this further. And one of the presentations also mentioned how some mechanisms have had a boom and then dropped off in their use. I don't remember exactly what presentation it was, which one it was, but there's, I think, a lot of work to be done there still. As to the laboratory that Isabel mentioned, there's one reflection that I don't know if we have time for Isabel to answer us, to tell us what the experience is like, but there are many resistances to change. And when we say that we have the laboratories and the laboratories lead to new tools, new instruments, new statistics, and then we need to put that into production, well, that's where we have the restrictions, or at least in our case. And we should also share those experiences on how can we go from the laboratory to the practice? How do we take it in our statistics offices? Otherwise, it ends up leading to more technical areas that are productive, the limitations to all that we've invested in, including resources. And so we need parallel work there as well. And then I believe that I loved Roberto's Cebaños' reflection on saying, no matter what we do, people will leave anyway. And I think that is true. It's not just a matter of resources. The thing is that the younger resources still have that aversion to stay in a stable job for 30 years, and they want to look for new alternatives. That's part of the reality. We must accept it. And I think that that approach of using them almost as ambassadors of good practices in statistics is good. I think that we need a role where we should begin to be more managerial with other agencies that also produce quality statistics. I think that we must learn to relate to other state agencies that own these administrative records. How the statistical office becomes the rector of how to use that record and then give me the input later. But it's not necessarily the statistics office that processes this, but that controls and sets the quality standards. And so we return to what we were talking about yesterday, and we agreed with Roberto in the importance of having these quality standards when it comes to assess the administrative records. I think that there, as the statistical community, we should work on that quality standard so that then we can bring this to the other public agencies that need to process data, and we be the rector of all that. Not do everything in-house or within the NSO, because we're going to have issues with HR. And congratulations, everyone. Well, that is one of the functions being the coordinator of the national statistics system, coordinating all of these elements, the standards, so that these administrative records may be used for statistical purposes. That is the idea that drives from the General Assembly down the main principles of statistics, and that award that to the NSOs in each country.
Miosotis, tú habías pedido la palabra.
You
alguien
had asked for the floor? Someone else
Honduras,
over there?
perdón.
Honduras, yes.
Gracias, Rolando.
Thank you,
A
Rolando.
ver, yo desde ayer estoy con
Since
mi grito de
yesterday,
socorro aquí
I
atravesado y lo voy a tener que
have a
dejar
shout for
ahorita.
help stuck in my throat, and I will
Ayer
now let it
hablábamos
out.
con el tema de los censos,
Yesterday, when we were talking about the censuses, records, and now we're talking about human capital, staff.
les pongo un ejemplo
And let
bien
me
claro para nosotros en Honduras.
share a very clear example of this in Honduras.
Y ahora que estamos hablando
And now that we're talking of AI,
yo recuerdo que la reunión pasada
last
hablamos
meeting we were
almacenamiento
talking
de datos en la
about
nube
cloud data
y ahora estamos
storage,
hablando de esto.
and now we're talking about this.
En la mañana yo
This
escuchaba
morning I heard
y ahora no sé
Angion,
si
and
Isabel tal vez me
now
pueda
maybe Isabel can shed light on this.
nosotros en el tema de formación
Regarding
de personal, gracias al UNFPA y a
staff
OMS
training,
hemos
thanks to
capacitado mucha gente
UNFPA
en el tema de codificación
and
de causa
others,
de
we
muerte.
have
Tenemos
trained
serios impases en eso y
in
tenemos
cause of
mucho retraso en la
death, and
publicación
we're very
de ese
delayed
plan
in the publication
porque
of
la gente
that.
se va. Ya
Because people
está
leave.
bastante claro por
It's
qué se
quite
van.
clear why
Los
they leave.
capacitamos y se
We
van, los
train them and they
capacitamos y
leave.
se van.
We
Yo creo
train
que
them
ese
and they
orden
leave.
es un
And
estudio
I think that
en
the
los
MS
últimos 10 años
did
que no
a
tiene
study of the
reproche, va a
last few
decir, he
years. They would
capacitado tanta
say,
gente
I
en
have
el
trained
uso de
so many people
codificar
in this
causa de
of
muerte y no
coding
tienes a
causes
nadie
of
ahí en la
death, and you don't
vanguardia
have
de esto, de
anyone
esto,
at the
todo.
NSO to do it.
Entonces, la
And
gran
this is a
pregunta que
matter
uno
of
puede
every
decir
year.
esto,
So the big
la
question
inteligencia
is,
artificial puede
AI,
solucionar esto,
can
es la solución
AI
en el
solve
caso
this? Is it the solution?
de pues estamos hablando ya de
Because
codificación
now we're
asistida
talking
por inteligencia
about
automática.
assisted coding,
¿Hasta qué punto
systematic
vamos a
coding.
seguir
To what
dependiendo
extent
todavía de
will we go?
capacitar y capacitar y capacitar
Or
a
is it a
gobiernos
matter
que
of
nos dejen
training and training
y más
HR,
beneficios a
and
esa
people
deuda
that leave?
con respecto a este
I
punto que
always
para
have this
nosotros
doubt,
es
this
puntual, ¿no?
gap,
El tema de la causa de muerte. No sé
the cause of death.
si hay alguna lucecita al final del túnel
Is there any
con la
light at the
inteligencia
end of the
artificial de
tunnel with
poder
AI
codificar
to
la causa
code
de muerte
the cause of death
con estos sistemas modernos.
with these modern systems? Thank you.
Miosotis.
Miosotis? Yes, thank you very much. I apologize, but I could not be during the presentations, but I had another bilateral meeting with the secretary. But I would like to take this intervention. I don't know if you've seen this series called Sherlock Holmes, that they go and they go tick, 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 coding and go tying the different things. This morning, we're speaking of the need to focus on the next strategic plan on one or two or three concrete things. We talked about 2 or 3 projects, and Marco had, Piedad has been talking about technology, technological infrastructure, and now we're talking about HR management. And then this idea of Piedad, of having a center. So what comes to mind is yet another partnership, the public-private one, academic. So we do not need to create a new center, but use what we have. Academia, that could be a very important partnership to help us to manage this change that we need to set up at our offices. And then maybe think of projects that would help us, that drive this for the 3 aspects: technology, HR, and management. And at the end of the day, is the generic model for activity for statistical agencies to be able to use this. And I think that there are already significant contributions. IDB made this. Many of our offices were party to the survey done on HR, and that has given countries a guideline on how to work. And in a regional presentation that Graciela and I attended in May in Washington, the things that we saw was this of the turnover, that no longer has so much to do with wages, but staff that is looking for a different type of motivation. And so therefore they flow. But then also the IDB added a series of complementarities between the generic model of statistical production and the generic model of activity. GSMBP and the GAMSO. And so how to try and help us out to think of putting together these things, and that this could be, José Antonio, is that something that the IDB could be interested in, helping us to accompany, to structure this? But I do see this in a public, private, and academia partnership. And we must also have the ability to interact with other stakeholders. And Freddy this morning mentioned activity held in Dominican Republic, and jointly with the engagement of Uruguay, trying to drive our resolution on data used by the private sector. It was not just the use of the data based on the relationship between each country with the private sector. So partnerships that could help us along this transition. And then I go back to the words of Xxiii this morning. Innovation and creativity. So not everything is budgets. Not everything is budgets. And unfortunately, it is a very important aspect, yes. But the thing is that the budget for the economists, the budgetary restrictions, we do that too good. We cannot extend the border of our production capacity. We have no further budget. So how can we take this leap and begin creating successes that with existing resources, we can try and come up with initiatives that are totally differentiated? So maybe, Rolando, you could try and help me think as the Secretariat and as the presidency of the committee and other countries in the committee, how can we put together a project to help us strengthen the infrastructure? Thank you. Thank you, Misotis. And yes, of course, I think that is one of the challenges that we face. As ECLAC or the UN system, we do have these projects that are for development, and where what we want is to include elements to support countries in terms of technical assistance in that sense, and for different processes. I think that yes, this is something that is on the table.
It's important to add all those elements and to add to the global partnership and the banks, the private initiative, academia. In the next panel, although we already had someone from academia, from a university, we're also going to have someone from that arena, from the IBG, and we will, as Roberto said, there are things that can be done and some things that cannot be done. We need to insist, however, on finding these elements so that we can do it better, to do this part that is within the working groups, collaboration between peers. So it is an opportunity to support each other in this sense. I would like to conclude the panel. I think it was a wealth of knowledge, and I would just like to ask for a round of applause for both of our speakers, Brazil and Mexico, as well as for the other 3 colleagues that participated in the panel. Thank you. We have a break, I believe, Madam Chair. So we'll come back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Vamos a retomar los trabajos con este último panel, el tema 3 sobre coordinación y cooperación en el ámbito de la CEA-CEPAL. Gracias también por la puntualidad. Voy a invitar a Antonio Salcedo,
So punctual. I will invite Antonio Salcedo, Director of the National Institute of Statistics of Spain, and he will chair this panel. Antonio, please.
Sí, muchas gracias, Ms. Otis. Bueno, pues
Thank
buenas
you,
tardes a
Ms. Otis.
todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Bienvenidos
Welcome
a este panel
to
en el que
this
vamos a
panel
abordar el
meeting
tema
where
3
we'll
sobre
address topic number
coordinación
3
y cooperación
on
en el ámbito de
coordination and
la
cooperation in
CEA-CEPAL.
the area of, in
Pues
the
es un
scope
honor
of
para mí poder
CEA-CEPAL.
moderar
It's
esta
an honor to
sesión
chair this
y
session
poder
and to
contar
be
también con la
able to
participación de
have the
cuatro
participation
expertos,
of four experts.
por
Ms.
parte
Otis
de la Oficina de Estadística de República
from the
Dominicana,
Dominican
Abad,
Republic
del
Statistics
de Perú,
Office,
José Antonio Mejía
Peru, José Antonio
y
Mejia,
Pedro Silva, que
and
es
Pedro
investigador
Silva,
principal de
who
la
is the
Escuela
main
Nacional de Ciencias
researcher
Estadísticas
of
del
the
INPE
National
del
School
Brasil
of Statistics of
y fue
Brazil in
presidente del
INGB
Instituto
and
Interamericano de
was
Estadística,
president
el
of the
IESI,
Inter-American
la Asociación
Statistics
Internacional de
Institute,
Estadísticos de
the
Encuestas, el IAS,
International
y el
Association
Instituto
of
Internacional de
Statisticians
Estadísticas,
for
que se estará
Surveys,
conectando de
and
forma remota.
also director who will be
El tema de
connecting
este panel
remotely.
es
The subject of
coordinación y
this
cooperación.
panel
Bueno, pues es
meeting
un
is
tema de
coordination and
gran
cooperation, a
importancia
very important
y, bueno,
subject,
pues de hecho constituye
and it is,
dos de los principios del Código
or
Regional de
it
Buenas
has
Prácticas de
two
para
of the
América Latina y el
principles
Caribe.
of the good practice code
Como
of Latin
principio
America
2,
and the
que la
Caribbean. As
coordinación de las
principle
entidades
2, the
productoras de
coordination
estadísticas
of the
en el
statistics
marco del
producer
SEN
entities
permite
within
planificar y
SEN
ejecutar las
allows
tareas
to
estadísticas
plan
nacional de
and
manera
implement
participativa,
national
por supuesto manteniendo
statistics in
siempre
a
un estricto control
participatory manner,
conjunto
maintaining
esencial para
close,
mejorar la calidad
essential
de las
contact to
estadísticas.
improve statistics
Y en
quality.
cuanto al principio 8
And as
sobre
to
cooperación y
Principle 8
participación
on
internacional,
cooperation and
pues
international
tenemos que
participation,
las entidades pertenecientes
the
al SEN
entities
deben
belonging
cooperar
to
en el intercambio
SEN
de
need to
experiencias e
cooperate in
información
exchanging
y también participar en la
expertise,
elaboración conjunta de
experiences,
estándares y actividades
information,
estadísticas a nivel
standards, and
internacional.
statistical activities
Adicionalmente, estos temas
internationally. In
de
addition
cooperación
to
y
these
coordinación
coordination
también
and
cubren
cooperation topics,
los objetivos generales del Plan
also they
Estratégico
cover the general objectives of the 2015-2025 plan. Therefore, I consider that this session is going to be of great use to exchange experiences in these two areas, as it can be an active assistance in working group or improving efficiency of biennial programs, strengthening technical capacities, increase participation in international initiatives, and also strengthen the links with academia and research institutions. The panel will last 40 minutes, and the idea is to formulate a question to each panel member so that they can provide their views in 8 minutes on the subjects that we are going to raise. The first question would be for Masotis, and it is the following.
Which mechanisms can be implemented in order to achieve greater coordination, participation, and collaboration in the SCA working groups, and thus increase the efficiency of programs? Thank you very much, Antonio. I would like to transfer or convey my answer in a way that was coordinated by the teams in the office that actively take part in these activities. I am only the bearer of their voice. But specifically, we have seen that there are three important elements that I would like to convey to you here today, and that should be taken into consideration in order to achieve that coordination, participation, and coordination within the working groups. First of all, the establishment of clear and structured protocols. I believe that in one way or the other, Juana this morning referred to this when she mentioned the network knowledge, the knowledge network transmission. And that's the vision for our programs. And in the case of the Dominican Republic, we always understand that there are continuous improvement elements that we need to work on and implement. And thus, the establishment of clear and structured protocols must involve having a clear governance structure that enables working groups to make more agile and effective decisions, establishing a voting system or a system to arrive at a consensus reflecting the priorities and needs of member countries. Likewise, we believe that these protocols are also, in addition to protocols, we also need to define the roles and responsibilities that each working group must have. Terms of reference that clearly define the roles, the responsibilities that participants have, and also the processes in order to produce documents. And this especially in order to contribute towards a better distribution of the work load and thus prevent an excessive work burden in one country, in one or two countries, and guarantee that or make sure that all members of the working groups are aware of those specific tasks. Likewise, we also believe that we require a rigorously applicable work schedule needed to implement efficient work with deadlines, strict deadlines, and follow-ups so that we can meet these deadlines. And this could include regular meetings and intermediate control points to determine that decision-making flow. We also need to empower participants, and this can imply, well, let's see, often teams faced with the lack of an authority that acknowledges their competencies, that may hinder decision making. And one of the things that we have done in our National Office of Statistics that we have a decalogue. And those that and the people appointed to that working group need to have certain aptitudes and characteristics so that they may encourage decision making and be active participants and not simply somebody that is simply there within a working group listening to what is happening. But instead of that, making a real contribution, and that implies an organizational structure change that we need. And also, we need to encourage a commitment. This is linked to the previous point, and that decalogue helps us to move towards that process. But likewise, the review and adjustment of participation, considering a review of the level of participation in countries, and perhaps having a person that is a higher official and that is able to promote participation via the allocation of specific responsibilities and accountability, both within working groups and also within countries, and training and resources that may exist in order to strengthen the work that of these working groups. I remember that last year, or when the Dominican Republic joined the gender mainstreaming group, one of the things that we suggested was indeed that how we could strengthen the capabilities of those that have to incorporate gender mainstreaming in each group so that they could do that in a much more structured fashion and not feel that they were there without being able to contribute to these processes. And thirdly, and with this I conclude my comments, the improvement and production and review of documents. And we feel that what is important is collaboration in the production of drafts to promote a more collaborative approach whereby all countries are able to contribute in the drafting and review of documents. And this could include the establishment of subgroups or specialized drafting groups and a continuous review, continuous feedback, and the implementation of a review process that will enable us to make sure that all members have an opportunity to express their opinion and suggest improvements of documents. And finally, the efficient use of technology. We have been discussing that issue, how to promote, for example, change management, to promote the use of technology with online cooperation using technological tools that enable a better communication and better coordination among members of the working group. And this could also be of help to share documents, to coordinate meetings, and to keep everybody informed of the progress that is being made. Thank you. Thank you, Miosotis, for your answer. We have taken due note of the three elements that you have taken into consideration: these protocols, review of participation, and also an adequate collaborative environment. And now we move on to the next question for Peter Bass. How do you consider, or how do you believe that the Xxiii could increase its support for innovation and for technical and methodological capacity building in the region's statistical offices? Thank you, Antonio. First of all, the biennial program of regional cooperation activities is, I believe, fundamental in order to increase the support for innovation, the development of technical and methodological capabilities in national statistical offices in the region. The working groups, as has been adequately mentioned, enables the necessary coordination so that we can jointly tackle the issues that have been prioritized. The groups that are in existence and that have been approved by the conference, and those that have concluded with their work, met their objectives and submitted their products, methodological guidelines, diagnosis, tools, and even the design of systems. And all that is very important, precisely when it comes to these technical and methodological capabilities of our staff members. And therefore, the groups aimed at institutional strengthening of the code of good practices, labor market, environmental statistics, statistics on the reduction of the risk of disasters, census cartography, the estimation of data, estimation in small areas, the management of metadata, the use of time, administrative records, and also gender statistics, indicators of well-being, migration, environmental statistics. And I am mentioning each one of these because this enables you to realize how important they all are for official statistics. And we also have the livestock and agricultural statistics and the statistics on crime and citizen security. And therefore, it's very important that technical secretariats of these groups, in addition to ECLAC, involve UN agencies capable of providing technical support and advice. And what is very important is the coordination of the Xxiii in order to mobilize international resources in order to support these issues and in order to organize workshops, face-to-face work meetings, and also online meetings. And as mentioned by Miosotis, the technological progress must be used in order to come closer to standardize AI that we have spoken so much about, has been applied for decades in many fields, such as classifications, automatic coding. But this can also be generalized to all national statistical offices that are not using that at present, and with the support of the Xxiii, and thus come closer to via the simultaneous interpretation of the working groups in order to expand the scope to Caribbean countries, but also enabling the participation of experts or specialists of global fora whenever necessary. The experience of official statistics around various issues in our region is also interesting for them. And the knowledge transmission network, where we not only present the results or the products of the work groups, but also include the success cases that have been evidenced in national statistical offices, and thus improve the repository with videos, documents, and even with links to global fora. But the statistical division of ECLAC and of other divisions, in accordance with the working groups or at a bilateral level, must continue to provide technical advice. In Peru, for example, the National Statistical Institute has received technical assistance from various divisions of ECLAC. For example, administrative records, domestic migration and mobility with census data, Redatan, the Odisea system, the study of small areas combining household surveys and censuses, population projections, national accounts, among others. It would also be important, as has been discussed this morning, well, the analysis of artificial intelligence in official statistics, prioritizing special issues in the production, dissemination, and access to microdata and systems, the interoperability within national statistical systems, and the recommendations to update the regulatory frameworks. In addition to inviting other entities that also form part of CEN, the participation of other entities such as fiscal entities whenever we talk about business statistics, superintendency of migrations within the field of migration statistics, or the Ministry of Labor, among others. And we also believe that it is what is important is a public-private partnership with civil society and also with academia, among others. Thank you very much.
Pues muchas gracias, Peter, por tu respuesta.
Thank you for your reply. Very good number of improvement proposals to increase support for innovation and the development of capacities and techniques. So now let's move on to the third question. How can the SCA improve cooperation, collaboration, and alignment with initiatives and programs on statistics at international level? José Antonio, could you please take the floor? Thank you, Antonio. I believe that after the many mentions, this sounds like an advertising campaign. Well, as the SCA mentioned this, we did a study. Here is a brochure. You can see the study based on the surveys of officers at NCSOs. Very interesting reading. But getting to your question, Antonio, I believe that here there are two levels. What can be done at regional level and what could be done at global level? I believe that at regional level, the SCA is clearly where cooperation and collaboration initiatives will be determined. But for that, we need to coordinate the search for resources in a systematic manner. Being leaders, looking for resources with the IDB initiative for regional goods, as you know, has been a source of funds for various topics, all the way from migration statistics, agricultural environment, and so on for years now. So that is relevant. But work must be done in a coordinated manner, and somehow at the level of this group, we need to determine priorities. And so, as to, we have said before, not cannibalize the what we're doing and have proposals that compete with others. On the other hand, SCA must also be an opportunist in the best sense of the word. That is, not move ahead with topics where there's interest and resources. If what the topic in fashion is climate change and money is being given for that, in that case, well, let's get interested in climate change because there's money there. So you look for the keys because it depends on where the light is. And I think that we also need to look to ECLAC. They have a very important role, not as the SCA Secretariat, but also because ECLAC brings together many other instances of decision makers at government level in the region. And so we need to insist that the SCA must have a voice and present to those groups, speaking of the relevance of statistics and the relevance of investing in official statistics. So otherwise, we're preaching cold in Newcastle. And so what we need is to go to fora where the SCA may, through ECLAC, promote what we've been talking about here. At global level, I think that we need to use the various connections that the region has with the statistics community worldwide. Most clearly is the UN statistics, and where in March we see our faces, but not everyone has the opportunity of going to that in winter. So we must make the most of those who are there to speak not only at country level, but regional level, and take the presence of other countries of the region in other fora. The OECD. They in the region have Colombia, Chile, Costa Rica, and Mexico. They are members. So it is important that as they do already, and so I'm saying it's not because this is being done, but it is important to highlight this, that those countries may bring to the region the topics that have been working on at the heart of that organization, and also seek for the countries of the region that are invited to European conferences, so bring all the progress made in Europe to this side of the Atlantic, and that we must make the most of that knowledge and that interaction, as we were seeing now with some of the presentations that we heard. And also, I believe it is important to make the most of members of the SCA that are also active in other regions, but are active in the SCA. And here, this is a blow to the moderator of this session, to see how, through Spain, for example, we could have access to what was mentioned here, what Mariana was saying from Eurostat. So not only make the most of these interactions with other fora, but also ensure that some of the global specialized agencies, I think that end the day at 5 p.m. because I see none of them sitting around the table now. They should bring global initiatives to the region and further exchange with other regions. Uruguay, with what they're doing with Xxiii in Norway and New Zealand. So look for exchange beyond the traditional, typical ones that we always see on the other side of the Atlantic, because there are other regions in the world, and in that sense, the UN is an important partner for this, but also other partners. And I believe he said ESDB that is promoting exchange with Ghana and Kenya, things that don't always seem that obvious, but it's also important to learn from these other regions. We have a lot to share and also a lot to learn. So we must make the most. The natural connections, yes, but also look for other spaces to collaborate with other regions. And lastly, this collaboration with other regions, it is here where the ECLAC Statistics Division opens the door. As was said this morning by the Executive Secretary, that is heading the other regional commissions, will use those connections to have exchanges, ESCAP, ESCWA, and the other commissions. And with that, I end. Thank you. Well, thank you. A number of proposals to improve collaboration at a regional and global level, as you have said. Well, the last question would be to Pedro Silva, who is online. And the thing is, how can the NSO strengthen ties with, in this case, academic or research institutions? So, Pedro, please.
Gracias, Antonio.
Thank you, Antonio. Can you hear me? Perfectly.
Muchas gracias por la
Thank you for the opportunity and the invitation. I will share my screen for a moment.
Share screen. Sí. Yo pienso que las
I believe
asociaciones
that
entre oficinas que producen
associations
estadísticas
between
con academia
statistics
son
offices
asociaciones de beneficio mutuo
are of
que voy
mutual
a intentar
benefit,
convencer a
and
usted
that
de
I will
que
try and
merecen mucho
convince
la pena.
you that they are well
Estamos en un momento
worthwhile.
donde hacer
We're going through a
nuestro trabajo
moment
en las
when
oficinas de
doing
estadística
our
es cada
work
vez
at an
más difícil
NSO is each
porque
day more
las demandas
difficult
por nuestros
because the
productos y
demands for
servicios
our
no cesan
goods and
de
services
crecer
never
a una
stop growing.
datificación en la sociedad que aumenta la presión sobre
And a
nuestras agencias,
society that
aunque los
increases pressure
recursos no
on our
aumentan en
agencies,
proporción a la
although the
demanda.
resources do not increase
Y es
in
una
line with the
característica en
demand.
nuestras
And this
instituciones
is all
que evolucionan
characteristic in
lentamente,
our
ya que
institutions that
sus
we
fuentes
evolve slowly
principales
because
como
their
los
main
censos o las
sources, such as
encuestas,
censuses
suelen
or
requerir
surveys,
desarrollo prolongado,
require
como
prolonged development,
consultas a
such
usuarios,
as user
experimentación,
consultations,
tesis e implementación, para que
experimentation,
podamos proporcionar datos que
to
cumplan con los
provide
estrictos
data
estándares
that
de
meet
calidad
the very
aplicables.
strict
Las
quality
necesidades de
standards that
datos
are
de la
applicable.
sociedad, por otro lado,
The data
evolucionan cada
needs of
vez más
society, on the other
rápidamente,
hand, evolve
impulsadas
each
por la
time more quickly,
innovación, la tecnología
driven
y la
by
sed de
innovation,
datos para
technology,
tomar
and the thirst for
decisiones,
data
y
for
la gente
those
está
who
impaciente,
to
no
guide
tiene
decisions.
ganas
And
de
people are
esperar
impatient;
mucho.
they don't want to
Yo
wait.
pienso entonces que
And
para
so,
hacer frente a este
to
escenario
address
desafiador,
this
la
challenging
innovación será
situation,
la clave para las
innovation is
agencias
the key
estadísticas
for
que continúen a tener éxito
statistical
en ese
agencies to
escenario.
continue being
Y para
successful.
acelerar
And
innovación,
to speed up
ya
innovation,
escuchamos bastante en
we've
esta
already
sesión,
heard a
hay que
lot at this
establecer
session.
alianzas,
We need to have
cooperación con
partnerships
otras
or
agencias
cooperation
estadísticas,
with
con
other
otros
statistical
proveedores de
agencies,
datos,
other
y
data
les voy a
providers.
comentar un poco
And
sobre
I am going
cómo
to talk a
sería
little bit
posible
about
y es
how it would be
deseable
possible and
hacer también
desirable to also
alianzas y cooperación
have
muy intensa con
partnerships
la
and
academia.
intense cooperation with academia.
Pienso que es una
I
situación
believe
en que
that
todos
the
vienen a ganar,
in this
tanto
situation,
las oficinas
everyone must
como
win,
la gente en la academia.
the
¿Por qué
NSOs as well as
asociarse con la
academia.
academia desde el
And
punto de
why
vista de una agencia
partner with
estadística?
academia from the point of
Podemos
view of
tener acceso a
an
conocimiento
NSO?
y
We could have
experiencia
access
que es
to their
imposible
knowledge and
tener
experience,
internamente,
which
sobre
would be
todo.
impossible to have,
El mundo
especially
del
in-house.
conocimiento
The
crece
world
muy
of
más rápido que
knowledge
las
grows
oficinas de
much
estadística
faster
pueden
than
acompañar solas.
what
También
NSOs can
sería
do on their
posible
own.
pasar a
And
influir en
also, it would be
agendas de
possible to
investigación
influence
de la
research
gente de la
agendas
academia
of
que va a resultar
people
en
in academia,
conocimiento que es
and
de
that will
interés a
result
las
in knowledge that
agencias
is
de
of
estadística.
interest to the
También
NSOs,
influir en la
and
educación
also
y el
influence
desarrollo
education
de los
and the
futuros
development of
profesionales
future
que pueda
professionals
reclutar
that may be
posteriormente.
recruited
Hay un punto
subsequently.
no menos
There is
importante
a no
como
less
contribuir a
relevant point,
desarrollar
such
una
as
voz
contributing to
pública
develop
que
a public
respalde su
voice to
legitimidad y
back the
confiabilidad,
legitimacy and
que es
reliability,
algo también
and which is
importante cuando
also
uno
very
tiene que
important
luchar con
when you need
recursos
to
escasos
struggle with
y
scarce
satisfacer una
resources
demanda que no
and
para de
meet
crecer.
a
Y todo
demand that
esto
grows
permite
continuously.
estas
And all of this
interacciones,
allows
aprender con los
interactions
diálogos
to
que
learn through dialogue
las intersecciones con ese
and
mundo de academia
interaction
y
with the
con
academic world,
certeza
and
tratar con
certainly
esto de
try
acelerar
to
innovación y
speed up
adaptación de las
innovation and
oficinas a la
adaptation
nueva
uh,
situación que
NSOs to the new
encontramos.
situations that we
Bueno,
encounter.
hay que
Well,
haber ganos también para la gente de academia. ¿Por qué
and
asociarse con las
why
oficinas
should
de
academia
estadística, hacer cosas
partner with
conjuntamente?
NSOs and do
Pienso
things
que
together?
la
I believe
participación de
that
académicos en la
the
toma de
engagement
decisiones
of
sobre los
academics in
datos que
decision
se van a
making regarding the
producir
data to be
y
produced
otros que por vez
and others
debemos
that
dejar de producir
we
para
maybe
poder
should
invertir
stop
y producir
producing
cosas
in
nuevas,
order to produce new
debe
things.
ser oportuno e
This should be
interesante para la
timely
gente de
and
academia.
interesting to
Para
academics
obtener
as well,
acceso de primera
in order
mano
to
a
have
datos que se
first-hand
producen
access
y
to
a lo que se
data that
aprende
is
con ellos.
produced
Pienso
and
que es muy
what we
importante
learn with
tener
that. I think it is
oportunidades para
important to have
personas
opportunities
especializadas en la
for
academia
people
conocer
who are
nuestros datos tan
specialized in
cielo
the
cuanto sea
academic world
posible,
to have as much data
para
as
nos
possible
ayudar a
to
comprenderlos
help
y a
us to
divulgar los
understand
principales
and
insights
disseminate
que
the
debemos
main
derivar de
insights
ahí.
that we can gain from that, and also learn with us the best way of exploring and analyzing data, and we too could learn with them about these things, and they can take part in the solution to relevant issues stemming from the data produced and analyzed at statistical offices. They can have ideas about good topics for research, methodological professional research, and also adapt their projects and educational practice to what is needed and expected from the professionals trained in it through their various courses. These would be the main ideas, but I believe that, of course, it is possible to mention other situations that have to do with a win-win partnership. Now, I will leave these materials with you, but to pursue. But there are experiences in Brazil, Canada, the UK, and Europe. If I don't have time to go through them here, I will leave you with the material. In Brazil, we have the strength of a school of statistics within the NSO. The school was founded in 1953, and it is the Division of Research and Education of the IBGE that has a licensed degree in statistics with more than 2,000 graduates, many who actually worked at the IBGE, and now has a master's and doctoral degree in population, territory, and public statistics with more than 440 graduates, and it goes back about 25 years in existence. Another school for professional training and development for life for IBGE staff, and that has required a lot of education at a distance, and that in 2023 held 161 courses training just over 144,000 people. So mutual contributions by ENCE and IBGE is significant. They carry out research in terms of relevance for IBGE activities. Seminars are held that are sort of windows for academics to interact with the IBGE. For many years, we've held a series of seminars on methodology, and also we have a number of activities outside the IBGE, such as I am now at a seminar on NIC methodology. We've been partners for many years, and we take part in a number of training opportunities as the IBGE, but at the school, through working groups, planning committees, committees for execution, analysis, assessment of census and questionnaires, and for a different approach to what is occupied in direct opportunities.
We also have different intermediary roles with other institutions. For example, we publish since 1940 the Brazilian Statistics magazine, which has been published for over 20 years with the Brazilian Association of Statistics. And we also have the UN Big Data Regional Hub in Brazil. That is for our region. In Canada, we have examples of similar activities. The Consultative Committee on Statistical Methods. Their specialties, they publish a list called Survey Methodology, which is a Bible. It includes very, very important work that we've done on sampling, on survey treatment or management, and we also hold a yearly symposium on methodology. This year, the theme will be the future of official statistics. And in my slides, there are links So you will be able to access this material.
Resultado de trabajo de la agencia en su marco de
The
aseguramiento
agency has also been working on a framework for quality assurance, which aims to maintain collaboration and exchanges with scientific, academic, and corporate communities through the participation of employees in professional associations and other peer meetings, congresses, symposiums. In Europe and in the UK, there is a wealth of experience with a master's in official statistics. The UK turned out to be promoted with European community processes, and there's a European master's in official statistics. In the UK, there is a program now that has been expanded to an MC in data analytics for government.
se ha actualizado, modernizado para también
So the
cubrir
model has been updated in order to address new needs for training. The British Statistics Office has created a data science campus, which has a lot of recent production. It collaborates with academia in the UK. I would like to conclude my remarks by stating that given the benefits and the success stories, it is surprising that we don't see more of these associations. It's true, it may be difficult in the beginning because everything is new, but it is worth the effort. It's important to always remember what is at stake: innovation, 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 or facing the consequences. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Pedro,
Thank you very much, Pedro, for your presentation. And thank you for stressing all the links between statistics and academia, and also the existence of an innovation agenda. For example, in the European system, we are seeing the presence of a pluriannual agenda for innovation in public statistics. It is now time for comments. I would like to offer the floor to participants to see if they have questions or comments. I can also offer the floor to the panelists. Yes, Centrostat. Thank you very much. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for the invitation to participate in this meeting on behalf of the Executive Committee of the Statistics Conference. I believe it's important to understand how we can make cooperation more effective, statistics cooperation, because sometimes some sub-regions had information, the Andean community, the Mercosur, and I'd like to refer to a couple of things in terms of the importance of cooperation again. In the case of Centrostat, since its creation in 2008, its bylaws mandate that it must stick to the agenda of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. And because the statistical offices that are obliged to participate, it's important for them to get to know this agenda so we can all work on it and in the same direction. This also enables for those who cooperate to be willing to support their region, and that they're not just dispersed agendas, that there is cohesion. On the other hand, Centrostat develops in the context of Central American efforts, and it transcends statistical coordination with the national statistics offices, and through SICA, we've been doing this. We've cooperated with the Monetary Council from the group of the World Bank, and working on the GDP, employment, among others, and we can make these efforts thanks to that cooperation. We also have the agriculture and livestock census that for some countries is a priority, so we can also collaborate to optimize cooperation throughout these 8 SICA countries. We're also working with the regional entities that protect the consumer rights. So ECLAC has supported us in that effort. And likewise, most recently, this morning, in fact, we met with the technical secretariat of the Council of the Ministry of Women, and to take advantage of the census to generate statistics that can allow us to better understand the gender indicators. So it's important to take advantage of these results. I just wanted to stress that subregions have lesser asymmetries. There are asymmetries within SICA, but they're different from the Latin American world. And as a subregion, doesn't really make sense to have other agendas like Brazil, like Mexico, like Colombia. So I wanted to stress this because I feel the work of the subregions in the case of Centro-Estado could be useful to strengthen and optimize cooperation and execution of the SCA. Thank you.
Pues muchas gracias por el comentario.
Thank you very much for your comment. Would you like to reply? Yes, please. Thank you. I would like to add that in this area of statistical offices and strengthening their relationship with academia and the National Institute of Statistics and IT, we have a research center, and this research center fosters research using the databases provided by the INE and the National Statistics System. We have contest every year, and this contest, the research contest, is used to allocate funds. In fact, I'd like to mention that at this moment we are carrying out one for university purposes, so students can apply, and we have coordinated with academia, with universities, so that the professors come from universities and they will sign an agreement with us, which allows them to access information. In fact, anyone can access the INI information because it is open. But the important thing here is that in academia, there are also some consultative commissions, for example, Poverty Commission, and these allow us to obtain more information. As the previous participant said, you can't make continuous improvement in the household survey with the observations that they carry out, because they're always searching for more information in our databases, and this allows us to grow, to develop, and to make continuous improvement of this survey. It is extremely important to have this link between academia and research.
Sí, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. I'd like to begin with the comments made by José Antonio and then Miguel Corleto from Centro Estat on the topic of how we think here in the region, how we should arrange things. Well, it is quite heterogeneous and it might not take us to a common denominator, but it can take us to a minimum viable product, and that would be our strategic plan. Somehow, it needs to focus on these topics that allow us to see ourselves as a region and to define the mechanisms that we are going to have and develop for the region, and of course, respecting each country's sovereignty. As José Antonio said, we participate in many spaces, many meetings, and individually, but if we have a common agenda, how do we work with this minimum common denominator and then increase intensity? It cannot be random. There has to be an intention, and the consensus in the region has to be has to be done by defending our spaces. I'd like to mention the experience we had in the sessions period of the Commission of the Xxiii, where we tried to find a common position for the discussion of the resolution, the expansion of the Commission, and there was a very specific request by CARICOM there to be able to defend this, but we had that duality. How could we defend them? But if there were some countries that already had a position that was difficult to find consensus with. So what were the mechanisms that allowed us to coordinate with the political world? And Marcos mentioned that earlier. We should have done this before we got to that point, and then define the mechanisms for coordination that could arise. And I apologize, but I'm going to go back to something. We had a meeting in the Dominican Republic for the use of private sector data and the reality of Cuba. Mercedes mentioned that previously in the SEAC there were ad hoc groups. These have greater flexibility.
What happens, I think, this discussion happened in September. If we have to appeal every 2 years so as to have the approval for a new working group, it is quite impossible as to capacity and flexibility to respond within the times that the international agenda needs a response from our side. Maybe these shouldn't be that structured groups like the ad hoc ones. They shouldn't be as structured, but they are set up and disassembled for a specific subject. Now, in the Summit of the Future, we as SEA, we don't know what is our role there. The digital compact or compact digital mentioned by Stefan this morning. What other things do we have in other spaces here in CEPAL? The Population and Development Commission, some offices of statistics where we go individually. How do we relate with the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, which is important as an agenda, and that Stefan spoke about it. The regional conference created a group of friends of the chair for subjects of disability. How are we going to accompany? With Fabiana del Popolo was saying that at some point SEA took this in Mexico 2017, the SEA 2017 adopted an agreement for greater coordination between the Statistical Conference of the Americas and the Population and Development Conference. How could we ask those commissions to come here and provide reports, also coordinate with the regional meeting of women, of conference of women, where there are gender statistics and we have that link. But there are mechanisms. We have expertise. What we need is that intent and think, how are we going to participate as a region in these processes that could provide a feasible result? Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Venezuela now. Thank you very briefly. Thank you for participating, for allowing me to participate in this event. Insofar as the National Geographic Statistical System of Venezuela and cooperation within the area of SEA, it would be important to consider, and you've said it several times, according to the experience of different countries, that technological implementation or cooperation will continue to be always important because of the movement or progress in time that enhance new technologies. But what remains in time is changes and cooperation within regulatory frameworks and institutional frameworks. And all the statistical, geographical, national system of our country. And why do I say it? Because in the experience of Venezuela, in the previous round census in 2011, we were unable to participate in yesterday's seminar of experience of census rounds. But in this experience, we had 24 venues, robust venues of physical and technological infrastructure for census. And that was inherited by the statistical system. On this occasion, with the census of the last round, we received more than 1,500 points or notes for information capture in all of the national territory. We have advanced in implementing territorial approach of data capture with the administrative records reaching those nodes, and all that will demand a greater technological availability, equipment, implements, processing. But what it will demand for the 2030 round, it's another technology, another software, other devices. However, what it demands is that the institutional frameworks, legal frameworks, be adapted for that new territorial reality and new regulatory reality. So within the framework of cooperation, we aim at that coordination in between countries can be established with the National Statistical Office of Venezuela and other countries, updating those processes and modernization of those handbooks or manuals for statistical implementation. Thank you very much. We have IDB and then CARICOM and then Orlando.
Gracias. No, yo creo que simplemente un tema que retomando, no hace tiempo, hace unos momentos se hablaba Piedad de esta idea.
Moments ago, Piedad spoke about decentralizing the knowledge development. That would be the peak of this conference. It's a faraway goal to have an institution concentrating the knowledge generation. It's difficult, but we have something like that. That's a role of ECLAC that fully complies within its possibilities. Here we have a concentration of knowledge, not everything, absolutely everything. That depends on available resources. So we need to look for some alternatives. And the one that has worked are those regional public goods. That is to have resources in order to jointly work in the production of a public good, which in this case is knowledge for the statistical community of Latin America and the Caribbean. Another possibility are those mentioned already, working with academia. The extreme example is Xxiii of IBGE and INEGI in Mexico with the official institution. I don't know If you, Isabel was mentioning the work with Australia, the few data that was done by an institution that's called Xxiii Australia that opened an office here in Santiago. And the one heading that office was now hired by Adolfo Ibáñez University to create a study observatory center of land, of the earth. And therefore, knowledge development can be concentrated in matters of official statistics. And one last idea that was tried, if there is a data lab in Peru, if there is a school in Brazil, if there is work in Colombia, there is a lab in Mexico, why not promote exchange of staff medium term? So those working, for example, with AI in the of Uruguay to go to Mexico and share its knowledge or to whatever country it's needed. Thank you. CARICOM, yes, please.
Thank you. So I want to stress that the collaboration with academia is highly important for our countries, especially in light of us in CARICOM establishing what we call the Electronic CARICOM Institute for Statistics Training and Research. Of course, it is a virtual institute. It morphed into a virtual institute. It was supposed to be a physical one when it was originally conceptualized many years ago, but it is developing into a virtual institute. So, of course, we would need the universities to provide us with learning content so that we can populate this this electronic institute to make statistical courses and training available to our NSOs, right? The statistics, and I would like to add that statistics in most of our countries is not a priority for scholarship, right? And this is an important area of development, and I'm not too sure if there's any scope at the regional level for making more scholarship in statistics available for CARICOM SIDS, especially in light of what my colleague from Belize indicated, that one of the issues being the lack of technical abilities to be able to produce some of the statistics and take advantage of the new developments in statistics, right? It is very difficult for our employees within the statistics offices to foot the full cost of a degree. So and they are interested in doing the degree, but it's just that they do not have the means, right? So this is something that can be considered for CARICOM, and it would aid us in developing and establishing regional experts, right? And regional experts that can probably travel through the region, even though every statistics office may not have expertise in a particular area of statistics, but at least if we have a few, we can capitalize on those. And if we do not go that route, then our NSOs will continue to depend on the assistance from IDPs to produce statistics, right? We would like to reach to a stage where we are self-sufficient. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por los comentarios.
Thank you for the comments. We now give the floor to Argentina, and then Rolando, ILO, and UNEP.
Sí, perdón, muy breve voy a ser.
Yes, I'll be brief. I would like to highlight all that can be collaborated in capacity building, in developing, as Jose Antonio was saying, of exchanging staff persons. It's very valid. But let us not forget some things that we could take advantage of more. That is cooperation of SCA with the different offices in concrete subjects like Geo Portal. The Argentina is the biggie. I mean, it's the pilot or it's guinea pig. It is a very useful tool. It is something that CEPAL is developing, and it will be available for all. And I think that can be leveraged in other subjects like AI, if we all go to use platforms that we can have it concentrated in ECLAC. So not only training, but also tools. And I think CEPAL, ECLAC has a lot of capacity and can be of enormous help in this. Rolando. Thank you. I think the comments are very interesting that have been very much in agreement of how member countries of other agencies can participate and take our experiences to other agencies like OECD, for example. I want to raise an experience and make a proposal. The group of experts in geospatial information emerges on 2011. It is a new agency, and in its meetings, regional meetings and global ones, has a group of experts or an academic group on the one hand, and on the other has a group of private entities that participate in the discussions of GGIM with a group of experts of geospatial information at global level. This is an excellent practice. It is an opportunity. And here I think that we should, and this is what I would like to launch here, or raise, so that we can set up or create an academic network that could participate in the center of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. Here we have a director, Luis Beccaria. We have Pedro Silva. Surely we will get someone in each one of the countries in order to set up an academic statistical network that could be invited on a permanent basis, that could be working with us on methodologies, updates, participations, listen what we are saying, see whether they can guide and support, and how can they, from academia, support us in capacity building in Latin America as well as in the Caribbean. I think there is a process where we could make strides in these terms of innovation and proposals that could be useful, instead of comment to what do we do we bring someone from academia or not. I think it would be worthwhile. I submit this to your consideration. Think about it. Let us rethink about it and see if it's possible to establish an international network of academics that are close to our statistical offices. In each one of the countries, we have someone in academia here that who comes from academia surely also has colleagues. So I think it is something that we could contribute, bring, incorporate in order to be in this dynamics. And I submit this to your consideration on this point. The ad hoc groups, Myosotis, I would agree, but yes, it has to do with the availability of countries in order to implement all of these processes when you have the different things that we would have to give.
Working groups are there for different methodologies, but a large number of these aspects are discussed in the committees, and therefore we could work and via webinars perhaps build something that would enable us to respond to certain aspects that we're interested in contributing to. In that sense, I share this proposal with you so that you may consider it. Thank you for that proposal. And we now offer the floor to the ILO, to the UNEP, and then UN Women. I wanted to summarize something. We were outside because we were in a meeting, and I hope that what I'm saying will be relevant because I think we already have an idea of what has been discussed. Touching upon what was mentioned by Jose Antonio, as my own experience, I would like to show you what we have done as ILO using the SCA as a platform. For us, this has been very useful. We have worked permanently in a group that over time has been very active. These are groups that are working on labor-related statistics. And what we do in order to work with this and to exchange knowledge is that we have expert groups in Geneva per themes where we establish the standards for the labor-related statistics conference. But we work together with the SCA. What we do is that within the group, and we're inviting not only the countries that form part of the group, but all those that wish to participate. And what we do is that we download, so to speak, what is being discussed by the experts group to the SCA working group, and in turn, we convey the concerns of the region and raise those opinions. And that enables us to have an influence as a region in the establishment of standards, the transmission of knowledge. And basically what we do is to create a South-South cooperation, because subgroups appear of countries that are working on specific issues. So as Jose Antonio has said, I also believe that what we're doing in the SCA works as a platform for exchanges. We have also used regional public assets. And so we cannot lose sight of that. I think that what Orlando has said is a very good idea because it works for us in the Geneva experts groups with academics. These expert groups are countries that are more advanced with regard to certain issues, plus the specialized agencies within the system, plus the private sector and academia. I believe that that can be very positive, very valuable. I think it's a good idea, but not independently, but working within what you have already established. And finally, we have an ILO training center in Turin, and there we train countries with labor statistics. The main barrier with Spanish-speaking countries is the language barrier. We have conducted a lot of academia in Spanish, but next year we will be holding a training event with regards labor migration. Thank you very much. UN Women has asked to speak, so please be very concise because we're running late. A very quick reflection, remembering the presentation by Maria Cotzeo from Eurostat this morning. And I would just like to clarify that the UNEP, for those that don't know, is a UN environment program, and we deal with the environment and, of course, its relationship with human societies. Many of the indicators that we work with and that require fundamental statistics, as we say, are limited by the lack of lack of production of environmental statistics, and a lot of the methodology comes from Eurostat. And 90% is admirable, and 10% is we are envious with, because Europe has made a lot of progress with regards to environmental statistics, and then we ask ourselves, how have they made so much progress? Was it a budgetary issue, as mentioned today by the president? But that is not the only restriction that we face. I think we can benefit from what we already have in place in order to make headway, and especially in the environmental aspect is not the most urgent dimension in accordance with the perception of statistical institutes. And therefore, going back to the suggestion made yesterday by the representative of Argentina, and also dwelling on what our colleague from the IDB mentioned, what the European Union has achieved is a whole series of standards for its statistical production, which has helped the countries that had fallen behind, and they are very advanced in the statistical production. There's nothing similar to that in the Americas, and Ameristat, for example. And I ask myself whether it's naive or inappropriate to ask ourselves whether this can be the space not only to share practices and suggest standards, but without becoming binding documents, we are able to promote the generation of regional public instruments that can be adopted directly by countries in order to bridge those gaps. The GeoPortal could be an interesting example of how a tool produced at a central level can be useful to countries without the need for each country to build its own statistical geoinformation system, which is a very cumbersome, difficult task. And likewise with many other issues. Our interest, I insist, is the environment. But in order to diagnose environmental diseases beyond mandatory reports, we cannot cross geographies that we believe are contaminated or that suffer from a specific factor, and the geographic location of the reports of those diseases. And that is because the administrative record of that disease does not conduct a geolocation of those diseases. If there was a voluntary Ameristat tool in place, that could be used by countries, that could be tremendously useful, and it would make much more efficient the use of the scarce resources that we have. So as a suggestion, our normal counterparts are the ministries of the environment, not statistical institutes, but we truly require the development of the environmental dimension. And so I just mentioned that as a possibility. We are completely open to support this. That could become a central instrument that could be distributed among countries, but with a uniformity that would enable it to be interoperable and enable us to make much more progress. UN Women, thank you very much. Very briefly, I would like to focus on 4 points within the framework of the coordination of Xxiii ECLAC. I would like to highlight the opportunity that we have as an entity to support initiatives that are underway within the network, or within the knowledge transfer network, for example, or within the community of practice. Today, we saw that there is an opportunity of supporting, as from UN Women, the group of leading women of the statistical offices, and therefore this is a space where we could coordinate these support initiatives. Secondly, the coordination and promotion of projects that we conducted within the framework of the Xxiii. As you know, last year we approved the guide for gender mainstreaming in statistical production within Xxiii and UN Women and the Secretariat. And we have also seen the possibility of technically accompanying countries for the implementation of this guideline. And the spaces where we can share, for example, in the World Data Forum, we will have a session, a learning session, so that we can benefit and share beyond the statistical offices and the regional instruments that we are establishing within the framework of the conference. Thirdly, the coordination with other groups. We had the advantage of participating within the environmental statistics working group coordinated by the UNEP and ECLAC, and we found the possibility of working jointly, for example, in a regional program that we had in UN Women on climate change and gender, and to bring our efforts together, and therefore identifying focal points. All that helps us to specifically coordinate this. And I end with a key aspect, which is the group of specialists that Marcela from the ILO also mentioned, not only at a global level, but but also at a regional level. And a clear example is the meeting of specialists on the use of time that we work on every year. And we, within the framework of the Xxiii and within the framework of focal points, we are always contributing to that at a regional level. And so undoubtedly, this is a space for coordination. And we want you to know that as from our agency, we will provide all our support to continue to work and establish this coordination jointly. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your valuable participation in this session. I believe we have discussed very relevant issues related to the to statistical cooperation and coordination, and we have also heard several very relevant proposals to be considered in the future. I would like a warm hand for our panelists. Thank you.
Antes de pasarle la palabra a la presidenta para que cierre la sesión.
Before we offer the floor to the chair so that she can end this session, I would just like to say that tomorrow between 9 and 10 a.m., and we hope to have enough time for that, there will be two issues that are related to the proposal of an independent consultative board on the fundamental principles of official statistics. We, an hour ago, sent your emails to each institute the proposal of a global consultation for the group that was established based on the discussion that was held in the Statistical Commission in New York last February. We held an additional round. The committee, the board of the Statistical Commission, produced a new proposal that is submitting for the consideration of countries and is allowing until the 30th of September so that countries may contribute with elements. There are two options that each country will present, but I would like to ask you to use some time, considering that, of course, you're all going out to have a beer tonight or maybe to a restaurant or to dance, to have a look at the document, or if you have Netflix in your hotels, to stop viewing a movie and read some of these aspects so that we can have a discussion element in this sense, and so that we may be able to discuss that tomorrow. That is what I wanted to share with you, Chair. Thank you very much. We have reached the end of this session, and we will welcome you tomorrow, Thursday at 9 a.m. in this same room so that we can continue with the work of the Executive Committee. And please, we will start at 9 a.m. sharply. Good afternoon, and thank you very much.
Sorry.